Welcome in! For everybody tuning in, this is the 392nd episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody hanging out with us, I really appreciate you so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving us some of the time out of your day. Folks, if you've never been here before, well, every single day we debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds on top of the fact that we also like to go through the breaking news because I like to keep you guys up to date with what's going on in the crazy world around us. And Blue Girl, thank you so much for that meteor shower. Now, the breaking news of today is a crazy allegation against Donald Trump. So I'm sure that many of you who are more familiar with American politics and stay up to date, maybe those that are more chronically online, know who Laura Loomer is. If you don't know who Laura Loomer is, you're lucky. Don't go looking. She sucks. Okay, your life will just be dramatically changed for the worse. Thumbs down. Unfortunate. She sucks. She's like really, really, really bad. But according to a couple people on the internet, including Milo, who is a conservative juggernaut, or at least he was a handful of years ago. He's kind of fallen off now. Laura Loomer has been allegedly boasting to her friends about giving Donald Trump, quote unquote, the best BJ of his life. Well, he's a married man. Now, there has been suspicion of Donald Trump cheating on Melania with Laura Loomer for quite a long time. This is nothing new. This is nothing new at all. They've been pictured together with, his hand around her waist. They've definitely been a little bit suggestive at times, spending a little bit too much one-on-one time alone with one another, and they're both crazy. They're like Bonnie and Clyde if Bonnie and Clyde were never romanticized and were probably a little bit more insane than they were IRL, which is saying a lot because they did a lot of bad things. But, that's the breaking news of today. Keep in mind, folks, it's all alleged. Okay, we don't know. Now, the second order of breaking news is that Donald Trump has folded on the ceasefire with Iran. He's extended it indefinitely after saying if they don't respond by this time tonight, we're going to destroy their country. If they don't, agree to a deal by within the next 2 weeks, and we're going to destroy their country. I guess it was just all smoke and mirrors, folks, because now he's extended it indefinitely. Now, we already did have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the live stream, but I put him on mute so I could, do this intro uninterrupted. And this guest was such a petulant child that he actually just left because he couldn't deal with being on mute and not being able to speak while I hit the intro to the stream. And I don't know. That's hilarious. Truly that's, a trait I think we only see in children, and we saw it in a grown man. It was so embarrassing. Also, by the way, guys, happy Taco Tuesday. I just picked up on this trend. It really does seem to be the case that every Tuesday, Trump has something to chicken out of. Now, today, it's hard line for the ceasefire agreement with Iran, which, by the way, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Okay, it's probably a good thing that, he chickened out of that. We don't want their country to get destroyed. Something else I'd like to bring up here. Oh, we got to kick this person first. We're looking for the first guest right now. Something else I'd like to bring up here is we're going to have a very special guest joining us tonight for a debate at 8 p.m. EST. That's going to be 6 p.m. MST and 5 p.m. Pacific. Now, there's a chance that you've never heard of them before, but I'd bet my bottom dollar if you're on TikTok, you've definitely seen at least one of their videos before. It is a son who will record his crazy MAGA mother and ask her questions while driving. And he's been uploading all these videos where he'll ask her a question and she'll respond to it to TikTok and Instagram. And they've really, just caught fire in the past. I'm going to go ahead at this point, kind of show you some of this, mother's content real quick before we hop into that first debate of the day. Let's go to take a look together. We were doing this earlier, but we have more people in here now. So let's just take another look. So they upload a bunch of videos where she's driving. He's asking questions. Let's go ahead and listen to one real quick.
What do you think about Trump falling yesterday?
He did not fall.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He did not, Nicholas.
How did he not fall? It's on the news.
It is not on the
Yes,
news.
it is. What do you think about
essentially just complete denial. And these videos have millions of views. This one has 7.5 million.
What do you think about the stock market, Mother?
It's plummeting
Why?
because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
How?
Because they've got our country in shit shape. And now Donald Trump.
What do you think about the stock?
And these videos just catch on like wildfire. So we're going to be having a debate. We're going to be having a debate with her, folks. That's going to be, like I said, 8 p.m. EST. I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to be trying my best to genuinely change her mind, by the way. Which of course is my goal in every conversation I have on this platform. But I'm just going to try extra hard with her. So you're probably going to see me being a little bit nicer than usual. You're going to see me be a little bit more calm, cool, and collected than usual. I may even, grease the wheels a little bit. Maybe grease the wheels. Hey, you're not a bad guy. Just really, really get in there and hopefully change your mind. Because if we can change your mind, that's going to be prolific. Once again, that's at 8 p.m. EST, 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Pacific. So we're going to be looking forward to that. Let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest up of the night right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go to put those rules up on the live. Got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. Let's go to get that first guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Let's go to get that first guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Justice Teague joining the stream. Yippee! Here we go. I was looking around for my MAGA hat. Oh, there it is. I got a MAGA hat on standby to make fun. I've been having a lot of fun making fun of these fucks with this. You're going to see more of that today.
Dean?
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
You don't? Base, dude. That's awesome. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Shout out to you. Today, we are just looking for Trump supporters. You are literally too cool to be on the live, Justice. But just know that I fuck with you. And that's a good thing. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For everybody joining us, you guys are the early birds. We've only been live for 12 minutes, and we're still looking for that first debate. And Adele, thank you for that galaxy on TikTok. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey,
I'm 17. Is that fine?
Nope, it's not fine. Banned, quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest, Joshua, folks. That's what happens when you break the rules. I repeat, that's what happens when you break the rules. Howdy, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Ooh, how do you?
I'm 18.
And ooh, what year were you born in? Yeah. Ooh, wait, what year were you born in?
June 10th, 2006.
Okay, well, I think that was rehearsed. But you wouldn't be 18, so, hop out. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. If you're born in 06, you'd be either 19 or 20. Just, wanted to let you know. He rehearsed that and everything. He went on pause there. He looked at his notes. He went to go see what birthday he wrote down, and he still got it wrong. Barry, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat with a 10 who says, wanted to thank you for your lives. You gave me the confidence to defend my friends from a MAGA. Much love. I love that, Barry. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. I really do. Thank you, Barry. Hey, welcome in, Alexis. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
But, okay, I'm 19. I was
What year were you
born
born in?
September 2006.
Okay. Half Moon, thank you so much for the galaxy. And you are a Trump supporter, right?
Well, I wanted to ask a question. So my boyfriend, who's also 18, he's a strong, hard Trump supporter. And I keep bringing up the fact that, Trump is a bad person because I'm kind of teeter-tottering. And I want to, screen record this and send it to him. And I kind of want to give you his views and, see what you think about that.
Okay, so you basically want me to debate against your boyfriend's views. How about you just join the live the next time you're with him? I do this every day.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll keep your name in mind, Alexis Allen. That's actually going to be really easy for me to remember because I personally know somebody named Alexis Allen. Fun fact. So yeah, that'll work well. Hopefully, I'll be talking to him soon. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up. Captain with the $2 says Dean Bianis is Philip paid actor. Nope. Troy, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2004.
All right, you are dumb as hell, my boy. You'd be 21 or 22. You take care, though. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Holy shit. Listen, guys, just like follow the rules so then you don't have to get banned like that. Like that guy's banned, okay? My mods are gonna blow up his house. Quite frankly, no, I'm just joking. I'm just joshing ya. You don't have to worry about your house getting blown up. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Trying to find somebody here, but they're just all kids, dude. And the rules, this is the funniest part of it all. On TikTok, where people can request up through, the rules are in the middle of the screen. And they don't give a shit. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Joe joining us. Here we go. Joe's loaded in. Welcome in. Oh, nope. Joe's gone. Joe, we're just going to go to ban you. All right, listen. Let's go ahead and do a quick, group huddle here real quick. Go over some important information on TikTok. Technically, yes. Everybody has the ability to join the guest requests. I don't want everybody to join the guest requests. I am only inviting people who are American, who are Trump supporters, and who are above or at the age of 18. If you don't meet those rules, that's fine. Feel free to watch the live stream. You are more than welcome to, but just do not join the queue. In fact, I am now going to task all my moderators, Blue Girl, thank you for the fireworks, to start banning people who are in the queue who are breaking the rules. Now, I ban people who inevitably get loaded up onto that live stream who break the rules, but now we're going to start banning people who even join the queue. All right, so if you're even in the queue, you're cooked. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys just a minute here to start leaving the queue. That's fine. But, you know, if you're not an American adult that supports Trump, just head out. All right, just head out. Just do that right now so then you don't get banned. All right, I don't want you to get banned. You don't want you to get banned, so just head out. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Spin the Wheel joining. Tracy, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. All right, so Spin the Wheel, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Spin the Wheel. Hi, are you MAGA?
Sorry, it wasn't loading. Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
Do you remember me? 1808. February.
Who are you?
I'm the one, remember we debated and about you needed braces and you owe me $5,000? Yep.
Paris, thank you so much for the galaxy.
You still owe me 5K, but you never paid up.
No, you owe me 5K, little bro.
No, I beat you in the debate.
Well, that's not what the internet said.
It is, because it had the video with 200K likes. I saw that. That was
the video with 200K likes where everybody's shitting on you in that comment section.
No. Everyone was like, dang, he's Aura King, he's Master, he's everyone. He beat Dean, he destroyed Dean.
How sure are you about
Dean
that?
pay him up his $5,000. I'm so sure, dude.
All right, let's take a look together.
Bro.
Yeah, let's take a look together. I don't know why you'd want to play this game, bro. It's fine. Whatever. All right, let's go to my account. Let's go to my reposts.
Just go to the comment. Go to the comments.
No, it's not that one. Oh, which one is it? There it is.
I got a question. Do you brush your teeth?
Yes.
Then why do you have cavities?
All right, here's a video. Let's go to take a look at that comment section together.
Okay.
Let's see just how spot on your claims are about the nature of this comment section. So somebody's making fun of you for saying don't talk about Trump like that.
Dude, they're not making fun of me. They're
another person is also making fun of you for saying don't talk about Trump like that.
Another
person is also making fun of you for saying don't Trump like smart like that.
Then
somebody else is saying he's so smart. Why he's calling me smart?
Exactly, that's a compliment.
Yeah, for me, buddy, not for you. Somebody else says don't.
They said
somebody else
so smart. They're talking about me. They would have said Dean.
How do you know that they're talking about you?
How do you know that they're talking about you?
Because I'm the person in the video that's shitting on people. Oh yeah, here's the top reply as well. He's not even like mega smart. He just has the commonest knowledge of the world, which is something that a lot of MAGA people lack. So even like the first response is affirming that's about me.
Profile real quick,
the second response about me is saying Dean is smart as fuck and they hate it. So that's about me. The third response is also shitting on you for saying don't talk about Trump like that.
Literally
the sixth response is also shitting on you for saying don't talk about Trump like that. The eighth response is also shitting on you for saying don't talk about Trump like that. The ninth response response says Dean is casually rapping facts. The 10th response says Dean is so smart. The 11th response is shitting on you. The 12th response is shitting on you. The 13th response is asking if you paid me. The 14th response is shitting on you. The 15th response is shitting on you. The 16th response is shitting on you. The 17th response is shitting on you. The 18th response is shitting on you. The 19th on you. 20th shit on you. 21st shit on you. 22nd shit on you. 23rd shit on you. 24th shit on you. 25th shit on you. 26th saying something nice about me. 27th shit on you. 28th shit on you. 29th shit on you. 28th 30th shit on you. 31st shit on you. I'm sure that you get the point.
Dean, debate me. Quit being scared, just like Parker.
Well, I mean, you told me if I went to the comment section on that video, they would be appreciating you and saying that you won.
They literally just copy and pasted the same comment, and you know it. Why do you think
shit
it had
on you.
Chinese in it? It literally had Chinese comments.
Well,
in
that's
it.
what
Not
that's
everyone's
representative.
saying that exact
That's
same
representative of
thing.
a picture of a GIF that can't be viewed on a computer. But anyways, yeah, everybody was shitting on you.
No, they weren't.
We just looked at that, you idiot.
They
You
didn't. They
could
weren't.
deny
Bro,
reality
you
literally
can't
all
even
you
debate
want.
Me, dude. I'll cook
Oh
your
my
shit
God!
right now. I will
You
cook
could
your
deny
shit
reality
right now.
literally all you want, bro. But you got shit
I'll
on.
literally cook your shit right now. Debate me.
Oh, you're gonna cook my shit? Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
Let's debate on flat Earth. I guarantee you, I can prove to you the Earth is flat. I guarantee you. Debate me on that right now. No, you think it's insane, but debate me on it right now. Let's go. I'm not trolling either. I'm being dead ass.
All right, I'll give you 5 minutes on flat Earth. Let me go and thank a
All right,
couple
let's
people
go.
before I pass that mic. That's crazy. This is great, guys. This is awesome. Quickly on PayPal, dude. Link, my friend, you are so fucking kind. Link sent a $150 donation on PayPal. Link,
Link.
thank
That's
you
gonna
so
help
very
him
much
send
for the
that
love.
money to me too, because he still owes me 5,000. Thank you.
Dude, shut up. This is nerd. Be quiet, nerd.
Thank you,
I really
Link.
appreciate you so much for that love, Link. I want to see 1,500 Link W's down below. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Dude, I'm fucking flabbergasted. I do not deserve that much love. That is beyond kind. That's legitimately out of this flat world, okay? According to the gas. Link with 150 says, it's your boy Link on TikTok and YT. You'll always have my support team. Link, thank you. Genuinely, thank you so fucking much for the incredibly kind donation and the incredibly kind words. I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Link in that comment section because like that is just genuinely like unfathomable. That's unreal. Same thing to you, Chloe. Thank you for the $10 who says, hope you get some good debates in today and hopefully you get some of these stupid people to use whatever brain they have. I know. Hopefully we do, Chloe. Hopefully we get them to change their minds, right? That's inevitably always the goal. I appreciate you and it's good to see you again, by the way. Shout out to you, Chloe. Alexandra, thank you for the $15 on Venmo who says, can we get a yeehaw with you wearing the MAGA hat? Yeehaw! I want my president to try to tear down the Constitution. I want my president to pass some of the worst policy we've had in years. I need to pay $7 a gallon or I'll be fuming. I'll be even more mad than I was when I figured out that my granddaughter's school had litter boxes in the bathroom.
Dean, you're not.
Because that's what Facebook said. Facebook said there was litter boxes in the bathroom. I appreciate you for the $15, Alexandra. Same thing to Jonathan. Thank you for the $25 who says, Dean, I'm going to keep that to myself. Oh, man. Jonathan, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm going to keep that to myself because that sounds very personal. I wish you and her the very best of luck. Thank you for the $25. And, folks, please show some love to Jonathan down below. Man, that's really sad. Thank you for the $25, man. We're all caught up. I appreciate you guys so much for the love, Jonathan. I'm really sorry to hear that. Show some love to Link and all the other donors down below. Take it away. Tell us why you think the Earth is flat.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think the Artemis 2 mission was real?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, let's start there. Okay, I
Okay.
can prove you many reasons on how it was fake. Okay, so when it was coming down to land, it was so hot, right? From how fast it was falling, it would be so hot, right? When it lands in the water, why is the water not steaming?
Okay, so the heat
And
shield
like bubbling, like boiling.
So point
Okay,
number
go.
one, the heat shield dissipates heat incredibly quickly because that's the point of a heat shield. I mean, NASA has really like drilled in their heat shield technology. It dissipates heat incredibly fast. So that's going to be the main reason. The second reason is it had a couple minutes in the air to cool off and to dissipate even more heat while it was coming down when affixed to the main to the main parachutes. And then point number three, I mean, even like the camera footage that we had of the water was like incredibly grainy and from a very far away. So if there was any heat transfer to the ocean, it was likely done incredibly quickly, considering the fact that the sea is very vast and very cold.
Okay, and when they're in outer space, and I don't know her name. She was actually an actor in the some movie. I forgot what it was. She was an actor, and when she was wearing her glasses, why weren't they moving around in space? Why were they just stuck to her head? Wouldn't they be moving if she was in space?
So glasses could stay stuck to your head in space the same way that they're going to stay stuck to your head on Earth, okay? Because it's not gravity that holds glasses on your head. For the most part, it's going to be a mixture of resting on the top of your nose with pressure on your dimples.
Okay, so why, whenever
Easy?
they had this little toy that was moving around in the air, why did the letters moon go through it like it was green screened?
So what you're talking about would be a on-air glitch that was only seen on CNN, I believe, but not seen anywhere else. So it was just a problem with the transmission of the feed to one channel.
Well, I think it was all green screen because it was fake. Because I believe that we
Wait,
can't go.
how do they
above
fake
74 miles.
zero G?
Huh?
How do they fake zero G?
Well, it's not that hard. You grab two bungee cords and you hold the person up, wobble them around, act like you're floating in space. Or
See, the
whatever
issue
they think.
the issue with that is very simple. Like let's just think about like a rock climber descending from a climb affixed to a harness and a rope, right? That harness is going to keep them in the air. However, it will not simulate the effects of zero G since it only is attached to one part of their body, primarily the hips. What you have to account for in like space missions is the fact that you don't just see them floating in the air from what looks like a harness around their waist.
Well, they could
but
have
they
them
have
hooked to their arms,
but they have
their legs.
They have weightlessness like all across their arms, their torso, their head, their hair, their waist, their legs, and their feet. So that's just impossible to simulate. There's no way to simulate zero gravity live on air for big dollar productions like Interstellar, for instance. It took nearly 4 years of filming and then post-production to simulate zero gravity for film. That's just something that you can't do live.
Dude, they could have practiced this for so long. Couldn't they have been able to get good enough to fake everything like they faked the moon landing back in
No.
whatever 19 something?
Prove that that's even possible by giving me another example.
Did you
of,
see the moon
zero
landing
gravity
back in 19?
fakes?
Did you
that
see
live.
the thing they landed on the moon with?
So you're
that
pivoting?
looked so stupid. That looked like a 10-year-old built it.
So you are pivoting. Can you answer my question?
What was your question?
Can you please give me another example of zero gravity faked live?
I mean, it's not that hard to do. I could do it.
Then go find me another example.
You want me to create my own? You want me to do it myself and then
I
send
mean,
you a
you don't
video?
even need to do it. You don't even need to do it yourself if anybody else has ever done it.
Well, they have. I'm sure they have. I
Then
just
go find it
don't
for
feel
me.
like looking it up. All right, you want me to go find it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a sec.
Okay. This guy's gonna be gone forever. This is where the debate ends because it doesn't exist. So we're just gonna kick him. Listen, for that guy, feel free to hop back inside of that queue once you find it. You're not going to. And for inevitably, like the 4 people that are watching that I know will say Dean's running. I mean, you could prove that I kicked him because you won't be able to find anything by going and trying to find it yourself. It is impossible to fake zero G live. You just can't do it. It's impossible. The only way to fake zero G is to actually not fake zero G and either be in space, okay, be orbiting around the Earth at such a high speed that you're constantly falling, i.e. the International Space Station, or to go on a parabolic flight that will give you around 30 seconds of simulated zero gravity. But you can't do this for like 30-minute intervals like we saw from consistent live streams from the Artemis 2 mission. Mike, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, we're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Voted for him 3 times. Thank you.
You voted for him 3 times? Dude, holy shit. What a mess. What a mess you are. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess.
No, actually,
Trinity, thank you for the fireworks. You got clarity?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, man. Do you mind if I thank a couple people before we hop into the debate?
Not at all. You can start with Trump for even being here.
I should thank Trump?
Yeah, we wouldn't even be on TikTok right now if it wasn't for him.
Oh, right.
Go ahead.
Because he broke the law and like extended the ban. No, I mean, you're right. But see, the thing is I'm grateful I have access to TikTok. But I would prefer victims of rape to have access. Yeah. I'm grateful that I have access to TikTok. But see, the thing is I would prefer victims of rape to have access to abortion compared to me having access to TikTok. And guess what? They don't have that in 13 of our 50 states because he overturned Roe v. Wade. Sure, I have access to TikTok, but I would prefer the 10 million low-income Americans that lost access to healthcare to have access to healthcare compared to me having access to TikTok. Sure, I like my access to TikTok, but I would prefer 143 million Americans that have lost purchasing power because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill to have more purchasing power compared to me having more access to TikTok. I would prefer myself to have access to TikTok, but frankly, I would prefer the 160 girls that were killed by a U.S. Tomahawk strike in Iran to have access to life compared to me having access to TikTok. I'm sure you get the point.
You want to thank guests, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a moment to do that.
Deflection, but go ahead.
Well, if me thanking my donors was a deflection, then you would have made a point prior to me thanking my donors, but you didn't. You just told us that you're a Trump supporter. Okay. Yeah, this clown just doesn't know what a deflection is.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Alexandra, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you. Thank you, Alexandra. Ike, thank you for the $2. Show some love to Ike. Zachary, thank you for the $5. He says, you're amazing. Please keep doing what you do best. Thank you, Zachary. Then Jared, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, maybe Iran should announce the only way that they'll negotiate is if the negotiating party is Obama. That would be crazy. All right. I mean, Obama did negotiate with him before. That's a fact. Thank you for the $25 donation, man. Show some up to Jared down below. Thank you. And then Heidi, thank you for the $5. And oh my God, Wayne, thank you so much for the $1,000 donation on Venmo.
That's crazy.
Oh my God! Show some love to Wayne in that chat. Bruce Wayne is back in the building. Wayne, oh my God. Dude, Wayne, I remember you. I fucking remember you. Oh my God. I hope everything is well, man. It has been so long since we last talked. Wayne, like a year ago, would come in here and just drop like dead ass the craziest fucking donations ever. Dude, I gotta send you a personal message, Wayne, because that is just like so like I don't even know what to say. Like I don't even know what the fuck to say because of how insane that is. That is like dead ass like a majority of my rent. Okay, that's like food for 3 months. Dude, oh my God. Dude, please, for everybody watching, I want y'all to show some love to Bruce Wayne in that comment section for like at least the next 30 minutes. Cause like, holy fuck. Wayne, brother, I'm gonna send you a personal message. You already know it. I don't deserve that. Clearly, I'm so very privileged and so very grateful for your kindness and generosity. I'm going to send you a personal message. Thank you for the love, bro. All right, dude, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Dude, W. Waynes, take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Okay. Well, I can tell you. So let's stick with your topic. How do I still support Trump? Because he didn't just get here, right, Dean? He's been here for quite some time. And I've debated ever since, Jack owned Twitmo. And I got to tell you, if you go back 3 decades, like lefties like to do, let's do that. Do you realize that Donald J. Trump, and this will only take about 30 seconds, so if you need to jot these why I support him, feel free to. He stood alongside Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali and received the Ellis Award for his contributions in the landscape of New York. And Muhammad Ali isn't somebody he kicked Malcolm X away. So these two people stood alongside Donald J. Trump to get the Ellis Award. And if anybody's not familiar with Rosa Parks, she's huge in the civil rights. Muhammad Ali as well. And Donald J. Trump stood with them and got the Ellis Award, which is Ellis Island. In case anybody doesn't know, it's not a person. And secondly, whose plane do you think flew Nelson Mandela around? That was Donald J. Trump's plane. Okay, so this man has been doing good things for so long. On September 12th, 2001, whose money was helping Donald J. Trump's? Okay, he took in Jennifer Hudson also. When a lot of her family was unalive, she didn't even trust the police at that time. He took her in. His property manager was going to kick out a squatter, and he stopped her, and I think she recently passed, but she stayed there for a long years after that. And this man has been through so much. When he was loved, and all of a sudden he becomes a public servant into office. And what's the first thing that happens to this poor guy? Access Hollywood. Oh my gosh. Like nobody's been to a Michael Jackson concert, Elvis Presley, John Bon Jovi, and don't see all the lingerie thrown on the stage. That's like a whole different world that these, and they're not billionaires, by the way, that these celebrities live in. And then let's see, Russia. Mueller, they spend almost $30 million, Dean, getting nowhere. Okay, Trump came out of that with unscathed. And then Ukraine. Now we have not one, but 2 impeachments found not guilty. And you'll say, well, they were found not guilty. Well, lefties have said, because it was a Republican Senate. And I would counter with, they wouldn't have even been impeached if there wasn't a Democratic Senate. So fast forward a little bit more time. Now this guy has not 1, 2, but 3 unaliving attempts, including the plane's malfunction. And I just can't understand why they don't see why he's done city opportunity zones for people. He's actually got not 1, 2, but 3 Nobel Peace nominations. He did prison reform. This guy has not 1 right now, but 2 global conflicts going on. And I paid $2 for a dozen eggs, and I also paid $3.90 for a gallon of gas. So that generally would be through the roof with any other president, because he can call OPEC because they respect him, and he respects them. And I got this basic human fundamental concept that you project strength to avoid conflict, and that's what Trump does. I wouldn't marry the guy, but I gotta say, I mean, I'm hetero. I'm just saying that as basically, he's just cocky billionaire from New York City that's not very affable. But don't look at what he says. Watch what he does. And I land my plane there.
Okay, all right. Well, that was a pretty shitty plane. So first and foremost, I think it's important that you base your. First and foremost, I think that it's important that you base your claims off a fact, and that is very clearly not something that you did within the argument in which you just made. And see, the thing is I'm just going to let the evidence speak for itself. So here is going to be the first article which we look through together. This is from factcheck.org. Now, let's also get this up over on the YouTube stream. So your claim is that he received an award alongside Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali, and this suggested him to have done really good things for the black people in New York City. However, no, that's not true. If we read factcheck.org, what we see is that although he did win an Ellis Award, he did not win this award because of his work within the black community, but rather because of his real estate development in New York
Changing the
at the
landscape that
time.
helped people
Now,
of color, sir.
Now, the issue is, now that we understand that it was because of his real estate development that he made millions from, okay, this isn't going to be something that we could then just turn around and say is something that's deserving of praise because it benefited the black community. Now, the second claim that you made here was that he allowed Nelson Mandela to use his plane. This is PolitiFact. That claim
I didn't say
was...
used, I said he flew Nelson Mandela around. He gave
Right.
it to him at cost.
Right. Now, the place that claim comes from is that Donald Trump made a charitable donation and just simply allowed him to use his plane for free, and he chartered a private
No,
jet to get
that's
him
not
around.
true.
No, yeah, that's not true at all, because what actually
gave it to
happened,
him at
Nelson
cost.
Mandela paid Trump $130,000 to rent his plane. So why are we trying to praise a businessman for getting
gave it to him at
paid
cost,
to
dude.
conduct business? That's another
That's
thing,
cost.
okay? So I don't really think that your argument there is going to mean jack shit. Now, the
That-
third thing
he
that
did
you
it at
said.
cost. He can't
Now, the
force the
third.
workers and
I
the
let
pilots
you
to work
speak
for
literally
free.
as much as
I'm
you
sorry,
want.
you're right.
Silence.
I'm gonna mute up.
Thank you. Now, the third thing that you said is that Donald Trump is really beneficial to the black community because of the opportunity zones in which he made. However, no, that's not true at all. Opportunity zones missed the mark on helping the black community because they have inevitably, in practice, just amounted to tax shelters for wealthy investors compared to legitimate aid for low-income residents. So what happens when we've set up opportunity zones, i.e. giving wealthy people a bunch of tax breaks and deductions for investing into these zones, is that they don't make those investments into industry. They don't make those investments into retail. They don't make those investments into businesses that could then build jobs. In fact, we see that close to 99% of that investment just goes into ultra expensive real estate, and which then makes the totality of the place more expensive for everybody, which of course then leads to gentrification and displacement for the low-income residents. Now, I have a pretty good source on this one. If you go on Google, you type in Arnold Ventures Opportunity Zones, a tax break that missed the targets. It'll actually just give you like a whole comprehensive breakdown and study about why opportunity zones ultimately just encourage more disenfranchisement and marginalization of already marginalized low-income individuals. Perfect. So now that
Can I
we've
take
gone through
10
your first
seconds to
three
respond to
claims.
that?
Yeah, I mean, you just threw like, about a billion points
go
at
ahead.
me.
You're
Now
right.
you're not even letting me respond to them all.
Okay, go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay, then you also said, well, we shouldn't make a big deal out of Donald Trump's Access Hollywood tape because listen to Anybody Famous talk when he said he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. Well, the thing is we absolutely should make a big deal out of that because that's him admitting that he just will do whatever he wants to women with no consent. And by the way, that's exactly what a court proved, okay? Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman in 2023, okay? In 2005, he admitted to sexual exploitation, sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of women and girls, okay? In the 90s, he was caught on a hot mic hitting on a 10-year-old girl, sexualizing, telling her that he was going to be dating her in 10 years. He said that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. He was talking about how great Lindsay Lohan's boobs looked when she was 18 and he was like fucking 50. Okay, he's a weirdo. He's a creep. He's a rapist. Okay, he's perpetuated sexual violence. This isn't something that we should just dismiss. I don't think that predators should have power over their prey. I think that sexual violence is beneath the Oval Office, and I don't think that we should put a rapist in the Oval Office to lead the country.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Number one, you either believe in our judicial system or you don't. There is no adjudication that says Donald Trump is a rapist. That's kind of like with O.J. Simpson. I bet you were probably thinking he's guilty. He was found not guilty of unaliving, but guilty of civil liability. So he is not an unaliver. Okay, O.J. Simpson is not an unaliver. This is your opinion. You're entitled to it because we are in America, and you're entitled to that. We can sit here and go into the minutia of why you have that opinion, which I'd rather not do, but he is not above the law and he is also not under it. Do you think it's okay for states and cities to change the laws just to prosecute somebody?
If changing the law means to push back the statute of limitations, then yes, I absolutely do think that's okay. That's not what happened to Trump, but if it did happen to Trump, I wouldn't care. Now, you said that you either trust the justice system or you don't. Do you trust the justice system?
I don't think is perfect, but if he's not adjudicated of guilt in the court of law, then he is not a rapist.
This is a jury verdict form where all 9 unanimous jurors adjudicated him to be guilty of sexually abusing Miss Carroll. And the reason why it says no to rape is because of their strict and narrow legal definition of the word rape, which was only the forceful penetration of the vagina with a penis. Meanwhile, what they held
So
him
you just
civilly liable
explained
for
why I'm right.
was forcefully
Thank you.
penetrating her vagina with his fingers. Now, can we agree that under the colloquial usage of the word rape, that the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body, especially the fingers, is something that we'd consider to be rape?
You gotta take this. You're taking things way out of context. Okay, this
Can
is
you answer my
E. Jean
question?
Carroll. You know, people.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
what I would
Can you
call
answer my question, please?
professional.
Yeah, you're cutting out because you have MAGA mobile. Can you answer the question that I asked you?
It's basically shown that I'm right. What you've shown is that
I disagree.
they changed the law just to prosecute.
I disagree. Can you answer my question though?
Yes, they actually defined it differently to later on. Now that those same things that he did would be adjudicated as great.
That wasn't the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you is, can we agree that with the way that we both defined rape, that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers unconsensually would be rape?
That is not what happened, though.
Okay,
You
that's
do
not-
realize they were
can
in a
you
dressing
just
room, a
answer my
public
question?
store, in open,
Can you
in
just
an
answer
open
my?
venue. They
Why
both
can't you just
walked in
answer my
there.
question?
That is not. She even said she wasn't dragged into the dressing room.
Cool. Now, can you answer my question?
Well, it's the whole basis of your question is
So you're refusing to answer my
disingenuous.
question, right?
no. What I'm saying.
Okay, so you're not
is that
refusing to
your
answer the question, then answer the
is
question.
not what
So once
happened.
again, the question is, this isn't even about Trump. This isn't even about Carol. This is about humanity in general. Okay, it's a very general question. Can we agree that when a man forcefully penetrates a woman's vagina with his fingers unconsensually, that's rape because it was forceful unconsensual penetration?
Well, that's not what happened because you
Yeah,
have, have her,
listen.
her credibility
I
is
understand
zero. That's why it's a
that's.
civil
I
case.
understand that that's not what you think happened. So I'm not asking you if you think that Trump did this to E. Jean Carroll. Because if I was asking you if you think that Trump did this to E. Jean Carroll, then your answer, that's not what happened, would be a valid answer because you'd be saying no. But that's not the question I'm asking you. The question that I'm asking you is, regardless if it's Trump to E. Jean Carroll or anybody else, okay, when a man forcefully penetrates a woman's vagina with his fingers unconsensually, is it something you consider to be rape since it's forceful unconsensual penetration?
Well, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So
But you
now
can't
we can
paint that
agree.
broad brush over Trump.
Now we can agree that the court did find Donald Trump guilty of something that you consider to be rape.
No, Donald Trump
Yes.
found a civil case. You do realize the difference between a civil liability.
Yeah.
and
He
a
was found
criminal
guilty
case.
in a civil court.
Do-
So a civil court
Exactly.
found
The same-
Donald
the
Trump
same
guilty.
arena that does
So
traffic
just to
tickets.
clarify, is the following sentence accurate or inaccurate? A civil court found Trump guilty of something you consider to be rape.
No,
Okay, what's inaccurate about that
they found him
specific sentence?
civilly liable is not. You know, sexual assault is a crime.
Okay, nothing.
It is a
You're not.
felony.
You're not pointing out the inaccuracy in the sentence. So once again, the
I
sentence
am.
is
What's your-
a
what's your-
civil court
sir,
found
give me-
Trump guilty of something you
me
consider
10
to be
seconds.
rape. So what part of the
What's your
sentence? 1 second. What part of the sentence? A civil court found Trump guilty of something you consider to be rape is inaccurate. Now, what you're
My
going to start
opinion.
doing here is you're going to start talking about other things that are included
No.
in that sentence. You are not going to tell
No,
me
I'm
what
not.
part of the sentence, a civil court found Trump guilty of something you consider to be rape. You are going to deflect and pivot.
No, I'm not. What you're trying to do is call. I'm going to use this analogy because it'll probably sink in. You're trying to call O.J. Simpson an unaliver.
pivot number
when
one.
He was found not guilty. When he was found not guilty, but
So
civilly liable.
there's pivot number one.
So
What's-
he is not an unaliver.
Okay. So deflection /
Correct?
pivot number one. I'm
Is
not
that
gonna
right?
I'm not gonna
That's
engage in your
basically what you're trying
deflection
to do
because
here.
you're not telling me what I said in that sentence. Trump was found guilty by a civil court of law for something you
To
consider to be
be
rape.
a rapist, be adjudicated.
He's cutting out again.
was not
He'll come back.
Adjudicated.
He'll come back, guys.
law.
He's just lagging right now.
He is
Okay, so second
What-
deflection?
have Traffic tickets going.
So second deflection. You don't know how to do this thing, okay? You don't know how to debate. It's very embarrassing. I asked you if you think the sentence, a civil court found Trump guilty of something you consider to be rape, is accurate or inaccurate. You said that sentence is inaccurate. Then I asked you to point me what part of that sentence is inaccurate, and then you deflected to OJ, and then you deflected to the fact that you think you would only believe it if it was inside of a criminal court. But you're not telling me what part of that sentence was inaccurate.
You're trying to paint a picture in the courtroom that doesn't have that brush.
Okay, so deflection number 3, because you're still not telling me what part of that sentence was inaccurate.
Because number 1, E. Jean Carroll is not number 2.
Okay, you're calling out. So deflection number 4, because you're not telling me what part of the sentence I said was inaccurate.
So, oh my gosh, Dean.
It's come on. I'm sorry. It's just the sentence that I said. Wait. The sentence that I said was a civil court found Donald Trump guilty of something you consider to be rape. You said that sentence is inaccurate. So let's go ahead and break that sentence down to see what parts of it could be inaccurate. You could say the inaccuracy in that sentence is that they didn't find him guilty of something you consider to be rape. You could also say the inaccuracy in that sentence is, well, that wasn't a civil court that found him guilty of something you found to be rape. And I think those are like the only two possible inaccuracies that could be the case. So which one of those two possible inaccuracies within the sentence do you think is true?
He was found civilly liable, not guilty in a criminal court.
Okay, so I didn't say guilty in a criminal court. I said guilty in a civil court.
You said guilty twice.
Yeah, I said guilty in a civil court because that's what liability is.
Was he found guilty of what they describe now as rape?
Yes.
That's what you asked me.
Yeah, and you said that sentence is inaccurate.
He was not found guilty. He was found civilly liable, sir.
So liability is guilt. In fact, the two words are synonyms.
No, it's two different things, Dean.
Okay, so to be found guilty of something needs to be found responsible for something, right?
So many people were screaming.
Can you agree that to be found guilty of something means to be found responsible of something?
No, being found guilty is being found guilty. Being found civilly liable is that there is not really
define the word
evidence
guilt
to make you guilty, but they're going to pay all the lawyers anyway.
Define the word guilt.
It's defined in the courtroom. That's what the judge does.
Can you give me the definition of guilt?
No, because they give jury.
Okay, well, see, this is your fucking issue. This is your fucking issue. You're rejecting. No, you can't. You're rejecting the way that I'm using the word guilt. I'm giving you my definition of the word guilt. My definition is my definition of the word guilt is responsible for doing something. Okay, if I say I'm guilty of eating a whole chocolate cake, all that I'm communicating to you is that I'm responsible for eating a whole chocolate cake. All right? And then you're rejecting that definition. You're saying that the definition of guilt is not being responsible for doing something. So then I'm asking you to give me your definition of guilt, and then you can't do it. So how about we just replace that word guilt with something else? All right? Is the following sentence inaccurate? Is a following sentence inaccurate? A court found Donald Trump responsible for doing something you consider to be rape.
No.
What is the inaccuracy in that sentence?
He was not adjudicated guilty of rape. He was adjudicated civilly liable.
I didn't use the word guilt. I didn't use the word guilt in the sentence. The sentence was a civil court found Donald Trump responsible for doing something you consider to be rape. Nowhere in that sentence did I use the word guilt. And in fact, if you think I was implying the word guilt by saying found responsible, then you actually accept that the definition of the word guilt is once again responsible. So then it was accurate when I said that a civil court found him guilty of something you consider to be rape. So what are we going to do here? Are you going to continue to equivocate between the word responsibility and guilty when it's convenient to you to say what I'm saying is inaccurate? Or are you going to continue to deny that that's the definition of the word guilt in an attempt to basically reject the fact that it is accurate if a court found him guilty of raping a woman? Listen, I want you to tell me if the following sentence is accurate or inaccurate. A court held Donald Trump responsible for doing something you consider to be rape.
Civilly liable is the word you're looking for.
That's a synonym. A court finding somebody responsible can mean a civil court holding somebody liable. Like legitimately, holding somebody liable for doing something just means finding them financially responsible for doing something. All right? So, like, stop being a disingenuous fuckhead. I know that you're old. I'm not going to respect my elders just because they're my elders. Like, legitimately, I talked to an 18-year-old yesterday that was more mature than you are at 70. It's legit embarrassing, all right? And go ahead and tell me what part of the following sentence is inaccurate. A court held Donald Trump responsible okay, for doing something you consider to be rape.
The word responsible is not accurate. He was
Why?
actually found civilly liable in a court of law.
Define liability.
What you're trying to do is paint all of the rules of a criminal courtroom that apply.
Define liable?
And shift them over to the civil courtroom. Do you know one person, Dean?
Don't
can
pivot,
actually
define
be
liable.
taken into a civil court, and that one person's testimony is going to be enough to railroad somebody.
Dude, define liable.
Civilly liable is when they find that he was civilly liable. You have to
You can't use the word in the definition.
Well, use the civilly liable word. That's actually was the word.
I'm just asking you to define the word liable.
Well, I'm not Webster's.
Okay. So Webster says that the word liable means legally responsible. Okay, and I asked you if that sentence was inaccurate. A court found Donald Trump responsible for doing something that you said was rape, and you said no, that's not accurate because you said liable. But liable, the definition of the word liable means legally responsible. So I wasn't inaccurate in what I said.
On the day that he was accused of what he was found guilty of,
bro, stop pivoting.
Actually said. He was
on
not,
God, this is so annoying.
Not apply to his
this
case.
is, dude, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. Do you accept that the definition of the word liable is legally responsible?
Because that wasn't the definition.
Then define it. Then you define the word liable. You define the word liable. No, stop. You define the word liable, okay? Because I gave you my definition. It was insufficient for you. You rejected it. I gave you Merriam-Webster's definition. It was insufficient for you. You rejected it. So what is your definition of the word liable? You can't just continue to throw these words around, reject the common sense definition of them, reject the colloquial definition of them, reject the legal definition of them, reject the dictionary definition of them, and just say that everything I'm saying is false because this is not what these words mean. But then when I ask you what these words mean, you won't tell me. It is ridiculous. You, at this point in time, are going to define the word liable.
The definition of Webster, that is what it means. Now,
that's what I said and you rejected it!
No, because you're using the legally responsible in the arena of a civil courtroom is not the same as the arena of a criminal courtroom. Because legally responsible in a criminal courtroom for the word you're trying to use is something that will carry a much more severe penalty.
The point is you just accepted.
30 years,
listen,
if not longer.
Listen, the point is you just accepted that the definition of the word liable is responsible. Perfect. So is the following sentence accurate or inaccurate? A civil court
legally responsible.
A civil court found Donald Trump legally responsible for doing something that you consider to be rape to a woman.
They found him legally responsible in the arena of a civil courtroom.
Is that sentence accurate?
They found him legally responsible in the arena of a civil courtroom. Yes.
Perfect. So why don't you believe the court?
Because it's not a criminal court.
So you don't believe civil courts? Why?
In a criminal court, E. Jean Carroll's credibility would have been. She literally would have been laughed out of the courtroom.
Why?
And your evidence about Howard Stern is kind of like a comedian.
We're not talking about Howard Stern. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll.
And using that evidence.
We're not talking about Howard Stern. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll.
Howard Stern out of a criminal court, also, sir.
Okay, so why do you think E. Jean Carroll's case would be laughed out of a criminal courtroom?
The CNN Anderson tape. Would say, well, you walked into the dressing room with him, didn't you? They didn't have the law.
You're cutting out. You have to start from the
Actual
top.
definition was why did. I mean, there's so many.
Oh my God, you're
so many
experiencing
things that
MAGA
go
mobile.
into a
You have to
criminal case that
start
doesn't
from
go
the
into a
top.
civil case.
So what is the difference between a civil court and a
which
criminal
part
court?
did you? MAGA mobile. That was funny.
What's the difference between a
MAGA
civil
mobile.
court and a criminal court?
The difference in the burden of proof thresholds in a civil court.
So what's the burden of proof in a civil court, and what's the burden of
criminal
proof in a
court?
criminal court?
Is it beyond a reasonable person's doubt? In a civil court, it doesn't carry that burden of proof.
So what do you think the
reasonable
reasonable doubt was to the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court?
The fact that Donald J. Trump was in an arena of 90% Democrats, it's the same thing that happened with the Salem witches. They found ways to
it'd be
actually
reasonable
find,
doubt to the evidence she submitted.
unless
not
you
the
believe they were
bias
all
of the
actually
jurors.
witches in Salem.
So I'm
and
asking
it's the same
you.
argument people of
I'm
people of
asking
color
you.
use
Hey,
when their jury and their
hey, man,
judges
hey, man,
are not
hey, man.
the
I'm
same
asking you for
color.
hey, man. I'm asking you for the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted, not to the perceived bias of the jurors. So I'll ask again. What is the reasonable doubt to the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court?
The evidence that she submitted to the court was that they left out a lot of evidence, by the way.
Can you
They
just tell me what the reasonable doubt is?
initially denied taking the DNA test, and he went ahead and did with the DNA. Her basic testimony is the only testimony
Can you just
that
tell me what
they
the
had
reasonable
as
doubt
far as
was?
on the scene. So her credibility is 0.
Are you going to tell me what the reasonable doubt was?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Her credibility is 0.
Okay,
and they
and why
didn't
do you
have
think her
enough
credibility
evidence
is
to take
0?
it into a criminal courtroom.
Okay, wait.
I'm
How do you
sorry?
know that they didn't have enough evidence to take it to a criminal court?
I mean, you do realize that women lie before, right?
Okay.
There
so-
were some ladies
wait,
in
wait,
Miami
because
that
sometimes women
made
lie,
this up
therefore
just
there
so they
wasn't
could
enough
get the-
evidence
the-
to take
the
it into a criminal
relocation
court.
money.
Hey, man, I just want to make sure that your
Say
argument is. Hey, man, I just want to make sure that your argument is that because sometimes women lie, there wasn't enough evidence for it to stand in a criminal court. Is that your position?
That goes to credibility.
Is that your position?
Yeah, her credibility.
Oh,
is
okay,
0.
perfect. So your position is that because some women lie, there wasn't enough evidence to take it into a criminal court. Has a woman ever taken rape to a criminal court?
Nobody ever said that because.
Hey,
someone
man,
lied.
has a woman
They-
ever taken rape to a criminal court and won?
Has a woman ever lied?
Can you answer mine?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So then your argument doesn't follow. You can't say that because
Yes,
E. Jean
it does.
Carroll's a woman and sometimes women lie, that therefore there was not enough evidence for it to go through a criminal court. Because if that was a case, then there would never be enough evidence for any woman to ever take rape to a criminal court and win, because sometimes women lie. But clearly there's many circumstances of women taking rape to a criminal court and winning, even though sometimes women lie. Therefore, your argument doesn't follow. I would argue that there was a cornucopia of evidence to prove that he raped E. Jean Carroll. We would first start with the fact that she upheld the same consistent testimony for over 30 years straight. That was corroborated not only by 4 of her friends, but also by medical records from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. She also had a psychotherapist, evaluate her testimony, and once again, repeat the fact that via her body language, her tonality, and the way in which she said things, as well as her emotional response to, reiterating the event, that it indicated that this really happened to her and that she was a victim that was truly experiencing this trauma. We also have the fact that she submitted a dress that she claims she was raped in by Donald Trump that had his DNA in it to the court. The court proved that it had male DNA in it, and then when that court asked Donald Trump for his DNA to be tested against the DNA in the dress, Donald Trump said, no, I can't do that. Okay, why would an innocent man refuse to submit evidence to the court that would exonerate him? Now, the second category of evidence that we have here would be the very simple fact that Donald Trump's testimony had lies, contradictions, and inconsistencies in them, unlike E. Jean Carroll's. The first contradiction in Donald Trump's testimony is the fact that he claimed he never met her. E. Jean Carroll responded by submitting a photo of them together to the court. The second inconsistency is that he claimed he never raped her because she wasn't his type. First and foremost, I feel like only a rapist would say I wouldn't rape somebody because they're ugly, not because rape is bad. Right, I want to point that one out. Now, the second point would be that he also lied about her not being his type, because under deposition, he confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be E. Jean Carroll, and we know his ex-wife was his type, so therefore E. Jean Carroll is too, if he was able to confuse her for her. All right, perfect. Now, the third category of evidence that we hear is going to be Donald Trump's previous character, I guess character priors would be a better way to phrase that. Not only do we have Donald Trump saying he likes to do to women what this court found him guilty of doing, i.e. the 2005 Access Hollywood tapes, where he said he could just grab women by the vagina without asking them first. The second character prior is that we know that the best predictive measure of the future is going to be the past, and if you've engaged in sexual violence on one account, you're more likely to engage in it again, and Donald Trump has. Okay, we're going to be talking about 2005 when he sat down with Howard Stern on his radio show and admitted to engaging in sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants, then looking at them while they are naked. And then something else here that I want to add on about that Howard Stern interview is he said that he found it funny and he was boasting about it. So typically, when you find something funny and you boast about it, this isn't something that you're just going to do one time, right? If I boast about, like, for instance, making a really good steak, Okay, well then I'm probably going to make that really good steak again because I was really proud of it. I thought other people would really like it, and I personally really enjoyed it. That's why I would boast about it, right? Now, when Donald Trump was boasting about, his first form of sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants, this just indicates to an even higher degree that then he's more likely to engage in sexual violence again. So when we consider all these facts, like the direct evidence submitted by E. Jean Carroll, the inconsistencies and lies and contradictions within Donald Trump's testimony, and then the character priors, like Donald Trump saying he likes to do this to women, and Donald Trump admitting to and boasting about other forms of sexual violence that he's engaged in, I find this court case to prove beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that he absolutely did rape E. Jean Carroll. And keep in mind, this is all excluding the other evidence, like the fact he's in the Epstein files, had his name illegally redacted over 1 million times. Epstein said he liked young girls just like him, to a private letter to Larry Nassar, another child rapist, days before he died. And the fact that he's a credible accusation from a woman that effectively sued and won millions of dollars in a settlement from Epstein's estate, proving that Epstein trafficked her, who also privately and confidentially told the FBI in 3 different sit-down in-person interviews that Epstein trafficked her to Trump. All right. So in consideration of all of these facts,
Okay, so
we
what you-
definitely can trust the outcome of that
Is
court.
it my turn now?
Yes.
I didn't interrupt you at all. All right, so what you're talking about Epstein here is guilty by association. You're going to have to remember that it was Donald Trump's DOJ that arrested Epstein. It was Donald Trump's DOJ charged Epstein, and it was who was the only person on earth to ban Epstein from every Trump property there is, Donald J. Trump.
You don't know
it was
that.
Donald J. Trump's
Wrong.
DOJ, who's jail, who actually unalived this guy, evidently. So when you're going back to a criminal courtroom, you have prosecution. They bring all of their experts and witnesses. You have the defense. They bring all of their experts and witnesses. And they all testify to the same exact thing. Oftentimes, these scientists and these doctors have completely different opinions about what the exact same thing. Okay? What you're basically doing is in a civil court, one person's testimony can be found civilly liable. Okay? And that's why I use OJ analogy, because maybe that would click into what actually is going on, the difference between a criminal courtroom and a civil. There's civilly liable and then guilty of criminal assault. So when you're talking about a pageant, a man that walks in and says, is everything okay? And they say yes, and then leaves, is not sexual exploitation, Dean. That's called basically checking, is everything okay? What I define as sexual exploitation is, for instance, somebody in a position of power like Clinton, what he did to Lewinsky, even though that was said to be consensual. So when you're talking about something that is, oftentimes you try to take a rubber band and stretch it around a hippo of the word sexual exploitation. Okay, guys are going to be guys. I guess you've never seen American Pie or Porky's or I did college hazing. I bet you're somewhat of a celebrity. Do you have ladies throw themselves at you when you go out in public? Because celebrities have that happen all the time. Okay, this is something that is not that unusual for the time frame of that particular man. Okay, now he's 80 years old right now. You're having to go back decades. Let's talk about like now. I paid $2 for a dozen eggs. Okay, $3.90 for a gallon of gas. Not with one, but 2 global authorized use of military force going on, because they're technically not wars. Any other POTUS, public servant, millionaire public servant that became millionaires in public service, I'd be paying triple that in gas. And this unaliving that you mentioned earlier in Iran, do you think the Ayatollah was a nice guy? Soleimani was a nice guy? That you forget October 7th? I bet you 2001, if it was September 12th, 2001, we wouldn't be getting this much grief as we get for people in the Middle East. But he got Maduro, he got Soleimani, he got the Ayatollah, and there's the people of Iran are precious. The leadership is tyrannical. The leadership in Venezuela, tyrannical. Soleimani, tyrannical. These people got to go. We can't have October 7th going on. We can't have what they're doing. They're unaliving about 30,000 people just for protesting their government in Iran. That's what triggered it. October 7th was horrible. All Iran has to do is 4 things, Dean. Israel has the right to exist, say it publicly. We will not enrich plutonium into weapons grade. We will have elections and let the people decide, and we will not fund T groups because that's what they've been doing. And this didn't just start. This has happened forever. If you look back, there's about 100.
You're speaking for over 10 minutes. What are you doing?
Okay, give me 30 more seconds.
Like genuinely, what the fuck are you doing? We were talking about the E. Jean Carroll rape case. You said that there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. I gave you every itemized piece of evidence to prove that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, and you've spent the last 8 minutes talking about gas in the Middle East and Iran. Like, what are you doing?
Your topic is how do I still support Trump? I'm telling you, and you mentioned Iran earlier.
So you're just completely moving away from the fact that you called E. Jean Carroll a crazy liar, said there wasn't enough evidence. I gave you all of the evidence, and then you ignored and start talking about Iran?
That was the very first start of my sentence to your counter. You spoke for a long time, then you gave me the floor. What I said about E. Jean Carroll only took about 20 seconds. All of the stuff that I'm talking about now is relevant to now.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we can't do is speak for 10 minutes in a pivot. Because the topic was there enough evidence to justify the claim that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? I gave you all of the evidence to justify the claim that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Then in response, because I wrote it down, you actually didn't respond to E. Jean Carroll at all, outside of saying, quote unquote, one person's testimony can be used to find somebody liable in a civil court. That sentence is the only thing that you said about E. Jean Carroll. You didn't respond to any of the other evidence, like the dress with the DNA. You didn't respond to any of the other evidence, like the medical records from the 90s. You didn't respond to any of the other evidence, like the lies, inconsistencies, and contradictions within Donald Trump's testimony. You didn't respond to any of the other evidence, like the other character priors. All that you said is that you completely grossly misrepresented my argument with all the evidence. You reduced it down to her testimony and her testimony alone, and then you said one person's testimony is all the evidence that needs to find Donald Trump civilly liable, and that's why you don't believe it. And then you spent the other 8 minutes talking about how Clinton is guilty of sexual exploitation, Donald Trump didn't sexually exploit the beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA, how gas is down, eggs are down, war in Iran isn't actually a war. Anybody else, if they were president, gas prices would be 3 times higher. How the Ayatollah was a bad guy, the IRGC is oppressive, and how we need to go into the Middle East. So notice how you didn't respond to all of the other evidence that I gave you.
Yes, I did. What you're trying to... I'll respond again.
Are you going to speak for another 10 minutes?
No, sir. I'll do it in 30 seconds. In a civil court, you cannot be found guilty of sexual assault. You can render an opinion what you think is actually should have happened, but at the time of the court, they did not have the law that they passed in order to charge Trump. Okay, future down the road. So they were adjudicated civilly liable. And by the way, Trump did offer his DNA at the end, and they refused it.
Okay, so to your first point that you can't be found guilty of something in a civil court.
Is that true?
False. So that's absolutely false. So the word guilty just means...
That's true.
So I'm going to respond to both of the 2 points that you made. So the first point that you made was that you can't be found guilty of something in a civil court. That's false. Being found guilty of something just means...
civilly liable.
You're interrupting me?
There's a difference, Dean. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there's a difference between civil liability and criminal conviction. But there's guilt in both civil and criminal courts. Because when I say guilt, all that I mean here is found to have been responsible for it. And then liability is a synonym for responsibility, just like guilt. So guilt is a synonym for liability, and liability is a synonym for responsibility. Those 3 words can be used interchangeably.
Word that the legal actual standards meet, that is civilly liable. Like
you
I said.
In being found... Listen, you are interrupting me again. You are interrupting me again. You are interrupting me again. You are like incapable. Just like straight up incapable of conversation. Listen, the reason why you don't want to use the word guilty is because you were the one that was morally grandstanding about trusting the system, about trusting our courts. But then all of a sudden, when we have a court that found Donald Trump civilly liable, responsible, or guilty for raping somebody in accordance with your opinion and mine, you just want to dispute it on the basis of semantics. You would rather sit on this live. Shut the fuck up or I'm going to kick you. What are you doing? Like I said, you spoke for 10 minutes. You spoke for 10 minutes. I sat here quietly and patiently. I didn't interrupt you, and I wrote down every single thing that you said. And you're telling me I can't even get 10 seconds? That was the
You're
fourth
right, my
time
bad.
you interrupted me. You're doing it again. That was the fourth time you interrupted me in less than 30 seconds. In less than 30 seconds, you interrupted me 4 times after I let you speak for as long as you wanted to for 10 minutes and wrote every single thing you said down. So what is it going to be? What is it going to be? Are you going to treat me with the same respect I'm treating you with, even though you're the misogynistic pig claiming that a woman who didn't even just claim a man raped her but then proved it in court is a crazy liar? Right? Even with that shit, I'm letting you speak and I'm writing down what you say so I could refute it. And then when you ask me a question and I don't go, no, I'm not going to answer your question, okay, because I first want you to respond to all the other points that I made, I instead say, okay, here's the answer to your question anyways, because I'm being a nice guy. All right? So be quiet. Now, back to the argument. So, once again, guilt is a synonym for responsibility, and synonym is a synonym for liability. Okay? When you're found civilly liable for doing something, you are found guilty. Okay? Right? The same way when you're found criminally, when you're criminally convicted of something, you are found guilty. Now, of course, there is a difference in the guilt, because the first form of guilt that we find in civil courts was proved via a preponderance of evidence. And then the second form of guilt in a criminal court was proved via, the lack of any reasonable doubt to the evidence. So there's a difference in the threshold of guilt, but still yet you find guilt in civil courts and in criminal courts because the definition of guilt is responsible. Okay? You find people criminally responsible by convicting them, i.e. criminally guilty. And you find people civilly responsible or civilly liable by meeting a threshold of the preponderance of the evidence, i.e. guilty, right? So I'm happy I could describe that concept to you. But see, the thing is you just want to debate semantics. You just want to debate words because you would rather go in a circle with me about words like guilt, liability, okay, responsibility, for like 10 eons compared to actually debating the meat on the bone, which in this circumstance would be what evidence do we have to prove Donald Trump's guilt. And when I went over all of that evidence, I laid it out to you in 3 unique categories. E. Jean Carroll, the evidence she submitted to the courts, Donald Trump, the inconsistencies in his testimony under deposition, and then Trump's character priors, which significantly increase the probability that he would rape a woman because he's the type of guy that would rape a woman due to the fact that he sexually exploited others. Okay? You completely ignored that because you only want to debate semantics. So what is it going to be? Are you going to respond by continuing to debate semantics? Are you going to respond by finally addressing the actual evidence that he did this? Or are you going to respond by going on another 10-minute rant, not about E. Jean Carroll, not about the civil court case, but rather about the fact that you think that we need to be killing little kids in Iran because the Ayatollah is oppressive? Completely irrelevant to anything in which I said. What is it going to be?
It's your house. You tell me. I'll follow whatever rules you want to go by. Go ahead.
Respond to
You
all
wanna
the
talk about
evidence.
Okay, they offered the DNA and they refused it at the end. Is that correct?
So they did not offer the DNA when the discovery period was open. They only offered the DNA after the discovery period is closed. But because of the rules and regulations of courtrooms, unless there's precedent and extraordinarily good reason to reopen discovery after it finishes, they will not do it. In fact, you could read the court documents where the judge says that they are not going to reopen the discovery period for the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll court case because Donald Trump had 2.5 years to submit his DNA during discovery, and he never did. It was only after the discovery period had ended, that he then tried to turn around and offer his DNA to the court.
Did he offer his DNA to the court? If in a criminal court, they would have taken that DNA. In a civil court, prove it.
How do you know that in a criminal court they would have taken his DNA after the discovery period was over?
Because behind every judge, what their big, huge emblem states is the search for truth. So they would have filed a motion, they would have denied it, the judge would have said overruled, they would have took his DNA and searched for the truth.
Well,
So
that's
when
why they have
offered
it.
the
That's why they
DNA
had a 3-year discovery period to search for the truth by allowing the submission of any and all evidence, okay, from the prosecutor or the defendant. And during that
You're going-
3-year discovery period, not at one point, when requested, nearly
done, yeah.
every month, did Donald Trump ever submit his DNA to that courtroom. Okay, not to mention that the judge also denied his evidence after the discovery period had ended because the judge denoted the fact that there's not extraordinarily good reason to do so. Because even if he did reopen up discovery, allowed Donald Trump to submit his DNA, and it proved to be the same DNA on E. Jean Carroll's dress, that would just prove that they've met, not that he raped her. Okay, and that's what the judge said in the court documents, which is why he refused to reopen up the discovery period, because in accordance with common procedure of courtrooms, you have to have extraordinarily good evidence, good reason to reopen discovery, and it essentially just has to be like a earth-shaking silver bullet that would completely destroy the case. Okay, that's the type of extraordinarily good evidence that you have to reopen up discovery. And I also think that this was the strategy of Donald Trump and his legal team, that they never submitted the DNA during the discovery period because they knew it would match the DNA on the dress, and that would make Donald Trump look guilty. So then they only tried to submit the DNA to the courtroom after the 3-year discovery period had ended, hinging on the fact that the judge knew, that there was no extraordinarily good reason to reopen the discovery period, and that judge would be pissed at them because they were asked every month to submit that DNA for 2.5 years, and they refused.
That's like saying, why did it take 3 decades for her to file in the first place? If they're searching for the truth,
Irrelevant.
Dean, they would.
You can't debate. You were just so fucking hard-headed.
Keep interrupting.
I don't know. Should I let you finish, or should I be a dick
Yes.
to you like you've been to me? Yeah, go ahead, finish. I'll be the bigger guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, they offered the DNA. That's a fact. They said no. They didn't accept the fact. Then you're going to go into credibility, and then
Well,
you
don't pivot away from that. Do you accept my explanation that there was clearly not sufficient? There's no good reason for the judge to reopen the discovery period because he already had 2.5 years, and in order to reopen it, there has to be extraordinarily good reason, and there wasn't.
No, sir. I do not accept not
Why?
searching for DNA. Not searching for DNA evidence as a
Why?
as a reasonable thing, a judge, because he's in New York.
Okay, and what does that change about the procedures of civil and criminal courts? What are we doing?
Oh my gosh, that's like 90% Democrats in New York.
And what does that change about the procedures of civil and criminal courts? What are we doing?
That would be like
when I'm telling
going
you
to-
the reasons why the judge refused
I
to reopen
respond?
discovery, this has nothing to do with politics. This has nothing to do with Republicans. This has nothing to do with Democrats. This all has to do with the common and standard procedure of both civil and criminal courts. This has nothing to do with the fact that 90% of people in New York are Democrats. This has nothing to do with the fact that Donald Trump was a Republican. This has all to do with the standard and common procedures of both civil and criminal courts.
Yeah, the procedure in the basic criminal and civil courts is search for truth. That would be like you going to a MAGA jury and expecting something that is going to acquit you. You would be screaming and hollering and say, "This is not going to be fair. I don't want to sit in a courtroom on trial in this."
They have to place boundaries around searching for truth. Okay. The reason why I say that they have to place boundaries around
DNA
searching
evidence is not something that
Oh my
you
God.
shrug off when it's presented to you.
Okay,
That would be something that
exactly.
would be-
It's not. That's why they had 3 years to submit it during the discovery period.
And she had 3 decades to file for this thing and waited.
What do those two things have to do with one another, you idiot? One is
They're
about the
both
standard and common
ridiculous.
procedure of civil and criminal courts, okay, and then the other one is about a woman who, like 66% of other women, either wait 30 years or don't report at all because of rape culture and perpetuators like you that inevitably, once they come out about rape, have their lives ruined, get fired from their jobs, have to relive their traumatic experience, have to re-explain it every single day to their families and friends, have to see it on TV, have to relive it when they're testifying about it in a courtroom, and then have to get demonized and turned into a monolith of the left and then hated on for the entirety of their existence, like you're doing to E. Jean Carroll right now. These two things have nothing to do with one another because in one scenario, okay, it is a legitimate human reaction to negative psychosocial phenomena of men condemning rape victims while uplifting rapists, even when they're found guilty of rape in court. And then the second phenomena of Donald Trump refusing to submit his DNA after claiming he was innocent during a 2.5 year period of discovery, okay, just goes to show that he's probably fucking guilty because he was truly an innocent man. Then he would have submitted his DNA evidence to absolve himself of the crime that he was accused of.
This is the difference between real
Right,
world practice.
and also I want to let you know.
Can I
I want to let you know
finish?
another reason. I wasn't done. It did seem like I was done,
my
and
bad.
so I'm not going to get on your case because it did seem like I was done. The second thing I'm going to say here is the second reason why the judge refused to reopen the discovery period is because of the fact that Donald Trump did not submit his DNA after the end of the discovery period. The judge then rejected the dress as a piece of evidence for the trial. Okay, because the judge denoted that because Donald Trump refused to submit his DNA to the courtroom, the only evidence that it was Trump's DNA on the dress was E. Jean Carroll's word of mouth, because Donald Trump was not willing to either prove that it was or prove that it wasn't due to the fact that he was not willing to submit his DNA during the discovery period. So then once the discovery period ended and then the trial proceeded, okay, and then the dress was rejected as a piece of evidence for the reasons that I just gave, there was no reason for Donald Trump to submit his DNA to the courtroom as a piece of evidence because there's nothing to weigh it against, because the judge had rejected the dress because Donald Trump refused to do so prior to the discovery period ending. Right? That's why it lacked good cause. There was no good cause to reopen the discovery period because there's nothing to weigh the DNA against.
What is the bottom line of a judge and a lawyer and all of the people in the courtroom, officers of the court, the search for truth? When the bottom line of this,
But what is his? How is his DNA going to help us search for truth if we don't have the dress?
Oh my God! You keep interrupting me.
Well, I mean, sorry,
They
you've just
offered
repeated
the
this
D-
5 times. I am going to start interrupting you now because it's the most productive thing to do for this debate, because you just continue to interrupt. Sorry, not interrupt. You just continue to repeat yourself. You've repeated the same line. The bottom line is to search for truth. Okay, well, how would a submission of Donald Trump's DNA to the court after the trial had begun and the dress was not a piece of evidence in that court because it was rejected since Donald Trump wouldn't submit his DNA prior to the discovery period ended, how would that help them in the search for truth? It wouldn't. It wouldn't help them in the search for truth because at that point they had nothing to weigh his DNA against because the dress wasn't a piece of evidence.
Not allowing the dress to be a piece of evidence is something that you would experience in a MAGA court, and you would not find that fair, would you?
The reason why they did not allow the dress as a piece of evidence
Would you,
is
Dean?
because
It's
Donald
yes
Trump
or
did not
no,
submit
sir?
his DNA to the court.
Would you expect a judge to accept your DNA in a MAGA courtroom or not?
Unironically, in the consideration of the lens of the courts, E. Jean Carroll's dress was hearsay due to the fact that Donald Trump wouldn't submit his DNA. There was no substantial evidence to corroborate the claim that it was his DNA on the dress.
If he submitted his DNA at the end of this before the trial was over, all they had to do was what's called a continuance. They would file a motion, the prosecution would cry about it, but flip the script. If you offered your DNA in a courtroom, that's going to change your life. And they said
Wait,
no.
why didn't he submit it when the discovery period was open?
Why
didn't he submit the DNA when the
God,
discovery period was open? No, I want you to describe this. He had 2.5
That's
years to submit it.
irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. Why didn't he?
Do you realize this was called new
It's not
evidence?
answer the question. Why did he not submit his DNA to the court in the 2.5 years following E. Jean Carroll's submission of her dress before the discovery period ended?
New evidence enters courts every day.
You're not answering the
10 hours a
question.
day.
Why did he not submit the DNA for the 2.5 years he had to submit that DNA when the discovery period was open?
That's just as ridiculous as asking why wouldn't she file for 3 decades? It's irrelevant.
Wait. I answered the question. I talked to you about rape culture. I talked to you about the fact that this is going to be a common experience of rape victims because of the social repercussions. I talked to you about how a lot of men will not believe victims, blame them, and then uplift their rapists. I talked to you about the statistic that 66% of women will never report in their lifetimes because of all these facts. So I just answered your quote-unquote identically ridiculous question with a legitimate response. So now I want you to answer my quote-unquote identically ridiculous question with a genuine response. Why did he not submit his DNA to the court during the 2.5 years that he had to prior to the discovery period ending?
Again, that would be something you'd have to go into the mind of Trump to find out, but he did submit the DNA, whether it's in this window or not. We're
doing here.
Their DNA, and they would have run the test on the DNA, and they would have found
You're just
out
being unreasonable.
exactly
You're being
the
unreasonable.
truth.
You're saying that that's something that you'd have to go into the mind to figure out. Well, see, the thing is we could do what is called an evaluation of one's mental state from an objectively reasonable position. Okay, in the same way
No, that's
that
not
in
a mental
accordance,
state.
yes, we can. So in the same way, in accordance with Connor v. Graham and SCOTUS, and the 4th and 14th Amendment, when an officer shoots and kills somebody, okay, well, then we have to evaluate what a reasonable officer in that circumstance would do. And if a reasonable officer, in consideration of all facts, would have shot and killed that person because they truly were an imminent threat to their life, okay, well, then we could say that they were justified in shooting and killing that person, okay, by superimposing the notion, well, what would a reasonable person do in their shoes? So now let's do this thing about Trump. Let's A, assume that E. Jean Carroll was a crazy liar, then B, assume that Donald Trump is reasonable. What would a reasonable person do in the scenario where they're being accused of rape in a civil court and the accuser is lying and the accuser claims that she has the dress that she was raped in you by? Keep in mind, you've never met her, and she claims that it has your DNA in it. Then you have 2.5 years to submit your DNA to the courtroom to be tested against the DNA on the dress that you know is not yours since you've never met her. What would a reasonable person do in that scenario? Would they submit their DNA during the 2.5 years during discovery that they had, or would they not submit their DNA during the 2.5 years of discovery that they had? Tell me. If you don't answer this question, by the way, I'm going to make it clear, I'm going to kick you because you are a irrational, petulant child. Okay, so it is either you legitimately answer this question that completely defeats your argument, because in previous times, okay, when I've had good arguments and really good questions for you that just completely debunk your bullshit, you don't address them. You either call them ridiculous, you either pivot to the war in Iran, okay, or you just go on this long 10-minute soliloquy, inevitably never legitimately addressing the question that I'm asking you. So this is your last chance, okay? If you do not legitimately address this question, I am going to kick you. The question is as follows. What would a reasonable man do if they were Donald Trump in this court case and they were innocent? E. Jean Carroll's a liar, never met her. She submitted a dress to the court claiming it had their DNA on it, and then he had 2.5 years to submit his own DNA to prove his innocence. Would a reasonable man in this scenario submit his DNA to the court during discovery when the court had to accept it, or would a reasonable man in this scenario not submit his DNA to the court during the discovery when he had to accept it? Tell me.
So a reasonable man in the same situation that Donald J. Trump is, you can't set it apart. You got to keep it where he was. Okay? You're going to have to put yourself in his shoes. What was he thinking could happen with his DNA if he handed it over? He is in an arena that you would be in if you were in a MAGA courtroom. You would be thinking the same exact thing because you seem like a genuinely warm and reasonable person. Donald J. Trump was probably thinking, if I give this to them, they could do anything and everything with my DNA. But the reality is, that's probably what he was thinking.
No,
Okay?
it wasn't, because then why would he try to submit it 2 years later? Couldn't they still do anything and everything with it even after the discovery period had ended? Yeah, they could. So this proves that is not the reason why Donald Trump did not did not submit his DNA.
That is probably why he didn't submit his DNA.
So then why was he willing to submit it later?
He did probably.
So then why was he willing to submit it later? Couldn't they have just taken the DNA then and did the same thing?
When he made the terms where I'm going to submit my DNA this way, they offered it to the court and the court said no.
Okay. So, but you're not answering my question. If
I
they could have
did.
if the court could have taken the DNA and like tampered with it during the discovery period, why couldn't the court have taken the DNA and tampered with it when he then later asked the court if he could give them their DNA? Why couldn't they just tamper with it in that second scenario too?
It isn't like they all go sit around in a bar, Dean. They actually have to file motions. They got to prepare motions. They got to say, look, we're
You're
not
not answering the question.
We're not comfortable submitting our DNA to this court.
So then why were they comfortable 2 years later?
This,
Why were they comfortable 2
Unless-
years later?
because they worked out the minutia of how to get it done to where
This doesn't
Trump
make any
could
sense.
actually rest easy.
Okay,
And
what was that
Trump is
minutia?
not I'm sorry?
What was that minutia? What did that mean?
Oh gosh, anything from chain of kind of like they do with ballots. They chain of command signatures. They have things
There's
that
already
go from
chain
one
of custody
person to another
signatures
person to
for
another.
like typical DNA submissions inside of courtums.
If a
Like
person
they're
is
airtight.
in
The
a
reason
situation-
so like in any civil court, okay, if you are requested to submit your DNA to like prove your guilt, okay, then the chain of custody is airtight and there's no holes whatsoever in the process from your submission inside of the courtroom to being tested later in a lab. The reason why is because if there is any holes, if there's any leaks whatsoever that could indicate tampering, okay, well then the defendant's lawyers are going to use that as a reason why the court case should be thrown out.
Do you
So
know how
here's a
many
better question.
DNA
Can you
cases
please
mixed
describe
up?
to me the hole in the chain of custody of Donald Trump's DNA from its submission during the discovery period to it being tested in a lab, okay, during the discovery period? Tell me, what was the hole in the chain of custody?
Your question to me was, why didn't he submit?
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what made Donald Trump
to do it?
realistically not rest easy with the notion of a submission of his DNA during discovery? Can you tell me?
He did submit it, and that's when they went
Not
to
during
the
discovery,
minutia.
dude. I'm asking you what
Yes.
what was the issue with the chain of custody of his DNA during discovery that led to him not feeling comfortable in submitting it? That like a reasonable threat.
What's reasonable is to think that DNA sometimes gets mixed up. You don't realize
Prove
DNA
it.
labs are not
Prove it.
perfection.
So what was the issue with the chain of custody with his submission of the DNA during discovery that led to the
There have been
reasonable
cases
to the plausible thought that it would be a bad idea and he wouldn't be able to rest easy?
There has been cases that have been completely thrown out because of DNA mix-up. You know
Exactly. When there's a DNA mix-up, the case gets fucking thrown out because the defendant's lawyers
Exactly.
argue that DNA mix-up. That's why the process is so airtight.
that. It's not airtight. It still happens.
Then what was the issue? Then what was the issue with the submission of his DNA during discovery? Tell me.
The fact they hadn't worked out the minutia of how to get his DNA from
Okay,
him
prove it.
to the lab.
Prove it. Prove it.
to the
I want you to
court
show me that in the court documents. Prove
in
it.
a safe and
Okay,
fair
cool.
and balanced.
Prove it. What is your evidence of this? Wait,
If you were
what
in
is
a
your
MAGA courtroom,
evidence? What is your evidence?
You would want a video camera.
Can you
of
give me the
DNA,
evidence?
wouldn't you?
Hey, fool, can you give me the evidence?
Well, you're getting into personal insults.
I'll call you a fool as much as I want. Can you give me the evidence?
Yeah, you can. I'm just saying.
Can you give me the evidence?
The evidence of the
Riley,
fact
think
that
of the rising
DNA
key.
gets mixed up is common
No,
knowledge.
the evidence that the process was not airtight because they hadn't worked through the minutia for Donald Trump to submit it during the discovery period. What is the empirical evidence of that claim being true?
The fact that it's 90% Democrats and he didn't trust them in the first place. And they found that and he needs to figure out-
Wait. Were they still 90% Democrats 2 years
combined with-
later when they had worked through all the minutia?
Not when you figure out the minutia. Because it's
So then
ironclad.
then the fact that they were 90% Democrats is not evidence that they had not figured out the minutia during the discovery period. So then what's the empirical evidence that they had not figured out the quote unquote minutia during the discovery period? Tell me.
Because it was just asked for. Do you think this is done fast? This is not something they do. at
This
bar.
isn't evidence. No, I'm asking you
gotta
for
file
empirical evidence.
motions.
I want
They gotta
you to show me.
present
I
to the
want you to
judge.
point. I want
It's
you to
gotta be
empirically point
approved.
me towards the evidence inside of the court documents that when his DNA was requested during the 2.5-year discovery period, that they had not worked through the minutia. Because right now, bro, this is all fanfic. Okay, you're like just
No,
dead ass
it's
like
not.
writing
It's fact.
fanfic.
The fact is, they asked them for the
Okay,
DNA.
I want you to point me to the empirical evidence inside of the court documents to prove that when they had requested his DNA during the discovery period, there was some issue in the process of getting his DNA tested, and which would lead to the reasonable assumption that there could be a mix-up that could result in him being falsely accused, okay, and that being a false match, okay, a false positive. I want you to prove that with empirical evidence, not your words, not with your little fucking fanfic, with legitimate empirical evidence in the court documents.
Sure. The empirical evidence that you're looking for is you got to put yourself in Trump's shoes. You're trying to paint this picture as a normal person.
All right, bro. I'm gonna kick
You
you. Have a
gotta
good one.
realize-
You just can't give the evidence. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it if you guys could please follow the rules. What a joke. On Super Chat, thank you for the $20 Starry. I appreciate you so much, Starry. Let's get 200 Starry W's down below. Starry with the $20 says, quote unquote, just trust me, bro. Dude, his whole argument was a trust me, bro. He was embarrassing, man. Thank you for the $20 Starry. I really appreciate you. Welcome in, Dion. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Donald J. Trump, the president of the year.
Okay, test. Do you have any type of Bluetooth device connected to your phone?
No, not right now. Was my stuff messing up or something? It's not sounding right.
Little
Hold on.
bit of an echo. Maybe try to like swipe in and out of the app. Okay, let me test it now.
Not sounding.
There's still a little bit of an echo. Can you just like turn your phone down a little bit?
Oh yeah, I have my stuff all the way up. That's probably it. You
Yeah,
know?
that probably is. Test? Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna go and thank a couple people. Then I'll pass you that mic, okay?
I gotta look at some stuff.
Static Loop, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean woke up savage as fuck today and I'm here for it, lol. Well, dude, that last guy was just pissing me off. I was a dick to him, admittedly. I was pretty mean. But I think he deserved it. I appreciate you for the $10 static. On Venmo, Jesse, thank you for the $10. Who says, I was raped at 17 and I'm 57 now. I said to my therapist, this is my first time telling anybody outside of my friends and family. Jesse, first and foremost, I believe you. I 100% believe you. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. Man, Jesse, you know this. You've been watching my stream since I had 40 viewers and maybe 300 followers. You have been following along for the journey, and you have always been here. You have always been here, Jesse. Just know that I love you. And, you know, me and the rest of the community are absolutely here for you. Please show some love to Jesse in that comment section. Thank you so much, Jesse. As well as, oh, shit, there it goes. Yeah, W's for Jesse, folks. As well as Kelly. Thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly down below in that comment section. Who, with a $15, says it's called judicial efficiency. If courts don't put time caps on when you can submit evidence, then cases would go on for decades and the courts would get nothing done. Exactly. Judicial efficiency. That's a really good phrase. I'll keep that in mind and remember it forever now, Kelly. Thank you so much for the $15. Bethany, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love, Bethany. I want to see 200 Bethany W's down below. Thank you so much, Bethany. Same thing to Sasha, who says the rape defending is crazy, but hey, man, at least we can land the plane in Iran. Crazy. Thank you for the $10, Sasha. Yeah, that dude was nuts. Abby, thank you for the $15, who says one could only wonder how many other essay test kits might have popped up with a result that had Donald Trump given DNA for the civil case. Ooh, true. Thank you for the $15, Abby. That's a really good thought. Then Jared, thank you for the $25, who says if it had been in a criminal court, Trump couldn't refuse to give up his DNA. He'd be rotting in prison. Right. There'd be even more evidence if it was in a criminal court. On God, Jared. Thank you for the $25. I want to see 250 Jared W's down below. Thank you so much for that love, Jared. Show some love to Jared for the $25. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you, Elizabeth. Z, thank you for the 10, who says, I just want to say thank you for standing up against Trump. Well, thank you for the $10, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream, Z. GG, thank you for the 1. Jared, thank you for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, I was thinking about becoming a MAGA grifter. Is it really as simple as claiming that I love Jesus and hate women and minorities? Easy money, lol, JK. Yeah, I mean, you got to throw something in there about, like, how like men are important. Like, you know, it's like you have to say you love Jesus, hate on minorities, hate women, but then simultaneously like make men feel self-important. So say that men are superior on top of all that, and then you got it. Then you're a MAGA grifter. Congratulations. Sarah, thank you for the $6 on PayPal. I appreciate you, Sarah. Harold, thank you for the $10. Who says much love to you, Dean. Much love to you as well, Harold. Thank you. Please, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Harold. Amy and Lee, thank you both for the 5. And then Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal, who drops a little heart emoji. Dude, Cheyenne, it's so good to see you today, and thank you for the $40. That is so fucking kind of you. I want to see 400 Cheyenne W's. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Huge shout out to you. And then Manavon, thank you for the $17, who says, hearing MAGA trying to debate you on the law is pitiful. Yeah, because they can never win. I appreciate you for the $17, Manavon. You are awesome. Thank you. Natalie with the $5, who says, from Virginia, I voted yesterday. Base Natalie. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. And then Jody, thank you for the 1. I think that we have one more on Super Chat. Nope, we don't. We are all caught up. I really appreciate you guys for the love and support. If you're watching and you want to support me, the stream, and what we do here, then you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, right there, Dean Withers without the E, and then the pin message over on YouTube as well. Okay.
All right.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that a majority of Democrats are against increasing minimum wage?
They're 100% against it. I don't even know why you even...
Increasing minimum wage.
They're 100% against it. And I can tell you why. Because they lobby with groups like... Hold on. They lobby with groups like the AFL. Let me search up another group that they lobby with. Oh, I wish I had this with other ones. Hold on. Hold on.
Wait, would you be willing to bet me $1,000 over the claim, and I quote, a majority of Democrats are for increasing the minimum wage?
Okay, I want to add on top of that.
No, wait. Why would you have to add anything? Why would you have to add anything?
Because that's like a straightforward answer.
Wait, but on that bet right there, would you win or would you lose? If we did bet,
because that right there.
Oh, okay. So you owe Parker $1,000 because that's exactly what you bet with Parker.
You already got it.
So you sent him the $1,000?
So there's on Venmo thing.
Wait, you sent Parker a band?
Yeah, you got to Venmo.
Parker,
you got $80.
I know that you're watching, Parker. Oh, Parker just sent me a text saying that you didn't.
I sent 80.
I don't.
That is good enough.
So you still have some. So you still have some debt to pay.
That ain't no debt. You ain't getting no ban for that. That ain't no real debate.
So you
should have.
lost
If it
and you
was
gotta
on
pay
my
him some
terms
money?
with my actual, if I would have actually made the prompt that we was gonna be debating on, then yeah. But I didn't. That wasn't on my terms.
Listen, just tell us. All right, let's stick to the question. Why do you support Trump as president?
Well, because he was getting the immigrants out, and I'm with the labor union. The labor union, we want our federal minimum wage to go up to $25 an hour, and the DNC don't want to do it, and the RNC don't want to do it, mainly because immigrants are here in our country and they're willing to work for lower wages. Well, they're not really willing to work. Companies exploit them.
Okay,
Companies that are lobbied by, the liberals and the DNC. So,
Perfect. So your claim is you want to deport all the undocumented immigrants because you think if we do that, then we'll see like higher real median wages, right?
Yeah, and we'll stop seeing people be exploited for their labor. But that's not the full
So you just want to stop the exploitation of labor. Perfect. Well, then you should endorse mass amnesty, which would be giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. The reason why I'd say that is pretty simple and very clear. Because the reason why undocumented immigrants are more likely to accept lower wages than residents or citizens is because they have less bargaining power in the workplace, okay? Because if undocumented immigrants don't have a job in 40 of our 50 states, they can't get any federal or state assistance, meaning that if they don't have food because they can't pay for it, they'll die. If they don't have housing because they can't apply for Section 8, they'll die. If they don't have health care because they can't apply for Medicaid and they get a chronic illness, they'll die. If, the thing is because of the lack of social safety nets, they just have significantly less bargaining power because at least when a citizen is unemployed, they could apply for unemployment, they could get food stamps, they could get Section 8, they could get Medicaid, they could get all these things that would prevent their death even if they'd live in like a very bad environment, okay? Now, the second thing that I'll add on top of that is the second reason why undocumented immigrants have less bargaining power is because they don't have long-term survivability in the market. They could be deported tomorrow. So in other words, if we accounted for these issues by offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, giving them access to long-term survivability in the market and limited social safety nets that are also available to other residents and citizens, okay, well then they'd have more bargaining power, so then they'd get higher wages. So in fact, amnesty is the very best way to ensure that we don't have millions of immigrants whose labor is being exploited because they have less bargaining power.
So you're talking about giving them workers' permits?
I'm talking about giving them residency or citizenship.
So just let anybody come across the border and give them complete residency and citizenship as long as they were looking for jobs. That's
well, it's not just
what you
anybody.
want.
I think that people like bad crimes on the records, gang, or like heinous affiliations, they shouldn't be able to come in. But everybody else who's already here as an undocumented immigrant should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship.
So how we're going to protect them people from being exploited by these corporations? That's not protecting this do not protect them from exploitation.
They'd be just as much protected as any other resident or citizen like you or I. And then at that point, then at that point, the exploitation just becomes downstream of like trickle down economics, capitalism without adequate safeguards, and it's not going to be an issue that's exclusive to immigrants.
Yeah, but the corporation CEOs and the managers can still they still can threaten the workers with calling ICE or getting them deported. They still can threaten them. So why would they
can't, because if they're a resident or citizen, they're here legally, which is exactly why I endorse amnesty.
So they won't give them full citizenship.
Well, I'm actually saying that we should consider it, but even if it's not full citizenship, but rather like maybe like a 3-year period where it's residency before they get full citizenship, they still can't have ICE called on them or be deported because
and they
they're
still
legal residents.
can be exploited. That's still giving them a window to be exploited.
Do you think that legal residents are paid lower wages than full-blown citizens?
Wait, can you repeat that? Repeat that.
Do you think that legal residents today are paid lower wages than full-blown citizens?
No, they're getting paid way less, and that's the problem.
Okay. So you think that we should like stop doing legal residency as well?
Yes. As of right now,
wow. So we should deport
wage.
undocumented immigrants, and we should stop legal residency. Okay. So then let's just give.
Hold
let's just give undocumented immigrants full-blown citizenship.
You talk too fast. You talk too fast. Slow down.
Am I talking fast, or are you listening slow?
Again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I said if you have an issue with like legal residency, well, then we shouldn't offer them legal residency. We should just offer them citizenship.
We shouldn't offer them citizenship because we can allow terrorists in. What about that? That's not protecting the border.
Well, how about we like have a vetting process where if we do identify an undocumented immigrant as a terrorist, we deport them instead of giving them amnesty.
How do we identify a undocumented immigrant as a terrorist without
Tina,
being
thank you so much for the
racist, without
Lily the
racially
Leopard. I appreciate you so much for the love, Tina.
without racially profiling them? We can't do that. We can't do that without racially profiling them.
What?
So you can't.
You think
What
the
we're
only
gonna
way
say,
to
we're
identify
gonna say
terrorists
people
is
that's
to
from-
like wait.
Okay, so how
So,
are we
so you're
gonna
so you're saying the
identify
only
them?
way to identify terrorists is to see if they're brown?
No, I'm saying that is
What the
what they're
fuck?
going to do. That is what they do already. That is their tactics already. What do they do? Who do they majority watch every single day? Who communities
Yeah, I agree
get
that there's a
watched for
lot of
terrorism?
racial profiling within
Muslim
that
communities,
process.
right?
But what I'm
It's
saying is
Muslim
like
communities, right?
what I'm saying is like the vetting process for amnesty.
So what are you talking about?
Okay, would
You're
like
trying to
include
pivot away from what you were talking about. I said
I'm not
Muslim
pivoting away from what I
communities are
talked about.
targeted. Cause you're saying that I am okay. Go ahead, finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying.
So I said amnesty good. You said no, amnesty bad because they could be terrorists. And then I said, well, we should have a
No,
vetting
I said
process for
amnesty
that.
not good because it does not protect them. It still gives corporations leverage to say that they can deport them at any time, which will make the workers fearful
you
for
can't
bargaining.
you can't deport citizens. I don't think that you're like tracking.
They're not getting full citizenship with
Yeah,
amnesty.
I'm saying that they should, right? This is like the alternative to mass deportation.
But that's not
we
what
should
they're
do.
doing, though.
Yeah, because instead we're doing a mass deportation where we're just kicking all them out of the country.
Oh my God.
Like, can you agree that like amnesty for full citizenship is better than mass deportation?
That's just choosing an ultimatum. That's just choosing exploitation over.
Can you just
kicking
answer the
people out of
question?
country. That's all you're saying.
Can you
You're
just
making
answer the
me choose
question?
an ultimatum. You're making me choose an ultimatum.
Yes, I am.
Exploitation over kicking people out the country. I'm not doing.
Wait, how is
I
amnesty
want
to give people
get
full
workers'
citizenship
rights. I want
exploitive?
all workers in the United States to get rights.
Can
to
you
get
answer the question?
Federal minimum wage up to $25
Okay,
an hour
bro,
for all
stop
workers in the
grandstanding and
United
just answer
States.
the question.
I'm
Why
not
is it
gonna choose the
why is it
ultimatum,
exploitive
no.
to give undocumented immigrants a pathway to full citizenship?
Because it's still exploiting them. That gives them
Not-
a window. It don't give
it
them a
wouldn't
3-year
exploit them
window
any
before
more
they can
than-
get full citizenship.
It wouldn't exploit them any more than it'd exploit you or me, right?
They can say, because mind you, these immigrants do not know a lot. So these corporations can say we can still deport them,
This
which they
dude.
do.
This dude.
What is you talking about? These are articles you can look up. You can look this stuff up, and this is stuff that happens still to this day in the United States.
Okay,
That's
so
basically modern day slavery,
so
and
what's
you're
preferable?
supporting that.
So what's preferable? A system of amnesty to give undocumented
Oh my
immigrants full
God.
citizenship,
You
and
keep
inside of that
trying-
system of amnesty, we'll also ensure that we tell them that once they're citizens, they can't be deported
I
or
would
mass
support
deportation.
amnesty.
Because
I would-
you told me that you ultimately can't pick one of the two options because you think that the amnesty for citizenship is exploitive. Then I asked you why it's exploitive, and then you said, well, because they're stupid and dumb and they don't know that they can't be deported if they're
That's not what I
citizens.
said.
All right,
That
and
is
I
not what-
disagree with that. All right, whatever. But, you know, what if we account for that form of exploitation by just ensuring that in this process of amnesty for citizenship, we tell them that they can't be deported once they're citizens? Okay, well, now all of a sudden companies can exploit them by threatening deportation because they know that they can't be deported. Boom. Is that system exploitive?
Yes, this is still
How?
leaves a 3-year window. It still leaves a window. They can lie. Corporations lie. They do this stuff. I think the best way to do it is if we gonna do that, you might as well just give them
What 3-year
full
window are you
citizenship
talking
once
about?
they cross. No, if we do that, we might as
Okay,
well
wait,
just
wait,
give
what
them
3-year
full,
window are you talking about?
undeniable and citizenship once they cross the border.
Bro,
the second they cross the border,
what
in that
3-year
case,
window?
that's what we should do.
What 3-year window are you talking about?
This doesn't give them full citizenship.
The form of amnesty that I'm proposing does. I'm asking you.
That's not the form of amnesty that's
but
going to
my-
get pushed.
My question.
your
listen,
opinion
dude,
does not matter.
you're legit. You're legit not tracking. I'm gonna kick you if you continue down this
Your
path
opinion does not
because you're
matter
just as
to-
insufferable as the last guess. So we're talking ideologically here, idealistically. Sorry. Would you prefer
talking
amnesty
fast,
for?
dude.
Okay, if you interrupt me again, I'm just gonna kick you. Last opportunity. Sorry. I'm sorry that like my temper's a little bit shorter with you than it is with most guests. But rolling off the back of the last debate that I had, I have no time for petulant bullshit from man babies like you and the last person I talked to. Maybe if you came into my life before the last guy, I would be a little bit kinder to you. I'd be a little bit more patient with you, and I wouldn't be as like hard and cutthroat with you, telling you that you're a petulant man-child because you've interrupted me a couple times and you've refused to answer my question a couple times. You know, like on a good day when somebody interrupts me a couple times and refuses to answer my question a couple times, I'm a little bit more patient and I work with him. Not today, buddy. Sorry, not gonna do it. Not after that last guess. All right, cry and all you fucking want. Okay, but unless you answer the question right now, I'm gonna kick you. Here's the question. What would you prefer? A form of amnesty for undocumented immigrants that gives them full citizenship so they cannot be exploited any more than any other citizen, or Donald Trump's mass deportation?
If the amnesty gives them full, undeniable citizenship, yes, I would support amnesty. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So who's closer, ideologically speaking, to amnesty, the left or the right?
Neither, because they're not going to push it. Neither one of them are pushing it.
What?
They both are
What?
pushing exploitation.
There was an amnesty bill proposed to Congress under Biden by the left that failed. Dude, the people that
Yeah.
endorse
It did not it did not
the
protect
people
their-
wait. So you think that like the progressive left, okay, is equally far away from endorsing amnesty for full citizenship as the MAGA right is?
Well, in that way, the way you framed it, no.
Okay, so are you on the progressive left? Since you align closer with the ideological goals of the progressive left compared to the MAGA right?
I stand with the labor union of the United States and whatever benefits the labor union.
Okay, well then you
Raising the minimum-
shouldn't support Trump because his economic policy is drastic for the labor union and the average American. Like for example, last year because of his policy, we had the worst jobs report on recorded history since 2003, accounting for recessions. We also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, the worst investment into manufacturing in years after a boom under Biden. Okay, and we had the most layoffs and highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. And we continue to get terrible jobs reports. In February, we lost 92,000 jobs alone. Investment continues to go down. Unemployment continues to rise. Meanwhile, now prices are also continuing to rise, with prices for manufacturers going up by 3.4% in the month of March alone. On top of that fact, Donald Trump's big beautiful bill directly reduced the purchasing power of the working class. Okay, according to the CBPP, the average American making at or under $51,000 per year is damaged a lot by the big beautiful bill. Their purchasing power is going down. Then you have other actions like him taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare. And then the big thing that was really harmful to the working class was his inability to renew a subsidy under the ACA, and which then led to an increase in the premiums from like $300 to $3,000 for 45 million working class Americans. If you support labor unions, which by the way, Donald Trump has supported union busting, if you support the working class, if you support the average American, then you would never support Trump in your lifetime because every single thing he does cooks and fucks over the average American. I'm actually going to give you one last big example, then I'll let you respond to it all. Like take for example, Donald Trump's first year of illegal tariffs. Okay, so the verdict is in. His tariffs raised $166 billion. They were paid for by American manufacturers when they imported goods into this country. But then the American manufacturers, according to Goldman Sachs, passed 55% of the $166 billion collected off to the consumers, i.e. the average American, for a total of $91.3 billion. And now after those tariffs were ruled as illegal, Trump then has started to issue refunds, not to the average American for the $91 billion that they paid, but rather all to these big companies, including the $91 billion that the average American paid. So on top of all the other facts and statistics I've given you about the big beautiful bill, about Medicaid, about Medicare, okay, about the terrible jobs reports, rising costs, inflation, and decreasing investment into manufacturers on top of bankruptcies and layoffs, Donald Trump is also directly taking $91 billion away from that working class that you claim to stand for just to put it back in the pockets of the rich ruling elite. And this is a man that you support? How?
I said I support labor rights and raising the federal minimum wage. You started talking about everything that was bad about Trump. I don't know why you did that. You trying to paint me as a bad person so everybody else think that I'm wrong. That's not gonna work.
No, I didn't just name off random
talk.
things that were bad. I know, I'm interrupting you. I apologize.
You just said just let me talk when I pointed it out. Now you mad.
I know. I admit that I'm interrupting you and doing a bad thing. I take accountability. But just the one correction that I wanted to issue here is I didn't just start naming off a bunch of random bad things that Donald Trump did. It was specifically all the bad things that he's done that has hurt the working class. Okay? That has hurt the people in the labor unions. That has hurt the workers. That has hurt the average American. Those weren't just random bad things. Those were specific bad things designed to target, to describe to you why you are wrong in claiming that the Trump administration is good for unions, that the Trump administration is good for the average American, and that the Trump administration is good for low and middle income Americans.
Okay, well, I simply said federal minimum wage. Federal minimum wage in the United States repeatedly every single time. In 2009 was the last time they raised the federal minimum wage. Our immigrants was not coming across the border. It was coming. Let me slow down. Immigrants was coming across the border at an all-time low in 2009. Now we fast forward to 2015 when they tried to pass another bill for immigrants' rights. Well, the Republicans shot it down, but still, Democrats already knew they were not going to get that bill passed because Obama was in office and the Republicans weren't voting for nothing Obama wanted to do. Okay, then they did another bill in 2025. There was also an influx of immigrants. They tried to raise the minimum wage again. I don't think that bill got passed. I think that was another Democratic bill, which they knew again was not going to get passed. They was simply, I think that was 2021, but they was trying to get passed again. They already knew it wasn't going to get passed because Trump was in office and all that stuff. They already knew it. So, I mean, the Republicans had the majority in the House, so they already knew it wasn't going to get passed. That's another showcase that only time the Democrats ever try to push a bill to raise the federal minimum wage is when the Republicans is in office or have the majority, just to try to make them look like that they're not for the labor union. That's the only time they ever push for raising the federal minimum wage. That's the only reason I stand for that. And if our corporations can pay people less money, they're going to continue to do that. And even if we do this amnesty bill, they're going to find another way. We need to find a way that's better to protect all people, not only people from the United States, but the people who come into our country, not just giving them citizenship off the bat. They need to work for their citizenship. There are people out here who have literally fought to get their citizenship year after year. And like, I don't see how we just going to just let people come in off of nothing. Like,
okay, so the first thing is, you didn't respond to a single point that I made. You are no better than the last guest. I make really good points to dispute your view. You ignore every single one of them.
I just named 3 times the Democratic Party has pushed for the federal minimum wage to raise.
This guy doesn't listen. The reason why
I said 3 times.
The reason why the federal minimum wage hasn't been risen is because of Republicans. Okay, now let me finish my point. So the first point that I'm making here is that I made a bunch of great points for how harmful and detrimental. Can you stop? Like, bro, what the fuck is your issue?
Continue.
Thank you. What are we doing? Embarrassing.
Proceed.
So the first point that I'll make here is that you didn't respond to a single point that I made about how detrimental. Should I kick you? Should I? Like, should I? Like, come on. The last 2 hours of my life has been constituted of children not letting me speak and ignoring my points. Today has been hell for me. All right? Like, this is so annoying. Just stop, bro. Just stop. I know you're capable. Just stop. I didn't interrupt you.
You can go now, bro.
So first point I'll make here is you didn't respond to a single point that I made insofar as why the Trump administration is detrimental to the working class, the average American, okay, and unionized workers. You didn't respond to a single one. You didn't touch on the bad jobs report. You didn't touch on the big beautiful bill. You didn't touch on the deduction of purchasing power. You didn't touch on the layoffs. You didn't touch on any of those facts. You just ignored every single one. Okay, and then you went on a longer rant saying that, well, the Democrats are to blame for not increasing the federal minimum wage. How many states since 2014 have increased their state level minimum wage? Do you know?
That's not helping the federal minimum wage.
Can you just answer the question?
Yeah, but what about the country? What about the states that's not raising their federal minimum wage? What about the cities and towns that's not raising their federal?
The reason why my question is relevant is because it indicates not only where the desire of the party's constituents lie. Okay, we already went over how a vast majority of all Democratic constituents support raising the federal minimum wage, but where the actions of the policymakers that lead that party lie when they can invoke change on the state level because their party controls the state compared to their party not possessing enough control at the federal level to get shit done. So answer the question, okay? Since 2014, do you know how many states have increased their state minimum wage?
I do not know off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I do. All right?
Okay.
There's been 28. There's been 28 states that have changed their minimum wage since January of 2014. Okay? These states include Nevada, Michigan, Arizona, Washington, D.C., not a state, Washington, Virginia, Vermont, Rhode Island, Oregon, New York, New Mexico, New Jersey, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Maryland, Maine, Illinois, Hawaii, Delaware, Connecticut, Colorado, California, West Virginia, South Dakota, Nebraska, Missouri, Florida, Arkansas, and Alaska. Now let's go through those states' political affiliation. Nevada swings to the left. Michigan swings to the left. Arizona swings a little bit to the left. Washington, D.C., overwhelmingly Democratic. Washington, Democrat. Virginia, Democrat. Vermont, Democrat. Rhode Island, Democrat. Oregon, Democrat. New York, Democrat. New Mexico, Democrat. New Jersey, Democrat. Minnesota, Democrat. Massachusetts, Democrat. Maryland, Democrat. Maine, Democrat. Illinois, Democrat. Hawaii, Democrat. Delaware, Democrat. Connecticut, Democrat. Colorado, Democrat. California, Democrat. Should I continue?
You go ahead.
Okay.
Because I got a question at the end, though.
West Virginia, South Dakota, Nebraska, Missouri, Florida, Arkansas, and Alaska, Republican. Okay? There's been over 21 states. Out of the 28 states that have increased their federal minimum wage, state level minimum wage, since 2014, 23 of the 28 states are Democratic. So how the fuck are you going to sit here and tell me that the Democrat Party does not support increasing the federal minimum wage when a vast majority of Democratic voters support increasing the federal minimum wage, and a vast majority of the states that have increased their state level minimum wage since 2014 have been Democratic? The issue that is an impediment upon changing the minimum wage on the federal level is the Republican Party. Either they prevent us from increasing the federal minimum wage by via the Democrats not possessing a supermajority in the Senate, so then the Republicans can block the bill with a filibuster, i.e. you have to have 60 Democrats, or they prevented an increase in the federal minimum wage by possessing a majority in either of the two chambers or both chambers in Congress, / possessing the White House. Okay? But when we account for not having a Democratic supermajority in Congress, or not having a Democratic president, and when we look at more localized governments that do have a Democratic supermajority that can actually get shit done in accordance with the Democratic agenda, we see that they pass laws to increase the minimum wage like 4 times, okay, as frequently as as Republican states. Do you get the point?
100% get your point. But do you know how much they increased the federal minimum wage, though? I mean, their minimum wage from the federal minimum wage? Only $1. Well, no. It's $2.
No.
They only increased it by $2. So yes.
No. Right now the federal minimum right now the federal minimum wage is $7.25. In California, it's $17. In Arizona, it's $15. In Nebraska, it's $15. In Colorado, it's $15. In New Mexico, it's $12. In DC, it's $18. In Connecticut, it's $17. In Rhode Island, it's $16. In New York, it's $16. In New Jersey, it's $16. So you just tried to tell me, okay, that all of these Democratic states that have increased their minimum wage, okay, only increased it by $1 compared, okay, to the federal minimum wage. No, that's not true. That is a significant raise. In many of these states, their state level minimum wage, because of Democratic leadership, is over twice as high as the federal minimum wage. Oh, but then when we look at the minimum wage in super red states like Texas, $7. Oklahoma, $7. Kansas, $7. When we look in North Carolina, $7. When we look in Georgia, holy shit, $5 in Georgia. Okay, $5 in Georgia. That was the most recent initiative of them from 2001. Okay, but of course they still follow under federal minimum wage law. So do you see my point here?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
They increased the federal minimum wage by $2, some $3.
So do you see my point here? Or like the Democratic Party is better for increasing the minimum wage compared to the Republican Party?
Yeah, based off of these facts that you just stated, that would say that. But also, if you look, they only increased it by $2.
So I changed your mind?
They only increased it by $2 and $3. That's not enough for people to survive. People have been asking for them to raise it to $25 an hour. Why haven't they did what the people who voted for them asked for?
So first and foremost, okay, these are not increases of $2. Do you know how to do simple math?
Okay, I'm saying from Illinois. So Illinois went from $12 an hour to $15 an hour. That was a $3 increase.
Okay, $15 an hour. Perfect. Do you know how to do math? What is 15 minus 7?
15 minus 7. I ain't off my top of my head. I got ADHD. You can't ask me that.
You're good.
I got ADHD. You can't ask me. You can't do that.
It's good.
You
good.
know what you just tried to do.
You're good, bro. It's $8. So is $8 equivalent to $2?
No.
Okay, so you were wrong when you said that these Democratic states have just increased the minimum wage by $1 or $2, including the state that you live in, which has increased it by $8, which, by the way, is more
They
than the
only
current
increased it
federal
over
minimum
time.
wage.
They didn't increase it in one bill. Illinois did not increase their minimum wage in one bill.
But the point
It was
still
over a
stands
year.
is that Democratic leadership right
And the
now
Republican
is
was the first to
realistically
increase the
the
minimum wage
only
in Illinois.
party that's actually increasing
know
minimum
that?
wage. Okay? Right? Disproportionately, the Democrats are the ones who are fighting for higher minimum wages, not the Republicans. Okay? Because if the Republicans were the one fighting for higher minimum wages, then there would be more than just 5 out of the 28 states that have increased
seen
their minimum wage since
Republicans was fighting for minimum
2014 that were
wages.
Republican. Then why are only 5 out of the 28 states
I
that have
said
increased their
you
minimum
made me
wage
choose
since
a-
2014 been Republican?
Okay, I said you made me choose an ultimatum between two things. You told me choose the bill that you said. The bill that you said, amnesty, is exploiting people, making.
Okay,
people
now he's back to
basically
amnesty?
slaves.
So wait, now we're just ignoring
You're
wages?
basically talking about making people slaves. Basically, talking about
Bro,
making
this
the
guy's
immigrants
lost.
slaves and
This
allowing
guy's
them-
lost. Dude, guys, his whole point was about minimum wage. Okay?
Yes.
So then I gave him like about a billion reasons outside of minimum wage why the Republican Party is really bad for the working class. He ignored every single one of them and then repeated the point about minimum wage and how the Democrats don't want to increase it. So then I finally caved and I debunked his
Keep
ass,
swinging it to
pointed out how a
Republican.
vast majority of Democrats support raising the federal minimum wage. And when we look at isolated Democratic leadership on the state level that has the supermajority required to increase the minimum wage, unlike the Democrats at multiple points, okay, since 2007 haven't had that same supermajority, okay, what happened in these states? Well, we see that there's been 28 states that have increased their minimum wage since 2014. 3/4 of them are Democratic. And then the one time that the Democrats had a supermajority under Obama, okay, sure, they didn't pass an increase in the minimum wage. They
What
passed
about
the
South Dakota?
Affordable Care Act. You know what I mean?
about Montana, though?
So it's like, please, can you concede that while although no one party is perfect, because it's not like in every democratically run state the minimum wage is a livable wage necessarily, the left is significantly closer, both ideologically and materially, of achieving that goal of livable wages for their constituents compared to the right. Can you directly respond to that? Can we agree that the left is significantly closer, both ideologically and materially, to achieving the goal of a livable wage for every single one of their constituents than the right?
You're saying it like it's a goalpost or something. They literally can just do it. They had the majority when Biden was in office and when Obama
answer
was
my
in
question?
office.
Can
You're
you
saying
please
it
answer
like
my
they're
question?
doing a goalpost or something. Like they're trying to hit a goalpost. That's not.
No, I'm saying that we both agree
They
that a
could've
livable
been- when
wage
they
for
first
everybody is a
raised the
goal.
minimum wage
You're not
on
answering.
every-
You're not answering my question.
You're jumping.
You're not answering my question.
I'm
saying.
answering the
I'm saying that both you and me agree that the livable wage, okay, is the goal that we want. Both you and me agree that neither of the two parties, Democrats or Republicans, are perfect. Okay,
That's not
I'm
what
just
you just
simply
said.
asking you. Okay, is the Democrat Party significantly closer
not what you just
ideologically
asked.
and materially to achieving our goal of a livable wage for all of their constituents than the Republicans? Yes or no?
And the way you frame it and you reframed it, yes.
Okay, so then you
It's
redact your
literally the
support
only
from
thing you
Trump.
keep saying, but they're still not doing it with $25 an
But
hour.
they're
They
closer.
don't want
They're
to raise it
closer to
$25 an
that
hour.
than the
They've
Republicans.
been
So you're not a Trump supporter, right?
simple. They
But
if they wanted to
in
raise it to
consideration of the fact,
$25 an hour,
but
they
in
would've
consideration of
did
the
it when
fact that
they
the left
first
is
did
closer,
the-
you're not a Trump supporter, right?
Can I say it? Can I say it real quick?
I just
say it
want to
real
know. I just want to know because we agree that the left is closer to what we want than the right. That we're not on the right. Okay? Can we agree?
No, that's not what it means.
Okay, so then here's a follow-up question. Tell me why, even though the left is significantly closer to what we want than the right, you're on the right.
Because they're pushing for immigrants to stay here and be exploited. I said when I first came here, my position
So it
was
has nothing to do with the minimum
from
wage
working-
argument?
That's everything to do with the minimum wage argument. You can't ask for minimum wage. Okay, never mind. It's cool. You can't ask for minimum wage.
Undocumented immigrants
just like in
that are in
19
a undocumented immigrants that are in a very democratic place, like DC, for instance. Okay, they have to get paid at minimum $18 an
And
hour.
African-American
But the
communities, just
undocumented
imagine.
immigrants that are in very red states, okay, like Texas, they have to get paid at minimum $7.25. Okay, right? So can we agree that undocumented immigrants who are in red states are significantly like more exploited than undocumented immigrants who are in blue states, even if undocumented immigrants in all states, regardless if they're red or blue, experience some level of exploitation?
This.
Yes? Okay, so then why do you side with the...
You can't say that. You
What?
basically is trying to say somebody is worse or worser. Who is worse or who worse?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Why
Can
the
we-
Republicans is worser?
Wait, so
Like,
you
what does that-
so wait,
what does
so
that
you
make
don't
sense? They
think
both are
that an
exploiting
undocumented immigrant getting paid
They're
$18 an
exploiting
hour compared to
immigrants. What is you-
$7 an
what is
hour
you
is better for that
debating?
undocumented immigrant?
Okay.
Would the material conditions of an undocumented immigrant be better if they're getting paid $18 an hour or $7 an hour?
It'll be better if we actually help their country instead
Just
of going
you're
over there.
dodging. Bro.
Instead
You're
of us
dodging.
going over
You're,
there in
you're
Europe
legit
to go
dodging.
help y'all
You're
white
legit dodging.
countries, we
You're
should stay over
legit.
here
You're
and
legit.
help
You're legit
our-
dodging. Answer the
our
question.
native people
You're
over there.
legit dodging.
Yes.
Answer the question. Would an undocumented immigrant be better off if they're getting paid $18 an hour or $7 an hour?
I think it would be better off if we help their country.
You're dodging.
Yes.
Either answer the question or get kicked, buddy. Last opportunity. And dude, by the way, legitimately, this is your last opportunity. I'm gonna kick you if you don't answer because this is unfucking real. Would the material conditions of an undocumented immigrant be better if they're getting paid $18 an hour or $7 an hour?
It would be way better if they got paid $18 an hour.
Thank you. So we could agree that the material conditions of undocumented immigrants are better in Democratic states than Republican states. So why are you a fucking
They're
Republican?
being forced labored. Because they're being forced labored. I don't want to see no people being forced labored because they're
Forced
in my
labored?
community and I see this stuff happen.
Wait.
Unlike
Forced
you, they
labor?
don't live in your gated
Wait.
community. Sorry, but I see this
When
stuff happen on a day-to-day basis. Immigrants are being exploited. They're being exploited by these corporations, and you don't see this because you never had a job. You probably haven't had a job in a long time, so you don't get to talk to people like that. But I can tell you this: immigrants, corporations
Okay.
like Amazon, corporations like.
But wait. Do you agree that the right also exploits undocumented immigrants just more?
No, they
Wait,
both
so you-
do the
so-
same thing.
Wait, so
They both
you
getting
so you
lobbied
think
by
that the
same
right
corporations,
is
though.
just
So how is that
equally?
possible?
Wait. So now you've yielded a contradiction
They're
because
being
you did
lobbied
it.
by the same
You've
corporations.
yielded a contradiction. You've yielded a
Okay.
contradiction. The contradiction is as follows: you're simultaneously affirming that the left treats undocumented immigrants better than the right, while also simultaneously affirming that the left does not treat undocumented immigrants better than the right because they're treated equally by both parties. Now, you affirmed that the left treats undocumented immigrants better than the right when you said that undocumented immigrants in blue states get paid more than undocumented immigrants in red states.
But they
And
still
then
get
you
treated
affirmed
less.
that the left does not treat undocumented immigrants better than the right. When you then went on to argue that they get paid that they're exploited just as much by both parties. That's an explicit contradiction.
How is that a contradiction? If I can't agree that they're both parties is doing the same exact things. If they're both,
Because
okay,
you
then
affirm
say
that
for
they're not
instance, if
doing
they
the exact
both-
same thing.
if
You
the
you
both
affirm that the
people- if the
material
corporations
conditions
is donating to the
you
Democratic
affirmed.
Party.
Listen, you affirmed
How?
that they're not doing the same
How?
thing. When you said that you agree that the material conditions of immigrants in blue states are better than immigrants in red states, that means that the two parties are not doing the same thing. And that the left comparatively
about
to the right
Minnesota?
treats them better.
What about in Minnesota?
We're talking about holistically with a comparative average. Comparatively, across the country, on average, undocumented immigrants get paid significantly more in blue states than red states. So because of that, it is true
that's
that in
not-
comparison to the right, the left treats undocumented immigrants better.
Okay, then let's not go off the state federal minimum wage because some states, towns don't even follow their federal minimum wage. So what about that?
Okay, then prosecute them. The fuck?
Well, Illinois don't do that, and JB Pritzker know that happens. So what?
Okay,
Them
so
is
you,
Democratic
okay,
states that
so you're
allow
saying,
that
Dean,
stuff to
let's
happen.
pivot. You're saying, Dean,
Where's my
let's
money,
pivot.
buddy?
Oh my God.
Hey, buddy, where's my money? Where's my
you got
grand?
your
Where's my
$8.
grand
That's all
right
you
now?
getting.
Venmo, PayPal.
That's all
Where's
you
my
getting.
grand?
You did not win that argument. You said
You didn't send me anything. Where's my grand?
because you didn't win the debate.
I
You
did.
still
You
ain't proved.
conceded
You
on the
still ain't
live.
proved how the immigrants don't affect the federal minimum wage not being raised. I proved to you in
Wait, that's not what
2009.
the bet
I
was
proved to you.
about.
Wait.
The
I
bet
proved to
was
you in
specifically- hold up.
2009 that the immigration
Hold
rates
up.
was lower and they raised the
Hold
federal
up.
minimum.
Hold up. The bet was specifically
Okay.
you saying that a majority of Democrats did not support federal minimum wage increase, and I was telling you majority of
Yeah.
Democrats do support that, and you disputed that, and then I proved you wrong. All right, I gotta get
No, you
going
did
now.
not.
I just came up there to troll you. Like, dude, you owe me
Okay.
$1,000. Send it Venmo, PayPal.
Take care,
Hey
Parker.
Dean, I want you to pull up the article he told me to
Listen,
read.
listen,
please,
listen,
please
Santana.
pull it up. Please
One
pull this up and read the
Santana,
first page.
if you want to quickly have a moment to say something to him, feel free. I'm done with this guy. He's very bad faith, and he's very bad faith. He's very disingenuous, right? Like, I gave him my points about why the right is so bad for the working class. He then pivoted away from those points that I gave to wages. I then gave him the points about why the Democratic Party is better for wages than the right, and then he pivoted away from that point to undocumented immigrants being exploited. And then I described to him how, well, comparatively, the left exploits undocumented immigrants to a lower level than the right. So then why are you on the right? And now he's trying to pivot away from that point by pointing out that some cities, don't abide by the minimum wage. But then if I were to respond to the point that some cities don't abide by minimum wage, then we'd go on to say, well, this doesn't just impact undocumented immigrants. This impacts everybody, regardless of their immigration status. And this doesn't just take place in blue states. It takes place in red states, predominantly like Georgia, where people working at universities are legit getting paid $5.10 an hour, even though the state minimum wage is $7. Even though the federal minimum wage is $7.25. And as soon as I tell that to him, he's going to pivot and run away from that too. So he's pivoted and ran away from every single point that I made on the live the whole time he's been on the live. So I'm going to kick him. But Santana, you said that you did want to say something, so feel free.
Yeah, just really quick. I've been listening to him run. Hey, Dion, when was the last time that the federal minimum wage outpaced the cost of living?
In 1980, it was when Reagan was in office. He messed it up.
Right. And so Reagan is the one that perpetuated the myth of trickle-down economics, which there's been comprehensive studies showing that trickle-down economics does not work, but it's something that Republicans continue to perpetuate. So when you talk about even having the ability to raise the federal minimum wage, the roadblocker is that Ronald Reagan, someone who most Republicans deem to be the greatest Republican president of all time, has put this in place and has continued to keep the federal minimum wage lower while the actual corporate tax rates have gotten more cuts due to Republican presidents. Everything that you're saying as far as being able to increase the federal minimum wage or improve workers' rights have been stymied by the Republican Party. Or even you can talk about the fact that Donald Trump specifically is a union buster, right? Let's not forget that he and Elon Musk laughed about that on Twitter Spaces prior to the election of how they enjoyed busting up unions. So even if you say that you're someone that actually cares about improving the standards for workers and federal minimum wage, nothing about your support says that.
Did you hear what I said in my argument, though? I was saying that.
I'm sorry. I just want to let. I'm not going to let this go on for a long time because I'm done with this fool.
No,
but Dion, if you want to respond to him, feel free.
I just
Would you
want to
please?
ask him.
No. Don't ask him anything. Respond to the points that he made. Go ahead.
All right, but Will, you're right. Reagan did destroy the economy, and the Democrats have been trying to raise the federal minimum wage. But what I was trying to get my point across as was they had the option when they raised the federal minimum wage in 2009, when they tried to raise the federal minimum wage in 2015, they had the option to raise it to $25 an hour that we asked for. But they chose what? $15 an hour. They knew that wasn't a livable wage. They knew by 2020 we weren't going to be able to. That wasn't going to be a livable wage.
I think the issue that you keep parroting is, even though, like, I will grant you that, but the issue is that when you look at the two sides as far as who's done anything and who's fought against everything, you're aligning yourself with the party who's fought against everything. So even if that wasn't good enough, then you should side with the Democrats and force them to do more. You should be pushing the Democrats because they've shown that they're willing to do something versus the Republicans who are showing that they're unwilling to do anything. That doesn't make sense to side yourself with someone who goes against it versus someone who just didn't do enough.
Yeah, like you are co-signing yourself to the party that has never wanted an increase in the federal minimum wage since the $7.25 was introduced. Okay, you're spending your time shitting on the Democrats, which I in one sense appreciate, because we need to make the Democratic Party better. We need more sensible, more reasonable, more progressive voices to take over. That starts with genuine good faith critique. Okay, but my issue with you is that you're a hypocrite. Because you're not in good faith critiquing the DNC while aligning yourself with progressive politics and rejecting people worse than the DNC like Trump. You are critiquing the DNC while then aligning yourself with something worse than the DNC like Trump. It is so hypocritical.
That's just counterproductive. At this point, it just sounds like you're complaining about it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Dean, I appreciate you having me. I've been listening this entire time. It's you've had a day.
Dude, it just... I appreciate you for coming up, Santana. You have a good one, okay?
Yeah, I'll see you. Yep.
You take care. Yeah, man. I mean, it's just like one of those days where everybody we talk to is just impossible, guys. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, only up inside of that queue. Like, I really do hate days like this. It's because, like, people don't come up here for, like, genuine, like, conversation. They just come up here with their preconceived biases and notions in which they find to be the case, in which they're unwilling to change, regardless of the critique, to demonstrate that it's bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like every couple days we run into some shit like this. At least like 2 or 3 times a week. This is how the stream goes, and I unfortunately expect the stream to continue on like this. It's just ridiculous, man. It's just like, dude, you're human, be a human, okay? Be susceptible to being proven wrong, okay? And just recognizing that your view is incorrect. And they don't have the ability to do that. It's ridiculous. Joe, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
36.
All right, Joe, I'm going to go and take a minute and thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic to you. Thomas, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Thomas. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, man. That is a lot of money, and I'm so very grateful for you. Let's go ahead and see 500 W's for Thomas down below in that chat. Like I said, man, thank you so very, very much for the love and support. You are awesome. 500 W's for Thomas. As well as CT Hull, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, CT Hull. On PayPal, T, thank you for the $5. Then Riley, that is REILLY. Thank you for the $30 donation. Who says, Dean, I'm on the right, but I hate Trump and don't like where the Republican Party is heading. I know that you don't like most Republican values, but what do you think those like me can do to get the Republican Party and politics in general to be more civil and respectful? Yeah, definitely by just rejecting people like Trump and like low-key hopping over to the left. I think that might be your only option at this point, Riley. The reason why I say that is because with champions like Trump, I don't think that the Republican Party is going to get healed overnight. And I think the only way that the Republican Party could heal is if they just lose all of their electoral support. Okay? Right, that's like the only way at this point. Okay, like we found ourselves in a conundrum where the disrespectful, violent have taken over the GOP, and the only way that the GOP could ever come back is if they lose all of their support, then recognize that they have to completely change their model from the ground up. But I really appreciate you for the love, Riley. Show some love to Riley down below in that chat. Then Marina, thank you for the $7. Who says, I've been watching every day for 2 months. Holy hell, Marina. That is awesome. Thank you for the support. Sienna, that is SENNA. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Sienna. I'm going to go to keep that message to myself because it is a little bit shocking, but just know that I'm really sorry that happened to you. And thank you for the $15. Then same thing to Cheyenne. Thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Cheyenne did not attach a message to the love. Just send it right on through. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. You are very, very kind. Please show some love to all of the donors down below in the chat. I'm so very grateful for you guys, and thank you so much for the continued love and support. We have a couple people to thank here over on Venmo real quick. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Who says, this whole critical we are using the immigrants false flag BS excuse is so old. They don't give a crap about that. I know for a fact immigrants work in construction, make good money, mostly because Americans don't really want to work or the lack of skills. Well, thank you for the $10, Amanda. Ashton with the $10 as well. He says, when you got annoyed at being constantly spoken over and interrupted, I couldn't relate more. I teach high school, and this is my life on a daily basis. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, you know, unironically, I think like the closest experience to what I go through every day talking to these people would be like a high school or middle school teacher like in class. You know what I mean? Like, dude, because they act like kids. Thank you for the $10, Ashton. Summer, thank you for the $5. Then Sarah, thank you for the $20. Who says, my 18-year-old just voted yes on VA's redistricting amendment. So proud. That is awesome. I really hope that it passes. I really hope that it passes. Thank you for the $20, Sarah. And then Jared, thank you for the $25. Who says, I love it when your guests say that you speak too fast. On VODs, I play back at 1.5 speed and can comprehend everything just fine. I mean, to be fair, I do at some point speak pretty fast, but, you know, it is what it is. Thank you for the $25, Jared. And then Kathleen, thank you for the $5. One more for now on Venmo. This just came in 18 seconds ago from Joseph. Thank you for the $25. Who says, again, for putting up with idiots, I love your command of logic. Well, thank you, Joseph. I hope that you're having a phenomenal day today. I know that you're always in here hanging out with us, and I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Joseph and all of the other supporters. Thank you guys so very much. Now, Joe, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support the deranged lunatic who's claimed to be God, threatened genocide, attacked the Pope, praised Allah on Easter, and passed some of the worst policy we've seen in modern American history. Tell us.
I waited over 70 guests to tell you, fuck you and Charlie Kirk's a better debater.
Yeah, but you didn't come up here to debate me because you're scared? I know it. It's fine.
No, you had a Discord about Charlie Kirk's death where you celebrated it. And then you tried to publicly put out a video to cover your ass, like people cared about your viewpoint on it, when the whole time you prayed upon that day to come.
Yeah.
because you lost a debate. You're a child, man. You cannot lose a debate and lose it formally. And you sit here and you
I expect
talk
that
about
he's
this
going to
shit
leave
civilly.
after this, by the way.
You-
Expect
you
him to
sit-
leave. Run away. He's going to run
No,
away.
I'm not going to leave. No, I'm not going to leave unless you kick me. I'm good to stay. I have nothing but time to talk to you about this. I've been wanting to talk to you about this respectfully. Well, disrespectfully. Respectfully, of course.
Then go ahead.
No, that's I'm good right there. I'll land right there, and you could respond to any point you'd like. But at one point in time, you'd have to address the fact. I'd like you to address the Discord.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it just never happened. So that was a lie that older millennials spread by just saying it. There's no evidence of it.
Screenshots and all.
Yeah, no screenshots of it.
Oh, the viral ones that I saw were like, oh wow, and this guy was crying.
You're just straight up lying.
Okay, why did you go to crying?
Wait, can you
about
show me?
Charlie
Wait.
Kirk?
No, we're going to stick on the Discord topic. Don't pivot. Show me the screenshots.
Okay, cool. No, I don't. No, I don't have those screenshots
Because they don't exist.
Well, when I was on social media, I was seeing it. I was like, did this guy really create a Discord to like pray on the downfall like that?
But trust me. I was like even staying up to date with like the commotion on social media about that Discord. No one ever produced any screenshots anywhere on the internet.
Bro,
You're just
and then
telling a
to
lie.
produce a video like where you're like artificially tearing is like
Yeah.
crazy. I was
You
like,
want to
this
move
guy-
on. You want to move on to that, but you won't talk about the Discord anymore, right? Because you know that it's a lie.
No, like if there's no Discord, fine, I'll concede.
Oh,
but I just
okay.
thought
Thank you for
if
the
there-
concession.
I would
Okay.
hope you'd have the balls to admit
Perfect.
to something like that.
Perfect.
Had it been real.
So now that you've conceded about the misinformation that you spread about the Discord, what's the
if
next
you're
question
saying
you
that
have me? Have for
if
me?
you're Hey, listen. Like I said, civilly we can discuss this disrespectfully and respectfully. Okay, we can exchange pleasantries. However, like I said, if there's no Discord, cool. I'll concede to that.
Yeah, thank you for conceding. What's the next question?
If that is the truth, I just don't know if you don't have the balls on this camera, or if there's I don't understand.
Yeah,
how
because
4
you believe in
million
things
people-
without evidence. That's what you do. You don't have any evidence of that. You just heard it from OM. He's a chronic liar. By the way,
Okay, then
honestly,
how did you go-
OM's
then how did you go so-
TikToks. Oh, by the
how
way,
did you go so anti-
OM's TikToks. I just want to point this out, everybody. OM's TikToks are actually a great source for fact checking what's true. Because if you listen to the older millennial, just know that the opposite of whatever he says is the truth. Great fact checker. Okay, we love.
Okay,
Joe.
so
He's
how
a
did your
great
stance
fact
go
checker.
from anti-Charlie Kirk to pro-Charlie Kirk once he passed?
My stance has always been
the
anti
smirk
Charlie
is
Kirk.
great. The response
Including
is
when he
crazy
passed.
to that.
But listen, let me clarify this. My stance has always been anti-Charlie Kirk, including when he died. Okay, when he
Right, but you
died.
made a tear
Can you let me
video
finish?
and
Can you let me finish
crying
speaking?
about-
Can you let me?
crying
Can you
about
let me finish speaking, Joey? Is that possible?
Oh, you're irritated that this is when
No,
Dean
I'm just
gets
asking.
mad.
I'm just asking you to let me finish
This
my
is when
sentence.
Dean
That's all.
drops me. This is when Dean drops me. Expect him to do that, guys.
I'm just asking you to let me finish, man. That's all I'm requesting? Is that fair? I think it's fair.
I just don't think it's fair that you posted an artificial tear video for a guy that you're anti-post-mortem.
I was just about to explain that, but you won't let me.
Go for it.
Thank you. So your first allegation was that I went from being anti-Charlie Kirk to being pro-Charlie Kirk. No, I've always been consistently anti-Charlie Kirk, okay? Now, what you're claiming to be me representing pro-Charlie Kirk values would be the fact that when he got killed, I cried. Okay, but I didn't cry because I liked who Charlie Kirk was as a person. I didn't cry because I had a revelation that he was right all along. And I didn't cry because I'm a performative grifter that's secretly MAGA. All right? Like, some people on the internet have said. I cried because I saw a video of a man who, regardless of the fact I didn't like him, I knew personally getting his jugular split open in front of a crowd of 500 students that also contained my best friend who was less than 20 feet away, who then called me the moment it happened with a FaceTime where he was running away and screaming, thinking that it was a mass shooting event. All right? And honestly, the more time that goes on, I truly believe the only people that don't get it are either rage baiting or like children. A lot of children don't get it, or really dumb.
What do you
but
mean
I feel
don't
like,
get it?
one moment, I'm almost done. I feel like if you're not rage baiting, if you're not under the age of 18, and you're not incredibly unintelligent, you have personally met people in your life that you really don't like at all. Yet, if you saw a video of their jugular getting blown open while your best friend witnessed from 20 feet away thinking they would be next, you would show some emotion. All right? And I understand the disconnect from me and a lot of the internet, because a lot of the internet never met Charlie Kirk in person. A lot of the internet didn't humanize Charlie Kirk, which, by the way, is fine. You don't need to humanize fascist freaks, okay? But I didn't have an option. I didn't opt into humanizing him. What humanized him for me is the fact that I met him in person. Okay? That's not something I can do to change. That's not something I will ever be able to do to change. And seeing a video of somebody I unwillingly humanized because I met them in person, getting their jugular split open in front of my friend, clearly, at the time I was also 20, invoked an incredibly strong emotional reaction. But in summary, that did not make me Charlie Kirk. That just made me human.
Yeah, I'm not buying that, bro. I hear that for your followers, but between mono and mono, I'm not buying it. If you're anti, be linear, bro. Like, if I don't like you, I'm not going to wait till you post more and make a video like I like you or I care that you're gone. I'm going to say it. I humanized you in that democratic bullshit. I'm not doing it. I'm not buying that. I'm saying that's for your followers, and that's not how you really feel. And I'm telling you that man to man. And
I lost followers over this. You're coming from the perspective of somebody on the right. You understand this did not land well with the left. This isn't something that I got brownie points from. One second. This is not something that I got brownie points from people on the left. This is not something that my fan base applauded me for. This is something that a minority of my fan base completely left me for. This is something that people still flame me all over the internet for until today. And this is something that a majority of my fanboys just kind of ignored and moved on with because they understand how, that wasn't representing any positive, reflections of my thoughts on Charlie Kirk. That was just a moment of expression from Dean that shouldn't have been on the internet. Frankly, right?
Because
I don't understand the argument that you're making. Okay, because you're not one of the people on the far left or on the left at all that is like, oh, Dean, you're secretly a Republican grifter because you secretly love Charlie Kirk, and I know that because you cried for him. Okay, you're on the right, and you're saying that I performatively cried for Charlie Kirk, even though I hated him and would never cry for him on my own, to resonate better with the internet. Bro, it was by far my largest public controversy of my career, and it will likely be my largest public controversy of my career for the future too. Okay, I will likely never receive more. I will likely never receive more backlash than I did on the day Charlie Kirk died. I will never receive that much backlash
because your
again.
video was so fake and so obvious. But I will say this,
that's not even what the backlash was from. The backlash wasn't. No, let me clarify. I need to clarify. Okay, I'm going to clarify this, and then I'm going to let you speak. The backlash that I received wasn't because people thought that I was fake crying. The backlash that I received was not from people on the right. It was from people on the left who acknowledged that I was really crying, but just misinterpreted the reason why to mean that I liked Charlie Kirk, compared to me just having an uncontrollable and unexplainable human reaction to watching somebody I met in person
because it polarizes the problem with the Democratic Party. Because it shines light on the Democratic Party. You say that you're so humanitarian, and then you say, "Well, I humanized him, so I cried. It brought up strong emotion. I was only 20." Okay, cool. But then every emotion that you excrete on your stream, you go against when you make a video that says, "Well, he's human, so I cried." It's like, bro, I'm not picking on you for crying. Cool. What I'm picking on you for is that you make a video that's so, oh, Charlie Kirk, and then you try to dumb it down for your followers and saying, well, guys, just trust me, it was only because he's human, he got his jugular split. It just seems really artificial. That's all, bro. But at least Dean, I will give you this. In front of a lot of people, you stood here and you sat and you stood to your ground.
What would my motivations be for fake crime?
I just don't like how you're.
Why would I performatively
First of all,
cry?
your following would be your motivation because your following.
But that hurt my following.
And it's going to always hurt your following because.
So why would I choose to do something that I know would hurt me?
Because that's how internet you're stuck on, bro. You live here, you live
right.
here.
Okay, but I would only choose to hopefully do things that would help me, right? If I was this performative grifter, wait 1 second, don't performative fake people only choose to do things in which would help them? Why would a performative fake grifter choose to do something that would hurt them?
Bro, it sheds
That's the question.
light.
You
It
can't
sheds
answer.
light on your entire conflicted party. You guys are
That's
so
the
weird.
question you can't answer.
You are literally left
You have
and
no
right.
way to answer that question,
Dean,
so then you're like,
telling me
oh,
my-
Dean,
you're
I don't
telling
know
me
why
my
you
question, but you're not
performatively
realizing
choose
what
to
you
do
did
something
as-
that would hurt you. You're
Dean,
just
you don't
weird.
even know why you did what you did was a foul, bro. And I'm telling you, you had left foot in and right foot out, bro. You're crying over him being a human, but you go against everything that human stood for. You did not know him other than meeting him, you said, and you didn't like him then, and you didn't like him post-mortem. So like you're standing on that, but then you had the other foot saying, well, he was human, and it was just terrible. I had so much emotion. I was 20. Bro, when I was 20, I seen 4 bags. So it's not that big of a deal. And just because it's Charlie Kirk, it's not that bigger of it any more great. It's not, you shouldn't make it that
Okay.
you shouldn't make
Yeah.
it that.
So if you didn't think that it was that big of a deal when you watched people that you knew, regardless if you liked them or not, die in a public scene with 500 people screaming around thinking that it was a public shooting, including your best friend, that's fine. I just had a different reaction than you.
Bro, I don't mind
Right?
your reaction. I
Right,
don't,
and there's no problem with that. Let me clarify that. There's no problem. Okay, if you personally know somebody, if you watch them get shot in the neck, experience a bloody fast death, regardless if you hated them, and they had 500 people around them, including your best friend, that thought they were next, and you cry, there's no problem with that. Zero. Absolutely no problem
Again,
at
bro,
all.
I don't have
And
a
you're
problem.
accusing me of having 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because, like, while I cried and acknowledged the reasons why I'm crying, which is what I just described, I simultaneously continue to shit on Charlie Kirk as a person. Okay, well, that's because death doesn't glorify a bad person. Okay? You don't go from being a terrible person that endorses child torture like Charlie Kirk did, arguing that if his 9-year-old daughter was raped and impregnated, he'd force her to deal with that bodily mutilation because he thinks that abortion is always wrong, even in those circumstances. Okay, you don't go from being evil to being good when you die. All right? Like, what does
Dean,
dying
I can agree on
change
that, but
about
could I ask
what
you a
he
question?
stood for when he lived?
Do you think
Dying
bad
doesn't
people-
change. Dying doesn't change anything about what you stood for where you live. Also, tyranny in the chat, you are legit a bot. There's unironically somebody in the chat saying on the left, "Oh, you cried for him even though he was a terrible person." Tyranny, you have a low IQ. You are stupid. Okay? I did not cry for him because of anything that I stood for. Oh my god, I just described this. I feel like I've been going crazy for the last year straight. You're legit a bot, Tyranny. I cried once again, as I just described 4 fucking times, okay, because I saw somebody I knew, regardless of the fact that they're bad, die from getting their jugular blown open, while my best friend was on FaceTime with me screaming, saying he just watched Charlie Kirk's jugular getting blown open, running away because he thought he was going to get shot in the back of the head next. Okay, so Tyranny in the chat, you're a fucking idiot. And Joel in the live, you're a fucking idiot too.
Fuck you,
What's the
Dean.
response?
Fuck you, Dean.
Yeah, you
That's
could say
it,
fuck
bro.
you,
But
Dean.
at
You can't
least
say I'm
but
wrong.
at least
No one
but
can
at
say
least
I'm
you
wrong.
stood on your business, and at least you had a conversation with me, so I'll give you that.
Explain to me
man-to-man.
why I'm wrong. Explain to me why I'm
Well,
wrong.
I told
Something
you, and
nobody
you
could
refused
do
to
on the
acknowledge it
subject.
because you can't. No, I told you, and you refused to acknowledge it because you can't, because the subject matter was too harsh, bro. It would take your following away. You're doing this for gifts, bro. You're grifting, bro. Like, you don't feel this way because if that logic, by your logic, also, I've seen your streams. You don't believe that bad people should deserve good. You don't believe they deserve good outcome. I know where you stand. So if you felt that.
You just got a restriction. Listen, buddy, you just repeated this. So I had to kick you because of your restriction. Oh, listen, buddy, you just repeated the same point that you made earlier. Your argument was, okay, that Dean, like, this is the perspective from the right, that Dean was a performative grifter and he cried to, like, get more accolades and attention from the internet to, like, get, like, resolve from his fan base. But, buddy, that's just not what happened, okay? Right? That's a reason why, like, that argument from the right that, like, Dean performatively cried for Kirk fails, okay? Because if I was doing a performance, then I wouldn't have cried because that would have resolved better with my audience. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, it would have, okay? Right? You can't argue that I'm simultaneously a grifting performer and argue that I'm doing things that would be bad for the fan base. Okay. Somebody else in the comment section just said, would you cry for Trump? No. I've never met the fucking guy. Plus, he's, like, terrible. Like, hell no. No, I've never met Trump. No, hell no. That's crazy. No. Plus, now I'm, like, really desensitized from what happened to Kirk. I'm so fucking desensitized from what happened to Kirk. Like, unfortunately, I'm now going to live, like, the rest of my life being really desensitized to watching people, even people I knew, okay, get their necks blown open. That's just how it is now. That's how it is now for me in my life. Somebody else said, but Kirk's terrible. Yeah, he was a fucking asshole. He was so terrible. Not a single tear was shed because a terrible man died. Okay. The tears in which were shed came from the fact that I watched a terrible man die, and I'm not desensitized to gore, and I knew that terrible man personally, regardless of the fact that he was a terrible man, and my best friend was 20 feet away thinking he was next. Ugh. How are y'all not getting this? I'm going to deal with this for the rest of my life because of 3 buckets of people. Rage baiters, children, i.e. minors under the age of 18, that don't have their brains cognitively developed to the extent of being able to rationalize the world around them, okay, because this topic is nuanced, and then idiots. I will live the rest of my life seeing this in comment sections on like 10 Dean hate videos a day, hearing this from guests and seeing it from commenters because of those 3 categories of people. And clearly, as you guys can see, it gets to me because it's like losing my cool there. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right. Yeah. If you guys could tell, it has really started to get to me. After seeing it for a year. It has really, really started to get to me. It's never going to go away either. And honestly, I think I just have to live with that. Maybe that is just a part of what it means to be an influential creator with a large platform. You know? I think that's just a part of it. I think a part of being an influential creator with a pretty large platform is forever seeing misinformation onset by idiocracy, rage baits, and kids because their brains aren't developed enough to understand nuance. And that's just going to exist on the internet forever. It's never going to go away. And that's unfortunate. But let's go and hop back into the debates about Trump. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Here we go. Dude. You know what? Kirk won the debate, folks. All right? I was on his ass too. He was scared of me. No, he won because he said, fuck you, Dean. I'm going to ensure that you live the rest of your life in perpetual rage bait. He took the final W. Hey, welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Hey, Nick. Hey, Dean. I hope you're having fantastic days. Yes, I do support the Republican Party.
Okay, yeah, but do you support Trump?
I will say yes, but not completely. I have some disagreements.
Okay, so if the election was held tomorrow between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why?
Yeah, I think he has a better plan for the country than Kamala.
Okay, so Kamala Harris's plan was what? Tax cuts for 120 million working Americans, ensuring that you could only pay like $2,000 a year out-of-pocket costs for private pharmaceuticals, ensuring that women and girls could access health care. Donald Trump's plan is what? Oh, take people's health care away, take people's food stamps away, take their purchasing power away, break the Constitution, break the law, and then start a needless war in the Middle East that's resulted in the material loss of life, war crimes through the destruction of civilian infrastructure, threats of genocide, and then the highest gas prices has increased in a month since the Vietnam War. Okay, how is his plan better?
Okay, you said like 100 different things. It will be impossible for me to address anyone. I can address anyone that what you think you want to talk, or I can tell you what is important to me.
No, I'm just asking you why you think his plan is better.
I like the immigration
policy. Yeah, what is one quantifiable material outcome of Donald Trump's mass deportation been?
I don't understand what you're trying to get from the question. What would be a good answer for you?
When you say that you don't understand the question, are you saying like you don't understand the way in which I'm framing it? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just asking you to name like one positive way Trump's mass deportation has helped this country.
Let me tell you my issue.
What can you
So,
answer my question? What's one positive way it's helped the
I
country?
think it will allow fairness within a small businesses.
Can you please repeat that? My apologies.
It will allow better fairness about cost within the small business sector.
Okay. So, better fairness for small businesses. What do you
Mhm.
mean by that?
Let me give you an example. My wife used to run a cleaning service, and we were doing great in an area. We were getting customers. It was fantastic. Then Biden came into power, and borders got open. And what happened was, well, some dudes show up with different companies with 7 ladies who clearly were from Mexico with 50% of the cost. And the problem was that I needed to pay several different insurance that for me was impossible to compete. So we
Okay.
have no option to close the business.
So the first thing I'll say here is it seems like on the larger scale, this is just an issue with capitalism, like low key. This is an issue with the dictation of the free market. Because in the free market, okay, firms compete with one another and firms try to undercut one another. Now, we should attempt to prevent firms from unfairly undercutting one another within the free market by regulating the free market. And those regulations would look like standards for minimum wage, legal obligations for possession of insurance, so on and so forth. So if you're telling me that you were undercut by another company, well, how exactly did they undercut you? Let's evaluate the way in which they undercut you to see if it has anything to do with immigration or if it's more so just a natural dictation of a free market under capitalism, and therefore you're critiquing capitalism, not immigration.
As I said, I already answered that piece.
Can you? I think you did. I wasn't tracking.
Let me address your question. To be, you asking, you think you blame the capitalism here. Let me address that one.
Can you just tell me how this other firm was undercutting you? You said you already answered it. I wasn't tracking. Can you answer it again?
They didn't pay the insurance that was required.
Oh, well, then they broke the
avoided all
law.
that.
So the issue is with illegally breaking the law to not get insurance, not immigration. And the remedy to that issue isn't to deport a bunch of immigrants to send them to be tortured and seek out unconstitutionally, but rather just for like more enforcement on businesses illegally breaking the law and not abiding by set forth regulatory requirements such as the possession of insurance. So and when you see a company, okay, that's breaking regulatory requirements, like for instance not possessing insurance, you have 2 options, and let me tell you what they are. The first option, when you're being cut by a firm doing illegal things, is to do those illegal things too. The second option, when you're being undercut by a firm that's doing illegal things, is to call the proper authorities and tell them that this firm is doing illegal things, so then they get shut down. There's no magical solution of a third option that, if we just deport all of the black and brown people, there'll be no more firms doing illegal things. That's like, what are we doing? That's not a magical third option, because guess what? We get rid of all the brown people like Trump wants to. All right. Well, then all of a sudden you still have firms that are just not run by the brown people that are still going to do those illegal things by not abiding by the regulatory requirement of insurance. So it seems like your only option here isn't to support deportation, okay? Isn't to engage in the illegal things yourself, because then you're putting your own ass on the line, but rather to call the relevant authorities and report the fact that they're breaking the law. Boom.
Let me address those 2 points for a second. The first one is, you said, well, if it's
I just don't know if you were listening to me, because you were trying to overspeak me the whole time. But if you were, take it away.
I was trying to answer, but look, if you want to speak at the end, no issue. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The first one is, you said something about if they do something illegal, I should do something legal. I'm sorry, but I don't think that that's correct.
Bro, I didn't say you should. I said that's the first
as I
option.
said. So I in my case, I prefer the law. Yes, I understand your point. So that one. Now, reporting, yes, it was an option, but the reality is this: what you have is companies. What you have is companies that, I come in. Let me just put some numbers up, and of course they're fake. Oh, I could charge $1,000 for cleaning you, and the other comes $800. I'm getting fired. I find out about the company. At that point, I already broke up. My company's dead. So to do something is not important. To me, it's not really capitalism the problem. To me, the problem is that we have people that they're not documented. they cannot have the protections that citizens or other people with documents can have who can demand the salary that they deserve. So I rather
But
that
this
we
wasn't
close
about
the border.
salary. This was about insurance.
As I said, if they're protected, they can say the law demands that you, employer, get me the workers' comp.
Oh,
Because,
okay. So they actually have identical labor protections to citizens. Fun fact, and that's because of the third. It's because of the third clause of the 14th Amendment. The third clause of the 14th Amendment is the Equal Protections Clause. Okay, the third clause of the 14th Amendment ensures that all workers in this country, regardless of their citizens, residents, or undocumented immigrants, okay, have to receive the same benefits, i.e., same minimum wage. Okay, same health care if they're working over the table as a W-2 employee on a work permit for an undocumented immigrant that any other citizen would. So if you see a company that's employing people under the table, okay, that's not giving them workers' comp if they get hurt on the job, okay, that's not being paid a minimum wage, that's not an issue with immigration. That's an issue with a firm breaking the law, so you should report that firm.
Well, and I repeat, as you said it, illegal immigrants, they fear to have. Yes, I agree with you with the law says that. I agree that even if you're illegal, you should get everything of that. I agree 100% with you.
So then report that violation of the law, because guess what? Ultimately, undocumented immigrants aren't the only people with profit incentives. Okay? You report all the undocumented immigrants, then you're going to have some citizens that are paying people under the table because they're also incentivized for profit, regardless of what the regulatory guidelines say. Sure. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So for me, I think it would be easier if the government either makes the legal process easier to get in, because if at the end of the day, we need farmers, we need people for cleaning, we need all that, dude, make it easy. So they can apply and get the green card or whatever process, and they avoid illegal immigration and they get all that. So my point here is, we already have it, we need to enforce it.
Okay. Listen, my point in response to you is, in order for you to make the argument that we should deport undocumented immigrants because it creates more competitive firms that undercut your firm, is if the reason why they're more competitive and undercut you is not breaking the law, okay? Because when a firm is breaking the law to undercut you by paying undocumented immigrants under the table, the issue isn't the fact that the people they're paying under the table are undocumented. The issue is the fact that they're paying somebody under the table regardless if they're undocumented or not. That's a violation of the law. The solution there is not to endorse mass deportation. It's to endorse more supervision and exercision of authority over firms that break the law to undercut you. All right? Because the thing is, you told me to let you speak. I'm going to tell you to let me speak. Is that fair?
Sure. Finish your thoughts.
Okay, because the issue with this is, if the Better Business Bureau, the federal government, states governments, and local governments, okay, are not enforcing regulatory guidelines, like ensuring that companies are giving insurance to their employees for workers' comp, and then you think the solution is mass deportation, okay, well, what happens after we do a mass deportation? We still don't have a federal, state, and local government that is correctly ensuring that all businesses are giving their employees insurance and workers' comp. So now that the undocumented immigrants are gone, that same firm is still going to exist, and they're still going to undercut you, but instead of paying undocumented immigrants under the table and not giving them insurance, they're just going to start paying citizens under the table and not giving them insurance. Right? So clearly the solution here is to advocate for stricter regulatory guidelines and ensuring that businesses are meeting those regulatory guidelines on the state, local, and federal level.
It will be easier and cheaper to do it by being enforced the immigration policies.
No, it'd take longer and be more expensive, because that costs $2 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, plus the $1.1 through $1.7 trillion worth of economic contributions they make themselves. And then second of all, you're just completely ignoring the second 50% of my argument. My argument is that mass deportation doesn't fix the issue. Okay? Because the issue isn't the undocumented immigrants.
I agree.
The issue. Oh, well, okay, then you just contradicted yourself. Because you just said that better immigration law is an easier and faster way to fix the issue. But then you agreed that, no, stop. Stop!
answer my
No!
point?
No! 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 You said that immigration law is the easier and faster way to fix the issue, and then you went on to say that you understand immigration law won't fix the issue.
I never said that. Okay,
You just
so
said that.
Can I explain my point?
Last time I'm going to let you explain your point before I kick you.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
sir.
It's been every guest for 3 hours, and
Look,
I'm fucking
I
over
have
it.
been trying to be as nice as I can with you. I'm not trying to be mean. Yeah, I noticed the previous conversation. They suck. You know, I'm sorry for that. So what I'm saying here is this. There's 2 points that need to address. Now, mass deportation is not going to fix the immigration issue. You're right. What mass deportation address is one of the benefits that I mentioned is it removes the ability for companies to hire labor who are not willing to fight for higher wages because of the fear of deportation.
You're now
So
changing your argument for the second time. The
That's-
first time around, your argument was we need to do mass deportation because firms aren't buying insurance. The second time, your argument was we need to do
can I
mass
finish
deportation
my
because they're not giving their employees
thing?
workers'
Allow me
comp.
to
And the third
finish.
time around, your argument is we need to do mass deportation because undocumented immigrants get paid less on average. You've changed your arguments 3 times. You went from insurance to workers' comp to real median wages. Go ahead.
Okay, so as I said, being specific here, you know, the mass deportation is going to address the competition of business. That's one of the benefits. Now, what fixes the immigration is enforcing the laws, the borders laws. We shouldn't allow people crossing the border without papers. If you do that, if you maximize that, which is what Trump has been doing every time he got into, that is the immigration issue will disappear.
Okay. First and foremost, Trump isn't fixing any immigration laws. He's just doing a mass deportation. You will, and you have never seen Donald Trump advocating to make the legal means of entry into this country faster and better and less expensive, so then undocumented entry is disincentivized. You've never seen him do that. He's never, at not one point in his first term or second, advocated for better immigration laws. He doesn't. He just does deportation. And the reason why we see lower levels of undocumented entry today isn't because of better immigration laws. It's because he's scaring new undocumented entry away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants who are already here. So when you said that what we need to do is fix immigration laws, oh shit, you're no longer talking about Trump. All right? And I agree with you. We should fix the immigration laws. They fucking suck. Now, the second point that I'll make here is you've changed your arguments 3 times because you're worming around, dude. Okay? At first you said you support Trump and his deportation because your competitor is undercutting you by not getting insurance. I debunked that. Second, you said you support Trump and you support his mass deportation because undocumented immigrants aren't getting workers' comp from their employers. I debunked that. Now, you've reshifted your third argument into you support Trump and you support mass deportation because undocumented immigrants have a lower level of bargaining power to get higher wages from their employers, so then their employers could offer their services or goods for lower costs to the consumer, undercutting of the American firms that hire Americans and will inevitably have to offer their goods and services at a higher cost to the consumer, therefore they are undercut. Okay, I'll debunk this one too. You're right. Undocumented immigrants do get paid lower wages on average. They don't have long-term survivability in the market. They could get deported tomorrow. They don't have access to state or federal benefits. So if they don't have a job, they die because they don't have food or shelter. Unlike citizens that could claim unemployment, that could claim food stamps, that could claim Medicaid, that could claim Section 8. What's the solution? Not to deport the undocumented immigrants to where their material conditions will be worse off. Okay? Not to deport the undocumented immigrants so then our economy will be worse off, but rather to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so then they have long-term survivability in the market, they can't be deported, they have access to social safety nets, so then they have just as much bargaining power as you or I, so then they'll get paid the same wages as you or I, so then that competitor that's hired undocumented immigrants to undercut you won't be able to do that anymore because they'll be getting paid the same wages as you.
I think your idea is too simplistic. And let me explain why. what what I believe you're saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is hey, look, we do some amnesty, we make the people who are right now legal, right?
Yeah.
And that will prevent companies to hire for minimum wage, stuff like that. 100%. I think that's a part. The issue that I have is we still have the problem of illegal entry. So you make 10 million. Let's assume right now we take every single
This is
illegal right
just
now.
a solution for the undocumented immigrants who are already here. I did not give you my proposed solution for further undocumented entry. So
Okay,
so
I
right
want
now
to hear
you're
that part.
yeah, making the legal means of entry into this country as fast as possible, because 99% of undocumented entry isn't done by people that wouldn't be able to get through the legal means of entry. It's people that don't want to get through the legal means of entry because they take too damn long. Okay? So if we make the legal means into this country as fast and as affordable as possible, then we will disincentivize 99% of undocumented entry. Now, for that 1% of undocumented entry that would remain, that would be for those who genuinely would not be able to get through the legal means of entry, meaning that they would be vetted, found to be a bad, violent criminal, and tossed out. So then the only undocumented immigrants that we'd be left with would actually be the bad, violent criminals. Okay, so then we abolish ICE, and then we reform a department focused on undocumented immigrants with those bad, violent crimes on their records, with the gang affiliations on their records, and we go and we get them. If they've committed a crime here under our jurisdiction, we find them guilty, we throw them in jail. If not, we deport them. That's what we do.
I disagree with the time because I came here through the immigration process in the United States.
Okay, yeah, then you should know that the immigration process takes 20 fucking years.
It took me less than a month to get the entire process done. So
It took you less than a month to become a citizen?
No.
Okay, so then it didn't take you less than a month to get the entire process done.
Of the United States. Okay, let me explain now. I want to be honest with you.
Thank you for clarifying that you were not being honest with me when you said that it took less than a month to get the entire process done. Thank you.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Please. So I came here to get the visas. It took me about a month. It took me 10 years to get the green card. And at the moment, I think this year I will be able to apply for my citizenship.
Oh my God! You just proved my point. You, sir, have been going through the process for 10 years, and you haven't even gotten to the point in the process to apply for citizenship.
What's the issue with that?
What's the issue with that? Dude, by the time you get citizenship, i.e. give it another 10 to 15 years, I mean, 20 to 25 years?
It will be next year. I mean, if everything goes well, it will be next year.
When you apply for citizenship, how much longer after you apply for citizenship do you think it'll take to get it?
If my research is correct, about 7 months.
Okay, so 12 years in total for you to become a citizen, right?
Yeah, I mean, truth to be told, I half of that time it was me being an idiot. I should have pushed for that harder.
Okay, well, unfortunately, sir, it wasn't you being an idiot. It was the system serving to your disadvantage. Okay? To make you seem like you're being the idiot. Meanwhile, you're trying to work with an archaic bureaucracy that won't tell you what the fuck to do and doesn't let you know that you have to, grease the wheel yourself to push it along. Sure.
And
you know what I mean? Right? But anyways, my point is, I do have an issue. I do have an issue with the whole 12 years thing. I don't think it should take 12 years.
And I can tell
I don't think it should take 12 months.
I'm with you.
I think it should take 2 to 3 months. It takes 4 months to get top secret level security clearance in the FBI or CIA. There's no reason why it should take 12 years for somebody to become a citizen.
If you ask me, I think 5 years is a reasonable number.
Okay, but do you understand that some people don't want a better life in 12 years? They want a better life now.
As I said, I know that you can get the process done within 3 years.
That's not what happens.
No, don't happen with me.
Listen, here's a really good analogy for it. I know that if I really wanted to, could maybe eat 10 cheeseburgers in 10 minutes. I could see how a human could realistically eat 1 cheeseburger a minute. But if most humans tried to eat 10 cheeseburgers in 10 minutes, they would fail because they physically can't. just like the vast majority of means of legal entry into this country, will never take 3 years. That is just simply not how long it takes. And then for, maybe...
What is the average? Do you know the average time?
Like I think that you're the average time, 12 to 20.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. That seems to be kind of high. In my case, as I said, I feel that I waste 5 years. But you're right. To give your point, maybe the system should have pushed me a little bit better. Hey, Dean, look, I have things to do. I love talking to you. It was great. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, bro, you take care.
Perhaps
Have a good one. I appreciate you for coming up next. You take care, man. Trump supporter, by the way. Jeez, by the way, the Trump administration is deporting legal immigrants. Wanna let that one be known. Also, bro, watch what you say on the internet, Nix. Be careful, okay? If I ever change your mind, make sure not to admit it. All right. We saw Mahmoud Khalil get thrown into an ICE detention center for 4 months because he voiced an opinion that the Trump admin didn't like. All right, be careful, bro. Be careful. If you do come up here to have another chat with me, be fucking careful, because the president that you support, may throw you in a nice detention center for it. And that's not even a joke, because it's fucking happened. Mahmoud Khalil, great example. Also, something else that really needs to be talked about is how the Department of Homeland Security and the immigration processes in this country are really able to stress test the Constitution for immigrants going through the immigration process. Does the First Amendment guarantee you the right to free speech for everybody? Yeah, it does. Does an immigrant going through the immigration processes have the right to say whatever they want? No, they don't. Why? Because if they say something the administration doesn't like, guess what? They can't be thrown in jail for it because of the First Amendment. But maybe they could have, their application for their green card or citizenship revoked. Maybe the administration in power can claim that they incorrectly filled out this one little detail on their application for the green card 10 years ago. You know what I mean, dude? It happens. Let's go to thank a couple people here. Thomas, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Thomas down below. Thomas, you've been supporting me like hella recently. I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Thomas W's. Thomas with a 50 says, Dean, today I turned 25. I want you to know that despite me disagreeing with some of your debating methods, you're an inspiration. It's good to know that that a good chunk of my fellow generation are not okay with the current state of things. Fuck Trump. I appreciate you so much, Thomas. Yeah, I'd assume that the debating methods that you likely disagree with would be me losing my cool sometimes. And admittedly, that is something I do quite frequently. Thank you for the $50, Thomas. Same thing to Jay Blade. Thank you for the $20. Who says, use this to get yourself a bottle of wine after the stream. Unwind with your girlfriend and Momo. I think you need it after today. Well, thank you for the $20, Jay Blade. Show some love to Jay Blade in that chat. And that is very kind. Thank you so much. Oh, on PayPal, thank you, Cammy, for the $14. Who says, just finished Frankenstein. Thank you for the recommendation. So good. I know! Right, Cammy? Oh, it's so good. Thank you for the $14. You're awesome. SJ, thank you for the $20. Who says, sending love. SJ, it's so good to see you today. Thank you so much for that love, SJ. And then Link, thank you so much for another $200 donation. Wow! Link, that is so kind of you. Let's get 2,000 Link W's down below in the chat, because that's insane. Thank you so much, Link. Holy fuck. Dude. Link with the $200 says, Dean, I'm a philosophical debater. I debate ethics and often do meta debating, but holy, I've never gotten a headache like this stream. Even Jill never gave me a headache. First and foremost, Link, that's cool. Second of all, that's because the people that you debate are likely more intelligent than the people that I debate if you do a lot of philosophical debates. And although it can be difficult to win a debate against an intelligent person, it is impossible to win a debate against a dumbass, okay? Because at least the more intelligent people, although if they disagree with you and they have compelling reasons why, ultimately hold to the goal of seeking truth, all right? And a lot of unintelligent people are not necessarily bad people, right? So I'm not saying that they despise the goal of seeking truth. They just don't know how to. And that's the issue I face on my live all the time. Thank you for the $200, Link. That is very, very kind of you. Ashley, thank you for the 2. Shay, thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the 5. Camille, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys. Then Brooklyn and Ashlyn, thank you guys for the 5. And then Monovan, thank you for the $10, who says you didn't need to explain yourself about Charlie Kirk. Everyone aside from MAGA gets it. I don't think everybody aside from MAGA gets it. I'm going to be honest with you, but I appreciate you, Monovan. Dylan, thank you for the $5. And then DD, thank you for the $10, who says the backlash you get for this is crazy. It's okay, Dean. Anybody with more than two brain cells can understand. Well, thank you, DD. And then Dominica, thank you for the $20, who says, sorry about the shitty guest today. Well, that's okay, Dominica. They've been pretty bad, though. I appreciate you. Show some love to Dominica down below. Same thing to you, Camille. Thank you for the $10. And then Autumn, thank you for the $16, who says, your work gives me comfort. I lost my dog Xena last night, living back with my abusive mother who sleeps on soundly on a Trump mattress. Oh, I'm really so sorry to hear that, Autumn. We had to put down the family dog a couple of months ago, and I genuinely do know how hard that is. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much for the love. And then Joseph and T, I appreciate you guys for the $5. We're all caught up over there, folks. I think we had a couple people to thank on Venmo. And then, by the way, guys, we're going to be doing something super, super exciting. MAGA Mom joining up in 5 minutes here. Hannah, thank you for the $10, who says this guy is going through the process and still agrees crazy. I went through this with my ex-husband. From no papers at all to citizenship took 10 years. Slowest process ever. I know, Hannah. Thank you for the $10. That sucks. Michael, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. I appreciate you. I hope you're staying safe. Megan with the $5. And then Joseph, thank you for the $25, who says, Dean, you're human. You have every right to feel what you feel without an apology. And please know that you are loved and far supported from near and far. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Joseph. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to you, Sarah. Thank you for the $10. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you. Who says, as somebody who's had the honor of meeting you in person, it infuriates me when people question your motives. You're such an amazing person with a big heart. I witnessed your compassion and humility when I met you. Thank you for being you. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. That is beyond kind of you. I feel like I'm probably a bit nicer IRL than I even am on my streams. Katie, thank you for the $25, who says, in a world full of loud men with microphones, it's nice to hear one worth listening to. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, Katie. Damn, that's a really nice compliment. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Katie down below. Same thing to Nina with the $20, who says you're allowed to feel your feelings and fuck anybody who says otherwise. Thank you for the $20, Nina, and the very kind words. Then Ivy and Sarah, thank you guys for the $5. And then Sal, thank you so much for the $30, who says, do kick people who are being disingenuous and not willing to answer your questions honestly and admit their contradictory ideas. They are trying to waste all of our emotional energy. Hope you have a better day. I mean, isn't there like something for that? Like where the fascists will try to like wear you out, you know? They're trying to wear me out, dude. Thank you for the $30 Sal. Let's get 300 Sal W's. And then Chris, thank you for the 25, who says, thank you for everything you do, man. I'm running an ultra this weekend. Wow. Wish me luck at Kenyon's 100K. First thing I'll do if I finish is shit on the right. Chris, you are a madman. You are a madman, Chris. That is so cool. An ultra 100K. I can never do that in my life. Good for you. And then we have one last donor to thank for now, Joseph. Thank you for the $25, who says, again, for putting up with idiots. I love your command of logic. Thank you, Joseph. Show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. I'm so very grateful for you all. Holy crap. If you do want to support this stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. All right, folks. We have a very interesting debate next up. We will be talking to MAGA Mom. Now, you probably don't know them by name, but chances are you have seen them on your For You page. Let's go ahead and pull up their content and take a look in the minute or two that we have here before we get them pulled up into the live stream. We're also going to get this pulled up over on YouTube. Fantastic. Let's take a look. So you've probably seen this account before. It's a son who will ask their mom questions about the state of American politics. Let's see what their response is. Let's take a listen into one of the videos.
What do you think about Trump falling yesterday?
He did not fall.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He did not, Nicholas.
How did he not fall? It's on the news.
It is not on the
Yes,
news.
it is. What do you think about Trump falling yesterday?
So there's one example. That video right there has 6 million views. This one has 7.5 million. This one with 5. Now, it looks like this video's them asking their MAGA mom about Nick Fuentes. Let's see what she has to say.
What do you think about Nick Fuentes, mother?
I think I agree with him on some things, but other things, he's a radical nut job.
Like, Well, do you agree that he hates Trump? Like, do you agree with that? Of course you don't.
That's a nut job.
But you think all his other ideologies and everything is good?
Not all of them.
But most of them.
Some of them.
Yeah, whatever. That's disgusting.
Okay, so this is who we're going to be talking to here in the next minutes. Maybe I wish I would have taken a better look at, the book of all the videos to get all of her political takes. Let's watch one more before we get them up.
What do you think about Trump being in the Epstein files again, Mother?
Look, Epstein so wanted to be Donald Trump's BFF, and Donald Trump shot him down.
I think they were dating, personally. That's my... No.
Donald Trump.
This sounds funny as hell. Okay, all right. Well, let's go and get them up, folks. I'm going to send the invite now, and hopefully we'll be able to change his mom's mind. By the way, I want to put it out there. You guys are going to witness maybe some unorthodox methods of me, because my singular goal is to change her mind. Now, you may hate me in the moment of. You may see what I'm getting at. Just trust the process. Hi, welcome in.
Hello.
I have been very excited to have a conversation with you. How's your day going?
My day has been great. How about yours?
Well, my day's been okay. I started it with nice breakfast, went to the gym, got a good workout in, came home, ate some lunch. Now I've been on live. I'm going to be honest, a couple of the people that I've talked to today have by far been pretty tough. So, I mean, I haven't been in that good of a mood, but I'm trying to cheer myself up to talk to you. Should I address you by MAGA Mom, or is there something else that you'd like me to refer to you as?
No, MAGA Mom is fine.
MAGA Mom is fine. Perfect. Well, first and foremost, I had the opportunity of talking to your son. He seemed pretty cool, so it seems like, you're doing something right, Miss MAGA Mom. Same thing with, what he was telling me about. I mean, I won't share it on live since it seemed personal, about what you were doing before 8 today. Just know that, that's really admirable. And I love, people who care about their parents is what I'll say, to be elusive enough so nobody else knows what you're doing, but direct enough so you know what I'm saying. Now, clearly on this live stream, we have conversations with Trump supporters, and I'll be transparent. My goal is to try to change your mind, because I truly believe in my hardest of hearts that, partisan politics aside, Trump is bad. Bad man with bad policy that should not be in politics. But I want to give the floor to you. If you want to tell us why you disagree, or even if why you support him, I'm open-minded, all right? And I'm just here to seek truth. So take it away.
If you want to know why I support Trump, Trump is a businessman, and that is what our country needs. Our country needs someone to run it like a business. Mm-hmm. Getting back to like the old way. People working, not everybody on welfare, not everybody living off the system. I just like Trump.
Okay.
I don't agree with everything Trump does, and I think he needs to stay off Twitter, and he needs to tone it down, and nobody likes to hear how great he is, including me. But he does do a lot of good things, and he does have a big heart.
Okay, big heart. Sounds good. All right, let's go through those. So, your first point, saying that he's, a businessman. Okay, he definitely is. He owns a lot of businesses. He's a billionaire. He's a businessman, that's for sure. And you said that, our country needs a businessman, so, our economy could be thriving again and people could be better off. Now, listen, I couldn't agree with you more by saying that I think the survival and flourishment of the American economy is of utmost importance, because it directly impacts the quality of the lives of you, me, and everybody else around us, 100%. But I don't think this businessman is the man for the job. And I say that because even though he has all this business experience, owns a shit ton of them, that hasn't translated into real material results for you and me. All right? when we look at the outcomes of his tariffs, of his trade wars, of the big, beautiful bill, we don't see the economy getting better. We only see it getting worse. Last year, in 2025, in fact, we had the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions because of the instability and insecurity created by the big, beautiful bill and his tariffs. We also had the highest level of unemployment and the most layoffs since the pandemic. And we've only seen a decreasing level of business investment into our manufacturers for every quarter he's been president, when it was only going up and up and up under Biden.
I agree with you on some of that. But, I go back to like thinking when Obama was in, we were forced to take Obamacare. And we were told we could keep our insurance that we currently had. That didn't pan out. I wish Trump would work on healthcare reform. That would be great. I used to work in healthcare. Jobs, there are a shit ton of jobs out there. But nobody wants to work because everybody's got their hand out for the government to help them. I mean, we see it in our area. Do I think Trump needs to tone down? Yes. I agree with you on saying, sometimes he does not seem like the right man for the job. But for the most part, yeah, unemployment is terrible. And the tariffs, I think the tariffs will take a long time to work to our advantage. I mean, we're just getting into that now, and it's in a big uproar. But I think if he could have had his first term without lawsuits and staying in court, we would be in a lot better shape than we are now. But he couldn't be a president his first term because the Democrats wouldn't leave him alone.
Yeah. Okay. The first point I'll make here in response is I claim the reason why unemployment is going up is because businesses are going down. You're claiming the reason why unemployment is going up is because of the work ethic and morale of our citizens is going down because of social safety nets. I'd say there's a way we could determine who's right because we can't both be right. One of us is right and one of us is wrong. Do you agree?
I agree. I mean, everybody's got their opinion.
So here's the tool that I would use to determine who's right. Layoffs. Because if somebody is losing their job because they got fired, that's an example of a person that wants to work but isn't. Right? That's not an example of somebody that's freeloading off the government. They had a job, they got fired. And last year, we saw the most layoffs since the pandemic. 1.3 million layoffs. So I think I'm right on this one, that unemployment's being driven by companies going down because a lot of the unemployed people that are increasing the unemployment rate are not unemployed because they're freeloaders, but unemployed because they got fired from their job. And another data point we could also use to prove this, is the fact that we also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010 last year. So it wasn't just like companies were getting larger and becoming more productive and didn't need their employees anymore because they replaced them with automation. The companies went out of business. 1.3 million layoffs and the most bankruptcies since 2010. Companies are going out of business and people are losing their jobs and the unemployment rate is going up.
Okay, now, why do you think these businesses are going out?
Good question. So the first reason why a bunch of manufacturers went bankrupt last year is because those manufacturers were reliant on two things. The first thing would be not importing the goods that they sell, because they're an American manufacturer, but rather importing some of the raw materials they would use to create the goods they sell. But then those raw materials jumped in price by like 20% overnight. The raw materials from China increased in price by like 200% overnight. And it wasn't sustainable. They couldn't stay in business. They shut down. Now, the second reason why a lot of manufacturers went bankrupt is because it takes investment to keep them running. in many scenarios. A bunch of manufacturers are not profitable for the first 5 years. So they are reliant on investment to keep them, floating in the water. But for the first time in years, we saw investment into American manufacturing plummet. Why do we see it plummet? Because investors were so speculative of the market. Because one day Trump's imposing 125% tariffs over here. The next day they're on all the countries. The next day they're not on all the countries. The next day he's increasing them by 150% on China and Mexico. The next day he's reducing them on Argentina, then giving the money. Then the next day he's increasing them to 25% on the EU, then taking them away from Switzerland because the leader of Switzerland spoke to him nice over the phone. That creates an unstable, unpredictable market. Investors don't like that. They make less investments. Manufacturers rely on those investments. They no longer have that money. They go out of business. They fire all the employees.
Okay, I agree with you on most of that. Yeah, the tariff thing has been a shit show. It's not, it needs to be one tariff and be done. It's
Right.
not. It's all over the map, just like you said.
And now it's getting worse because the Supreme Court ruled them as illegal, and now the Trump administration has to refund $166 billion from what they collected.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of a really negligent decision of Trump? Like, I'm not saying that when he signed those tariffs into effect, he knew they were illegal. I'm saying when he signed those tariffs into effect, he didn't know they were legal. Okay? And the repercussions of that are immense.
Well, yeah, and it shows.
Right?
But
It's not a good decision.
I
Maybe
think
that's a
that-
reason not to support him.
No.
Okay.
No, I still think that his ideology, he has good ideas. He has a jacked up way of going about them. The tariffs would be great if implemented, I guess, the right way. All countries have tariffs.
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah.
Why are the Democrats so down on Trump imposing tariffs?
Yeah.
When it generates money.
Listen, well, they haven't generated money. They've just lost us money because of the economic productivity that we've lost because of all the manufacturers that have shut down and the people that have been laid off. And then even the money that was directly paid to the government by the tariffs is now being refunded. So you said, why are the Democrats against them if they're generating us money? Because they're not generating us money, for one. The second thing that I'll say is that you're right. A lot of countries impose tariffs on other countries. True. Because tariffs are not always a bad thing. But in order for a tariff to be a good thing, you have to ensure that you're implementing that tariff, not because of wrathful revenge or a show of power, but rather because of the predicted economic outcomes. Donald Trump is not implementing his tariffs because of the predicted economic outcomes. He doesn't even know they're legal. He's implementing his tariffs as a form of soft power to control what other countries do for him.
Well, I think as far as the tariffs that he's implemented, some, maybe most, I don't know, some were to try to force the hand of manufacturers that have left the United States to go elsewhere for cheap labor, try to force them to come back here.
Yeah. And listen, I see the thought process there, right? These manufacturers have left to get cheaper labor, more raw materials to build their goods to other countries. Okay, we're no longer benefiting from that. That's not helping the American economy as much as it would be if they were here. So maybe if we turn around and impose these massive tariffs on them, they'll see that they actually have a larger profit incentive to operate in America compared to operating elsewhere. Okay, I see your logic. Okay, the issue with that logic is to build manufacturing plants in America, it takes billions of dollars of investment, sometimes multiple millions in most cases. Okay, and it takes like 4 to 7 years to get from the planning phases to the building phases. Then you have a manufacturing plant that's running well. Okay, and if the tariffs are not reliably implemented for the long term, i.e. they know that they will exist for more than 7 years, okay? Because remember, they have to exist while they're building the plant and then they have to exist for a long while after they build the plant and it's running to reap that profit, then there's no point. And Donald Trump's tariffs are not going to stay around for more than his administration. All right. In fact, they've already been getting cut during his administration. Okay. Liberation Day, there's tariffs on every other country in the world. 2 months later, we only had tariffs on China, Argentina, Mexico, and Canada. and then 1 month later, we had tariffs on nobody because the Supreme Court ruled them as illegal. So because they were not long-term tariffs, but just short-term tariffs, and they keep on popping up on random countries and random places, and we'll probably see that more in the future, there's no real incentive for these companies to spend the millions to move back here to take 7 years to build the facilities, because they're just going to wait them out. They know they're not going to stick around. They know they're not going to be there forever, or that's at least what the most probable outcome is, because that's what has happened for the last year and a half.
But don't you agree that a president has to start somewhere to try to get businesses back? I mean,
go ahead.
Somebody's got to start somewhere to try to get this back. If not, all these companies, all the manufacturers, yeah, they're going to leave. I mean, we've seen it over and over and over.
Okay.
Just like when you go to buy a refrigerator, you've got to make sure you get one that's manufactured here in the United States, or you can't get parts.
Yeah.
Or nobody around works on them.
Well, I think you're experiencing tunnel vision on the subject, where there's maybe 1,000 different ways that we could drive more manufacturers back to America. And you've isolated your tunnel vision on the one way of tariffs that has a really terrible track record, doesn't seem to be working, only seems to be hurting us. But because it's Trump's policy and you like Trump, you're going to keep that isolated tunnel vision on the tariffs. Well, let's expand our vision here. There's many other better ways to bring manufacturers back, like subsidies, subsidizing chip producers, giving them the money to build their manufacturing plants. Seems crazy? Not really. Why? Well, because we'll get that money back. Because when they build their manufacturing plant here, ultimately they're going to sell what they produce, and then ultimately they're going to pay taxes on what they sell. So we get that money back. That's what Biden did with the Chips and Science Act. That's what Biden did with the infrastructure bill. And that's why under Biden, we saw the largest increase in investment into American manufacturing in the private sector, because it was influenced by the public investment into other companies. So it kind of like set forth this butterfly effect, where when the government helped out a couple companies to start building here, and they were, having glorious results, a bunch of private companies with no help from the government started building here too at a level we've never seen before. And that worked. Definitely worked better than what Trump is doing right now.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
That's huge. What you just said is huge. Because if we're now agreeing, irrespective of the line between us, Republican, Democrat, that the Biden-Harris administration was doing a lot better at driving manufacturers back to America than Trump, then maybe I think we just set our political difference aside and we say we need more of that. We need less of what we have under Trump. We need more of what we had under Biden. And that right there is a damn compelling reason to not support Trump.
No, now that is one reason that you could say I'm not a fan of. But there are, all right, I'll go to this. I live in a state that is red with a Democratic governor.
I think I did an interview. Kentucky?
Yes.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
So I did too. I liked him so much that I voted for him his last term. And I'm a diehard Republican. And then as soon as I voted for him, oh, how he did a complete turnaround. And he took off on his rants. And I used to think he was so, he didn't see it Republican, Democrat. He saw us as a whole. And now he has flipped the script. So I regret that decision.
No, no.
But if
So it
there's
has to do
if
like
there
who he
was
is as
a
a
good
person.
Democratic nominee running for president, I'm not opposed to voting Democratic if there was somebody that I believed in
Yeah.
and thought could do a good job.
Okay. So it seems like you kind of stopped supporting Andy over who he was as a person. Maybe he was launching too many unfair attacks at Trump. Okay. Can we evaluate who Trump is as a person? Would you still support Trump as president if you knew that he had sexually exploited naked women and boasted about it and called it funny?
Listen, I know what you're talking about. And maybe he did. And I won't go into the, look what the Democrats have done, because they've done bad shit too. And that's about all I'm going to say on that. I mean, he has said some off the wall, raunchy things.
Well, it's not about what he said. It's about what he's done. If he actually sexually exploited naked women, barged
Are you
into
talking
their...
about him walking in on the pageant
Yes.
when they're changing and
Naked,
this,
yes.
that, and the other?
Yeah. Right? If he can't respect the consent of women and girls, he can't respect the bank account of the average American. I think that the consent of a woman is more meaningful than the bank account of the average American. Right? Like, your self-ownership over your body is much more personal than how much money you have, even if you don't have a lot. So, because of that, I just don't think that this is a man who could effectively govern, first off. All right? If you're, like, willing to, like, barge into somebody's dressing room and look at their naked body to get sexual arousal or whatever, and you just don't give a fuck about them or care about their consent or that they might not want that, you lack a certain foundational moral value of caring for other people. And I think that foundational moral value is necessary to be a good president. You got to care about other people. You represent 340 million of them. And that's just the first argument. The second argument is, well, this is a moral crisis we have on our hands. Our representatives are supposed to be better than that. That is so far below the Oval.
Okay. So, yes, he has probably, I'll say probably because I don't know, I wasn't there. He's probably done things as you speak, or maybe, but I think, and we all know, anybody who listens to Donald Trump talk knows he loves to brag. Now, do I believe everything he says? No, I think some things are said in bragging, like Howard Stern or whoever, because he is a boastful person and he likes to make himself look bigger than what he is sometimes.
Okay. I agree. Trump loves to brag.
Yes, and you're talking about morals and values. Listen, we've had people run our country that have done despicable things to women. Talk about children. You had Biden talking about children rubbing his hairy legs and silly things like that. And then you had Clinton, who wanted to do disgraceful things to Monica Lewinsky with a cigar in the Oval Office. I mean, we've had a lot of bad stuff happen. We can't just focus on what one man has done. I mean, they're all, and we don't even know a fraction of what really goes on. That's just some things that were brought to light.
Yeah. So the first point I'll make here is I agreed with you that Trump is a very braggy guy, but when men brag about things, it's to make themselves look better to those around them. And the reason why you don't hear men bragging about rape, SA, sexual exploitation, when in all reality they're innocent, is because that's not a lie that you'd tell somebody to make yourself look better to them. That's why we know that although Trump lies a lot and although Trump brags a lot, he wasn't lying or bragging when he said that he'd sexually exploit these beauty pageant contestants, because there's no incentive to lie or brag. Now, second of all, you said, well, okay, Donald Trump does have a really bad character. Maybe he did sexually exploit those beauty pageant contestants. Maybe he did rape E. Jean Carroll. Maybe Jane Doe number 4 was trafficked by Epstein to him. But we've had a lot of other bad presidents that have done bad things too, like Biden with the hairy legs or Clinton with Monica Lewinsky. Listen, if I believed that Clinton or Biden engaged in sexual violence, which is an umbrella term that includes rape, SA, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation on top of other things, I would not support them as president. I wouldn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, and Joe Biden, really and truly, that's just an opinion. People can, think whatever, but I personally think he was a creep. Now, do I think Donald Trump is a creep? I guess in certain ways, yes. Do I think he sexually assaulted the Carol lady? Absolutely not. I would never be convinced of that.
Well, okay. All right. I could convince you. That's easy. She claims she had a dress with her DNA in it that would prove Trump met her because Trump claimed he never met her. Prove Trump raped her because it's the dress that she wore when she was raped. Then the court turned around and they confirmed it had male DNA on it. And then they asked Trump, hey, bro, can you give us your DNA to see if it's the same DNA that's on this dress? And he said no for 2.5 years. Why? If he was innocent, just why? If I was falsely accused of raping somebody and they're like genuinely nuts, which is the way you guys like to paint E. Jean Carroll to be, and they claim that they had this dress that they wore when I raped him and it has my DNA in it, and I knew I never met him, oh my God. When it would take a moment of thought to turn around and give my DNA to the court to prove my innocence. Especially if I'm running for president. Just being in that trial, even if he wasn't found guilty, would make him look bad. Definitely reduce his chance of winning, even though he did. Right? If I was in that position of running for president, I'd want it wrapped up and done with today with a damning exoneration. I would give my DNA so fast. He didn't.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. But if you go back from his first term, look at how much time he spent in court over bogus bull, and you know it. I mean, over Michael Cohen and his stupid crap.
Michael Cohen was just a witness to his 34 counts of business fraud, which he was found guilty of.
Listen, now, who hasn't went to the bank? Well, I mean, when you go to the bank, I mean, they're going to say, they'll do an appraisal. What do you, whatever. The bank was paid back. The bank was in court and said they had no problem with any dealings with him.
Oh, Michael Cohen wasn't a witness to the business fraud of lying about the valuation of the properties. He was a witness to the Stormy Daniels criminal felony conviction case.
Oh yeah, Stormy Daniels.
I don't know if we're getting any headway here, unfortunately. Let me try to find another question to ask you. What's one thing? All right, let me do it this way. If Biden basically called for the execution of 7 sitting Republicans in Congress when he was president, would you argue any reasonable American should stop supporting Biden? Because that is a threat to our democratic institutions.
Trump, he says a lot of things, and he does a lot of things, but I feel like he has had more Democrats call upon American people to eliminate him. I mean, hell, he was shot at.
Like? What Democrats have done that?
Oh my gosh. I mean, they don't come right out and say, okay, somebody should kill him, but, you know, he needs to be stopped at whatever cost.
Well, listen, if a Democrat did say that Trump should be hung, should that Democrat be kicked out of politics?
I don't have an opinion. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
mean,
It's so clear. You hate, you know, you were just drilling on the Democrats so hard, right? If let's say, if the most powerful Democrat in this country said Trump should be hung, hang him, for he is a traitor, should he be allowed to continue to sit in his seat? Would you ever support somebody that said, hang Trump, he's a traitor? Would you ever support somebody like that in your life?
I mean, or at some point, logic has to come across people's minds and say, do we really hang people? No. It's figuratively speaking. And do I think the Democrats, when they holler Trump has to be stopped at whatever cost or whatever, do I think that they're the reason he got shot? I don't know. Do I think they don't need to be in politics?
This isn't working either, because clearly you know where I'm going with this, and it's a fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. All right, so that's not going anywhere. Child rape case isn't going anywhere. So sexual exploitation's not going anywhere. Oh boy. All right, listen, I'm going to pass the ball back in your court now that we've gone through economics. What's the biggest reason why you support Trump?
I feel like Trump has... All right, I'll go back to when I watched Trump when he was a very young man on the Oprah Winfrey Show. And Oprah asked him if he was talking politics. Oprah asked him if he would ever run for president. And he said, if I felt like the country needed me, yes, I would. I had never voted in an election in my life, but I said at that point, if he ever ran, because I followed him and always listened to him when he was on television or whatever, read articles, I said if he ever ran, I would go vote for him. That was the first time I ever voted. Was his
Not
first
because
time.
of his policies, or just because he said that, you know, I'd run if it was for the betterment of the country 30 years ago?
Oh, no, because of the way he carries himself, the way he...
Carries himself? Dude, he carries himself by calling Democrats terrorists, calling for their execution, starting wars in Iran after he promised no new wars, spiking the price of gas by over $1 in a month, highest since the Vietnam War, calling himself Jesus, attacking the Pope, threatening to genocide 90 million, right? Lying over 30,000 confirmed times.
And
well, the Pope just read the gospel. The Pope just read the gospel. I mean, the Pope is right to detest Trump's war in Iran. I could tell you why. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever heard of Christian war theory?
Christian war theory? No, I don't believe I have.
So this came about after some of the bloodiest parts of, the history of the Vatican as a way to justify war in consideration of their pacifist Christian beliefs, the whole turn the other cheek thing. And Christian war theory, in a nutshell, says that before you go to war with a nation, you must first exhaust all diplomatic channels of negotiation. And the reason why the Pope is shitting on Trump for his war in Iran is because that's not what Trump did. He didn't exhaust all negotiation with Iran. He told a lie, said they were an imminent nuclear threat when they weren't, and hit him with some tomahawks because of pressure from Israel. Of course the Pope should blast unjust war.
Okay, now listen. This whole no new war, I hear this from my son every day. So that strikes a nerve with me. Here's my opinion on that. All right, he did say no new wars. But are we supposed to sit back until another 9/11 happens and then say, oh, well, maybe we should have done something before then?
So your argument
You
is...
cannot talk to Iran. Those people are crazy. You cannot talk to those type of people. They've negotiated. They've tried.
Well, they did.
are a
They
rogue
successfully
nation.
negotiated. First and foremost, we need to understand why Iran doesn't like America. And I think the IRGC sucks. They're really bad. They're terrorists. Okay, but Iran doesn't like America because in the 50s we couped their democratically elected leaders. Okay, then we installed our own leader. In the 70s, revolution took place. The Islamic extremists overtook that revolution and then empowered themselves. 73, 74, we shot down a plane over their country, went into a hospital, killed 50 people. Okay, 80s, we sold the military equipment. Okay, we said, hey, guess what, guys? We're going to be friends. Let's be allies. Give us $400 million for all this military equipment. They paid us. We just scammed them, never gave them the equipment. Like, it's unreal. It's like legit unreal. And then under Obama, you know, he came back around. He said, hey, listen, I'm sorry that we scammed you. I'm sorry that we couped your leader. But now we want to strike a deal to ensure that you're never going to have nukes. And they said, okay, we'll deal. All right. That's where the JCPOA came from. A deal that prevented Iran from ever having nukes. Trump walks into office, does the same thing the CIA did with their coup, the same thing we did with scamming them for $400 million, pulled us outside of the JCPOA, and now, 10 years later, started a war with them. They're crazy, we're crazy. Now, second of all, you said they'd never be willing to negotiate. They did with Obama. Why did they negotiate with Obama, but they won't negotiate with Trump?
Obama gave them money.
Gave them their
ton
money.
of money.
He gave them their money. Remember those weapons that I said we scammed them for in the 80s? He
Yeah.
gave them their own money back. That true. He gave them
Okay.
$400 million plus around 25 to 30 years of interest.
So the Democrats are all tore up about the no new wars, and that's all you hear everybody talk about. So
Why aren't you?
in the
It's
same
killing
as-
people and making your gas cost more.
Well, yeah, gas is up, but that's part of it.
What's being achieved? What's the goal? It's not like we're going to get rid of the IRGC. He's negotiating with the IRGC. Like, what's the goal?
All right, so go back to the no new wars. Say, for instance, Russia, China, or any foreign country attacks us because he said no new wars. Are we going to sit and let him attack us? Of course not.
If another country attacks us, okay, we neutralize the threat. Now, how did Iran attack us?
They did not.
With the fair use of defensive means. But how did Iran attack us?
Not.
Okay.
They did not.
So we attacked them. So let's just apply your logic on them. Because not just America has a legitimate claim to defensive use of military exertion. So does every other country. Unfortunately, including Iran for you, right? So we attack them. Do they have the right to sit there and defend themselves?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Iran had the right to kill 13 servicemen and women?
We're in a
Right.
battle. Yes.
Right? And they only had that right because Donald Trump bombed them? So ultimately, Donald Trump gave the lives of 13 servicemen and women to Iran? And this is the president that you support? This guy is patriotic? Stands for a military? No way.
Oh, listen. On these wars and all this other bullshit.
Why is it bullshit?
All right, we can go back to Hillary Clinton and Biden when they left our people over there to get killed in Benghazi.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, you don't support them, right? Like, I don't understand why a lot of Trump supporters will try to, like, reach back to Biden or Hillary Clinton to make a point by, like, saying all these bad things that you think they did. Those bad things that you think they did are the reasons why you don't support them as politicians. And you're
But why
acting as
do
if they're
you-
equivalents to what Trump is doing today. Okay, so it seems like from your perspective, Trump is in the same bin as Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Biden. If Trump is in the same bin as Hillary Clinton and Biden, you definitely wouldn't be a Trump supporter.
are you a Biden supporter or were you?
Yeah, I thought that Biden was definitely the best option we had.
Wasn't it his administration that left our people? Wasn't it his administration that pulled out of shit. I can't even remember
Afghanistan?
where. Yes.
Yeah, and wasn't it Trump's administration that organized the first 75% of it and struck a deal with the Taliban to let 5,000 Taliban prisoners out of Camp David when one of them inevitably was a suicide bomber that killed our servicemen and women? What, during the pull-up? Yes.
Okay, we lost servicemen then.
We're losing much more now.
Yeah, we're not going to get nowhere on that one. Trump, I do support. Do I support everything? No.
What about the letter he sent to Epstein?
Oh, you know that's fake.
Actually, the lawsuit got dropped last week. The reason why the lawsuit got dropped last week is because of the House subcommittee releasing the real letter last year. Trump claimed it's fake, sued him. Lawsuit's been dropped because Congress affirmed it's real. Why do you think it's fake?
I've not heard any of that.
Okay. Why do you think it's fake? Because Trump said so? Come on, that's unrealistic.
No, that's not why I think it's fake. It was told that was part of, and I can't remember exactly.
Birthday book to Epstein on his 50th in 2003.
Say that again.
It was a part of a birthday book compiled for Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003.
Okay. You're saying this, I don't even know what the letter said. It was, and it had a drawing on it, didn't it?
Yeah, here it is. A voiceover. There must be more to life than everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do come to think of it. Donald. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Outlined by the naked body of a little girl. I say it's a little girl because of the size of the breasts.
Okay. So that's your opinion, right?
Yeah. Now, why do you think this is fake?
I cannot remember where I read it, but it talked about when all that was released. I think Caroline Levitt is actually the one I listened to that day, and said that it was fake. It was not. It was part of some. They couldn't determine where it came from.
Nope, they did. That's not true. It came from the birthday binder book. You could actually find this alongside the other 100 pages on the internet, Epstein File Library. We see the rest of it too. So they could determine where it came from. Caroline Levitt did say it's fake, but, I mean, what's the evidence? How about this? If it was real, can we agree that Trump would say it's fake?
Listen,
can we?
It could very well could be real.
But even
if it is, what does it implicate?
What it implicates, okay, is a couple things. First, why is he sending this letter to Jeffrey with the outline of a naked girl? Second, what are they talking about here when they say there's more to life than having everything? Well, we know that Jeffrey thought the thing that was more to life than having everything like money was raping kids. Okay, that coincidentally lines up with the outline. Okay, Jeffrey says he's not going to say what it is. Okay, so it must be something taboo because they won't say it. Raping kids is pretty taboo. Okay, and then he says, may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald says that to Epstein at the end. Okay, well, what were Epstein's secrets? Raping kids.
Well, yes. I mean, that was part of his gig. But listening to you talk is like, all right, you're bringing this up about Trump. Was Trump the only one that was implicated, or...
Only one that was implicated? You think Trump was implicated? Oh.
You're saying that about the letter.
You're
is
right.
What I'm saying.
And that's not the only thing that implicates him. The fact that his DOJ illegally redacted his name 1 million times implicates him. The fact that his DOJ was forced to release all the Epstein files by December 17th of 2025 and they still haven't 6 months later implicates him. The fact that they concealed the names of co-conspirators implicates him. The fact that he was Epstein's best friend implicates him.
Oh,
The fact that he lied about the nature of his relationship with Epstein implicates him. You know, Donald Trump's been telling us since 2019 that he never knew what Epstein was doing, but now with the most recent batch of release of the Epstein files, we learned that he knew so much about what Epstein was doing, that he knew Ghislaine Maxwell was involved. And after Epstein was arrested in 2003, turned around, called the authorities, said, "Thank you for catching him. Also look into Ghislaine Maxwell." Okay, so that lie implicates him. The fact that anonymous Jane Doe number 4, who we know was trafficked by Epstein because she won millions of dollars in a lawsuit against Epstein, okay, in a settlement, privately in confidence told the FBI that she was also raped by Donald Trump implicates him. The fact that outside of the Epstein files, the court determined he raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll implicates him. The fact that he admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and naked minors to look at their naked bodies implicates him. The fact that he hit on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s when she was walking up the escalator telling her that I'll be dating you in 10 years implicates him. All of these things implicate him. All of them. To an incredible degree. And if it was anybody but Trump, you'd agree. Like Eric Swalwell, 5 credible accusations. Do you agree with the rest of the GOP in Congress that wanted Eric Swalwell to resign?
I've not really paid that much attention to what his whole deal is. Getting back to Trump. If the previous administration would have had any kind of information that would have implicated Trump to the point that he could have been prosecuted, do you not think they would have done that?
I don't. I don't, and I can tell you why.
Please do.
For the same reason that they didn't release anything about him at all in the Epstein files. They viewed the DOJ as completely independent of themselves. Okay? In fact, so independent that that's one of my disagreements with Biden. I wish he would have dipped his toe into the DOJ a little bit to expose Trump. But he didn't. I mean, the letter I just showed you is from the files. The credible accusation I named was from the files. The fact that he's been lying about the nature of his relationship since the early 2000s was in the files. The fact that Epstein's lawyer said Epstein was never kicked out of Mar-a-Lago was in the files. All of these things implicating Trump are in the files, and Biden never released them.
But nobody will ever convince me that if that administration, after everything they went through to try to oust Donald Trump, if they would have had that information, and they did have it,
then why didn't they release anything I just named?
But why didn't they?
Exactly, because they saw the DOJ is independent. They left it alone.
No. If they, the Russia hoax bullshit, they went to that extreme when they could have just pulled
because the Russia hoax wasn't bullshit. They proved that his
yes,
personal attorney had been personally colluding with Russia, and that Russia was interfering with the 2016 election, helped Trump get elected, even if they couldn't prove that Trump himself was personally incriminated by it.
Oh, jeez.
That was the Mueller report. I know that a lot of MAGA just likes to highlight the section of the Mueller report that says we couldn't incriminate Trump for any personal wrongdoing, but then you won't talk about the fact that they did that to his lawyer. We'll talk about the fact that they still proved Russia interfered to help get Trump elected.
No, the administration, Biden administration, if all this evidence was so damning against Trump, they would have used that.
Okay. I want to get your take. I'm going to play you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. I just want your honest reaction at the end of this. What we're going to do here is we're going to play the clip of Trump, and then we're going to play a clip of one of the women. Okay?
All right.
Man, right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And
here's the part.
Everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon.
So you agreed he's bad for manufacturing. We went over the worst jobs report since '03, the most manufacturing bankruptcy since '10. Agreed his tariffs aren't working. You agreed his senseless war in Iran is hurting you, making you pay significantly more for gas. Okay. GDP growth is down. Investment in manufacturing is down. Our country is suffering. All right. He seems to be looking like a real bad guy from the Epstein files with a whole letter talking about some crazy enigma with Epstein wishing that he'd keep his merry secrets outlined by the naked body of a girl. Court found him guilty of raping a woman, even though you doubt the court. And now you're hearing a clip of this man admitting to sexual exploitation, like barging in to the dressing rooms of women and girls to look at their naked bodies. Imagine if, you're a woman. Imagine that was you. You were at Kohl's trying on a dress. Floor manager, who's a man, walks up to your door, opens it up, oogles your naked body, then goes sits down on a public podcast and talks about how great you looked. Insane.
Yeah, I will agree. That's disgusting.
Why is it not enough? It should be enough. I think that should be enough. We shouldn't have a president who does that to women. We shouldn't. And you said, oh, well, look at Biden, look at Clinton. If they did that too, fuck them. I don't care. I don't care. If our president is oogling the naked bodies of women unconsensually, sexual exploitation, including kids, by the way, he did this at Miss Teen USA. We had 4 teens come forward. Imagine if that was your little girl. Imagine that was your son. Hitting on 10-year-old girls while they're walking up the escalators. And on top of that all, he's destroying this country's manufacturing. It's unacceptable. No. I don't think that this is something that anybody should support. I mean, think about your grandkids. You're going to have grandkids one day, right? If your son has kids, maybe you have other kids outside of your son, you're going to be grandma. All right? Do you want to be remembered as a grandma who would argue this guy who, if he had the chance to in the 90s, would oogle the naked body of your grandkid if they were in a pageant room? You want to be the grandma that defends that? Says he should be president, the most powerful man alive? Or can we just agree that, no human, right or left, should support this kind of person to run our country? I understand that you've been living in the MAGA mindset for so long. Since his first term, you even said that you saw a clip of him in the 90s on Oprah Winfrey. And it's just hard to change your mind overnight. But I promise, from an outside perspective, right, the belief structure in which you adhere to is perverse. And I hope that one day you see that. And you might even see it a little bit now, because you said that was disgusting. It's so disgusting. We shouldn't want that to be the most powerful man alive. I want him to be in jail for that. It's so disgusting. He should be in jail for it. Not president, regardless of it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe in redemption? Do you believe people can change in 20, 30 years? Do you believe there is redemption.
So, I think that redemption is very nuanced. I think that you could be redeemed for some things. I don't think that you could be redeemed from others. And the things that you can't be redeemed for are because I think that rehabilitation from those things is nearly impossible. I don't think that you could be rehabilitated from sexual violence, especially in the circumstances where it's so mask off. Like Trump engaging in sexual exploitation and calling it funny. Like, if you think, infringing on the right of self-ownership, bodily autonomy, and consent of a woman to look at her naked body unconsensually is funny, you have some deeper underlying issue that makes you lack this core of fundamental value that I don't think could be redeemed. And even if we imagine this world where it could be redeemed, right? Well, they would feel so bad about what they did because it's so heinous and perverse to the extent it's one of the worst things a human could do that they'd probably say, I'm sorry. All right? Trump doesn't say I'm sorry. He's never held himself accountable. He's never apologized. He's never said anything like that. And even in this world where Trump did redeem himself, did change, did apologize, felt really bad about it, we should still uphold guidelines to prevent them from being the most powerful man in the world. Because guess what? Power amplifies you. It amplifies the characteristics of who you are as a person. And who knows? Maybe for a quote-unquote rehabilitated sexual violence perpetuator, it's going to amplify the same characteristics of that person that led them to engaging in sexual violence in the first place. But now instead of having a pageant to abuse people at, you have a globe to abuse people in. Recklessly implementing policy because you're pissed that is, disenfranchising and bankrupting manufacturers and American workers. Starting a war in Iran because you're pissed and now tomahawks are killing 160 schoolgirls. Going on a path of conquest because you're pissed and threatening to invade our allies. Go after Mexico, Cuba, Colombia, asking the military to go into Greenland, right? Refusing to abide by a court order because you're pissed, and now for the last 12 days of the government shutdown, 12 million kids don't have food.
Now, there is so much fraud and shit in the government. Yes, kids need to be fed. I have a soft spot for elderly and the children. The government in general is screwed up, but I want to go back to when I asked you, about redemption.
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are. You look fairly young.
Yeah, I'm 21. Did you kind of absorb my response to the question about redemption, though?
Yes, I did.
What are your
But
thoughts?
I will say, because I'm getting ready to be 53, am I the same person I was 30 years ago? Absolutely not. 30 years ago, would I see myself where I'm at now with my ideology or the way I believe and just think? No.
Do you think that would you ever vote for a child rapist if they raped a child 30 years ago?
No.
So no redemption for child rapists? Then why redemption for child sexual exploiters? Is it because Donald Trump is a child sexual exploiter? Redemption for Trump because maybe you're experiencing cognitive dissonance and you are willing to attempt to rationalize the irrational to uphold a structure of belief for a man who
No.
shouldn't be supported?
No. What I'm saying is, there are, and we see it right here in our little hometown. Well, it's everywhere. You get someone in office or someone of importance, and all of a sudden, and I'm not downplaying women who get raped or molested or children that get raped. I'm not downplaying any of that because that is real and we all know it happens. But you have a lot of people that come out of the woodwork to try to destroy someone's reputation.
And if
That
they
might
want to
be
destroy somebody's reputation because they were raped by them, I want to empower them to destroy their reputation.
No, I'm saying that people come out of the woodwork with these allegations, and we all know some of them might not be true.
We know this one is
people
because he admitted to
that
it.
out to destroy people by saying things.
Well, he said this thing about himself.
Those things that he said, you could clearly tell on that clip that you played. He's bragging to be bragging. Yes, those girls did say he walked in, and that is disgusting. But I'm sure he's not that same person now. He's a grandpa.
Okay. So, you know who else was the age of a grandpa? Epstein. Epstein was the age of a grandpa. Here's another thing. Do you think that we should ever send people to jail for life? Because if you just think that people could be redeemed from anything, we should never imprison people for life, right? As soon as they're a grandpa, we should let them out, let them become president?
No, and you know that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, and I don't think that he's redeemable. I don't think he's redeemable because of how bad the action is, and I don't think he's redeemable because of the fundamental moral values in which led to him engaging in it, right? Like, and I don't think that even if he was redeemable, he should be president. Okay, people could be redeemed from bad things to the extent where maybe they work a job, they make an income, they pay their bills, and they try their best to flourish. I don't think people could be redeemed to the extent to be deserving of the most powerful position available to any human alive. That should be reserved for those that don't need to be redeemed for violent sexual actions.
Now, violent. Where is the violence coming in?
Infringing on their consent to look at their naked bodies via the abuse of his position of power and the abuse of their position of vulnerability due to the fact that they had an expectation of privacy away from him that was infringed on. That is violent.
When I see violent in a different way.
You see violent like physical touch. Well, you think physical touch is violent because what? Physical touch could hurt people? Okay, well, so can infringing on somebody's expectation of privacy and position of vulnerability via the abuse of your position of power. Physical touch can lead to the same outcomes of pain and sorrow that infringing on somebody's consent without physical touch can. This is why, okay, there's not a single DV shelter in the face of planet Earth anywhere that will tell you that non-physical, unconsensual sexual conduct is not violent.
Say that again.
There's not a single DV shelter in the face of planet Earth that will tell you non-physical, unconsensual sexual conduct is not violent. They all will say that is violent because breaking somebody's consent is always violent.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I agree with you. They were not asked, they were walked in on. And like I said, that is disgusting. But I'll go back to, do I think that's the same man now that did that then? No.
Who's he helping now? Who's he helping? What is he doing now? Prove it. If he's a better man now, then show us how this better man is making anything better for the world around him. Show us how he's caring about other people. What is he doing? What is he doing to prove that he's redeemed? Name one thing. Name one action that Donald Trump has engaged in purely for the betterment of we the people. One.
You're speaking as president, not as just a person.
Yes. One thing he's done purely for the betterment of we the people as president. Let's hear it.
He secured our border.
How? By doing what? Infringing on people's constitutional rights?
Oh,
like the 14th Amendment? How? By doing what? Blackbagging college students? Taking them to ICE detention centers outside of the radius permitted by a judge? Unconstitutionally deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants? One moment.
Put in cages.
Well, actually, they're put in cages than Bede and CCOT. The UN Human Rights Watch has been reporting torture and abuse at CCOT for, as long as CCOT has been open, even before Donald Trump started sending people there. Now the people that Donald Trump has been sending there are reporting the same type of abuse and torture, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m., and when they fall out of exhaustion, they're beat. But tell me, how were the borders secured? What did he do to secure the borders? He didn't do anything. There's no better border policy. He's just scaring it away.
Listen.
I'm listening.
our immigration, as far as people crossing our border, is down to a minimal.
Because he scared it away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants and their citizen children that are already here. Would you?
No.
Oh no. Would you stop supporting Trump if he intentionally and belligerently infringed on our Constitution?
He would never do that. The Constitution is in place so that a president can't do that, or anybody.
If he did, would you stop supporting him?
Well, yes, if he did. But
Executive Order number 14160. This was signed into effect his first day in office for a second term. It aimed to infringe on the 14th Amendment by attempting to illegally take birthright citizenship away from the citizen children born to undocumented immigrant parents on American soil, to then reclassify them as undocumented immigrants themselves, to then be deported by the DHS. You can find this online. Once again, that's Executive Order number 14160. Now, the thing is that the Constitution has ensured the children of undocumented immigrants the rightful claim to birthright citizenship if they're born here since the ratification of the 14th Amendment in 1867. This is an example of Donald Trump intentionally and belligerently infringing on the Constitution, and this should be your red line and the reason why you leave the Trump cult. Will it be?
No, because, and I'll tell you why. Because our country was overrun with drugs, and it still is, cartel, illegal immigrants everywhere. And just because you're born here should not give you the right, because then you have all these people coming just to have kids so that everybody can stay.
So let me get this straight. You're acknowledging that he broke the Constitution, but you support it because you think it was a good measure to break.
What is in the Constitution then might have been okay before our government started handing out to everyone.
So to be clear,
not okay for
you are acknowledging he broke the 14th Amendment, but you don't care because you think it was a good provision to break, correct?
I'm not saying that it was. Let me think of how I'm trying to say this. All right, let me ask you this. Do you not agree that these people coming in and the birthright citizenship, do you not agree that they're coming in continuously, having children, our government is taking care of all that, and we're flooded with them?
Yeah, I don't agree.
How is that right?
Okay.
That wasn't happening back when this was written.
So first and foremost, okay, you said that they're a bunch of cartel gang members. Your son and me are more likely to commit a violent crime here than the average undocumented immigrant. That's coming from PNAS. They're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes. Pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, contribute 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP annually, according to the American Immigration Center. Vast majority of them are good people here for a better life, and they make your life better in turn by paying taxes and growing our economy. Not the gang members.
How are they paying taxes when most of them work for cash?
Okay, well, with the use of what is called ITINs. Second of all, you don't have a source that most of them work for cash. Third of all, they could work over the table as a W-2 employee with that ITIN number and pay taxes. Fourth of all, that $100 billion figure is not coming from CNN, it's coming from the IRS.
I understand about being like self-employed subcontractor and all that, but no, that's not what happens most of the time. They're paid cash. There are several that I know work for cash.
So then it just seems
and their
like
cash goes back to their country.
So you have no evidence that undocumented immigrants are more likely to send remittance or sending the money they make back to their home country than legal immigrants. So this wouldn't be a good reason to shut down legal immigration. So why is that a reason to shit on undocumented people? Second of all, you're saying that most of them work for cash. Well, maybe that's because when they do pay taxes, $100 billion per year, they can't file for a tax return. They can't get it back. They also can't get any benefits from the tax that they pay from the federal government or state benefits from 40 or 50 states. So maybe if we were to make them residents or citizens, well, they'd still be working, but now they'd actually be incentivized to work over the table table, because if they work under the table, they break that law, they get disqualified from the amnesty program and deported, right? Meaning that they go from paying over $100 billion in taxes, go from paying $100 billion in taxes per year to over that. They go from contributing $1.1 to $1.7 trillion to the economy per year to over that. Maybe they'd go from being really helpful to even more helpful, right? But no, it's because you want to just classify them all as these reckless gang members who are here to kill and rape people, because that's what Trump tells you, because Donald Trump wants you to hate them, so then you excuse the violence he's implemented against them. It is a part of every fascist regime, okay, in human history. And by the way, every fascist regime in human history also had millions of followers, no different than you, me, or anybody else in this room. At their core, they were human too. Okay, but these humans became so deluded in their terrible cults that they were convinced that what was in all reality a fascist regime harmful to we the people was for the benefit of the world. All right? And now what is the likelihood that you find yourself in that subcategory of unfortunate followers of the fascist regime, excusing the harm by saying maybe he's changed from when he would sexually exploit people, excusing the harm, the woman that proved he raped her in a court was in all reality just a liar, nothing will change my mind, excusing the harm because, well, I know he killed 160 girls with the tomahawk in Iran, but we needed to do it, but it's not doing anything except for making my gas more expensive, excusing the harm by overlooking all the Venezuelan immigrants that were deported with no due process to be tortured in CCOT, once again, because guess what, they're all criminals that want to rape me, okay, right, like, come on, there has to be a line that we draw in the sand where we recognize our own faults and become better. And I think for you, the issue is recognizing that you're wrong. Because if you were wrong, then that would mean everything in which you've come to believe from the day you voted for Trump in 2015 is incorrect. Like 10 years of your life just down the drain. Nobody wants to throw 10 years of their life down the drain, man. No one. So do you maybe see how maybe that is translating into subconscious bias to reject something that paints Trump to be bad, even if in all reality it's true? We know people have bias. You know people have bias. How do you know you're not one of those people?
Oh, no. I will say, I'm very biased when it comes to Trump. I admit it.
But it's not a good thing to be biased.
But listen, if you're saying that all these illegal immigrants, aliens, whatever you want to call them, are all good working people, why did Obama have them in cages?
Listen, I've heard the Obama cage claim. Personally, I've never researched the Obama cage claim. But what I will say is your claim seems to translate into, well, if they're good, then why did Obama deport them? Well, first and foremost, Obama focused his deportation efforts on undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on the record. He's actually the person that made the work program for the undocumented immigrants here with no bad crimes on the record so they could work and pay taxes. Okay? Same thing with Biden. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Obama could be wrong. Let's assume that Obama was doing the same thing Trump was doing today. So if they're here for the benefit of the country and it would be better to give them amnesty, then why did Obama do all these bad things? Because Obama was wrong, just like Trump.
Well, Hillary did the same. She didn't do that, but Hillary, there are so many clips of her speaking about we can't allow all these people to come across our border. And this is years ago. And so Trump does something about it, and all of a sudden, he's the bad guy.
All right. So Hillary was never president, so nobody ever painted Hillary to be the bad guy because she was never, the head honcho, the one in control, the one directing the DHS to racially profile black and brown people, the one excusing ICE agents that would murder American citizens like Alex Brady, Keith Porter, and Renee Good.
I couldn't even hear that. Please go on about George Floyd. I'd like to hear about that.
George Floyd, the man that was murdered by a cop?
Oh.
Do you not think that George Floyd was murdered?
I think George Floyd was on a whole lot of dope.
Okay, and I think the autopsy report acknowledged the fact that he had low levels of the F drug in his system and concluded that it couldn't have led to an OD because the levels were not at the threshold to cause an OD. Also, how insane would that be? How insane would that be? A man shopping, getting ready to OD, but, he's still alive, doing his thing, and then You know, then a cop puts their knee on his neck for 7 minutes. And it wasn't the knee on the neck thing that killed him. It was the OD. Okay, yeah, in conclusion, the autopsy report proved that it was not. So why do you believe that? Why do you believe he died from an OD when the coroner's report from the autopsy proved otherwise? This is another example of your bias, of your unfair bias that you uphold over the facts, that you uphold over the reality, because you think that you get to play with the rest of the world like a little sandbox, even if it negatively impacts the lives of those around you. You're not God. You don't create the reality that we live in. And you, just like I and everybody else, must hold to a humble adherence to the facts, even if we don't like them. I know you don't like the fact that George Floyd was killed by a racist cop, but that's what happened.
I specifically read George Floyd had more than just a little bit of dope in his system.
Did you get this from the autopsy report?
I don't remember where I read it.
Twitter, Facebook, Telegram.
I don't get on Twitter.
Listen, the autopsy report concluded that he did not die from an OD. Would you like a source?
I know that he did not specifically, but it was wrote, and I read it, that, yes, the cop put his knee on his neck, but he was already foaming at the mouth and fighting the police before that ever happened. Why was he
so it was self-defense?
The police if he was straight?
So it was self-defense? Is that your claim?
They were trying to arrest him. What would you do if you were a cop? Would you say, okay, honey, let me put these handcuffs on you?
Yeah, so what I do if like somebody was like trying to attack me while I was trying to arrest them, I'd fucking tase their ass and put them in cuffs. That's what I'd do.
If you could, I mean, you don't know unless you're in that situation.
If he had the ability to keep him restrained on the ground for 7 minutes with just his knee, I think he had the ability to put him in cuffs and throw him in the back of the car.
He was a big man.
That he somehow restrained the entirety of his body with his knee for 7 minutes?
When they're on drugs,
Wait. Can we acknowledge that he had the ability to restrain this big man with his knee for 7 minutes? If he could restrain him with one knee for 7 minutes, why couldn't he just put him in cuffs and throw him in the back of the car? Well, that's why he could. That's why he was convicted of murder.
Well,
that's right there. That's why he was convicted of murder.
Listen, the way he was upheld and the world, the United States went nuts, burned cities down, and...
Wait, he was in cuffs. George Floyd was in cuffs. When he was on the ground, he was in cuffs.
I believe so.
Okay, so he was in cuffs on the ground. Why didn't they pick him up and take him to the back of the car?
He could still kick and fight and thrash.
Couldn't he do that on the ground too?
Not if you're face down.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that they had good reason to keep him on the ground for 7 minutes with the knee on the neck. And what are you saying, like, I can't breathe? Why do they just ignore that?
Because he was hyped up.
Oh, okay. So we need to kill people that are hyped up. Because you understand, when you prevent somebody from breathing for 7 minutes...
I think that Derek Chauvin meant to kill
if
George
you
Floyd?
strangled your son for 7 minutes, and the whole time your son was saying, I can't breathe, and then he died, would that be an accident?
Oh, that's just not even...
Why? Because your son's white?
Oh, please, don't try to act like I'm some sort of racial person.
Well,
because
I don't
I'm
know.
not.
Why? Then what is it? I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I think there's two factors. Black man killed by racist white cop that then provoked a big conversation about racism in the policing force. Now, you don't think that we live in a racist country. You don't think systemic racism is real. You think if any racism exists, white people experience maybe a little bit more than black people, if anything, because the crazy left is always talking about how much white people suck, right? Because that's your takeaway from conversations about systems of racism that exists. And the notion that a white man in a position of power would kill a black person rooted in racism is just contradictory to everything that you believe. So you can't accept it. Even when he was choked to death for 7 minutes. Cuffs. You can't accept it, because if you do accept it, then your worldview is turned flat on its face. And
No,
yes, this
because
makes
if
you
it was
racist.
a white man that they had down on the ground and it was a black cop or an Asian cop or whatever, and the white man done the same thing, they had to do what they had to do.
Okay.
I'm not racist.
Well, how did they, well, that's not what the court said. The court didn't say that's what they had to do. Well, common sense doesn't say that's what they had to do. Okay, cops
But
fight
these
with people who, wait, could we agree that cops deal with people who arrest, can we agree that cops arrest people who don't want to be arrested every day?
Yes.
Okay. Do cops kill people who don't want to be arrested every day? Well,
listen.
Well,
you know what? There's ways. If you get pulled over, you can put yourself in a bad situation quick by not cooperating.
A lack of cooperation is a civil penalty that can be punished with a fine. A lack of cooperation is not a death sentence.
Okay, if it was your life or the person that you were trying to arrest, what would you do?
How was it his life? He was in cuffs.
I'm just
on the ground, being restrained by a singular knee.
But do you think they feared for their life at any point?
No.
Fighting, trying to arrest someone that
He
is
didn't have a
hopped up
weapon.
on dope? But see, I look at things different.
He was in cuffs.
When it comes to a cop,
If you're able to restrain a suspect to the extent of getting them in cuffs, no, you don't fear for your life. They're in cuffs. And you were able to get them in cuffs. That's the other thing that matters. Maybe if there's like some really big dude who just so happens to be in cuffs, that like, you know, they might be able to get you. Okay, if you're not the one that put them in cuffs. But if you're the one that put them in cuffs, well, I mean, you had enough ability to restrain them when they weren't in cuffs. You'll definitely have the ability to restrain them while they are in cuffs too.
But cops put their life on the line every day. They don't know what they're walking into.
Oh yes,
They don't know
therefore
what
they could just
somebody's-
kill people by choking them for 7 minutes. No.
No, listen, I'm not anti-police,
not
and
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah.
you know,
you-
I think cops
so
can make mistakes. Yes, they can. We had a man in 4 or 5 towns over that they served a warrant at the wrong house.
why didn't he get off
And
of his
was
neck when he said, "I can't breathe"? Because you know when people can't breathe, they die, right? Can we agree that when people can't breathe, they die?
Oh, don't talk to me like I'm an idiot.
Well, can we agree on that? When people can't breathe, they die. So when George Floyd was saying, "I can't breathe," why did he stay on his neck for another 7 minutes? Why?
Because he was hyped up and he was wanting loose. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, okay, but
They
you understood the moment when George Floyd said, "I can't breathe," and then he kept the knee on the neck. That was a recognition that he was going to kill George Floyd. That's why it wasn't an accident.
Do you ever watch
And he also
the show
hyped up. He was
Cops?
just laying there.
Do you ever watch the show Cops, the television show?
I've watched just as much Cops as you've read books. So, here and there. Not really.
Oh. You know, I've really tried to be nice, but now if you want to start disrespecting, I can go right there with the best of them.
I bet you can. I bet you
don't
can disrespect
disrespect
me
me
the way that
by-
you've been disrespecting survivors, the way that you've been disrespecting victims of police brutality, the way that you've been disrespecting Iranians, the way that you've been disrespecting low-income Americans, the way that you've been disrespecting women and
Really?
girls, the way that you've been
let me tell you something,
disrespecting
little
those
boy.
taken advantage of by
Little boy.
Epstein, the way that you've been
Little boy.
disrespecting, I mean, just about anybody but you, Trump, and his other followers. Well, you are actually disrespecting many of Trump's other followers, right? Like, Trump has followers that are women. You're disrespecting them. I guess you're disrespecting you. You're not disrespecting well, you are disrespecting yourself. Fuck! The only person I could think of in the equation that you're not disrespecting is Trump. But everybody else you're disrespecting.
Dean, let me just tell you a little something. I grew up poorer than dirt. Don't talk to me about disrespecting low income people because I grew up with nothing.
Okay.
No
yeah.
running water, no health insurance, nothing.
So
I came from nothing, and I am sitting comfortable now.
Okay.
But it
So-
took work. I worked every day from the time I was 16 until I retired a little while back.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me about how I disrespect low income people.
Do you think that because you were once low income, you can't disrespect low income people? That's unreal. For a part of my childhood, I was kind of homeless, jumping between different couches to surf on when my mom was, dealing with a drug abuse problem. But if I turned around and I said, you know what? For everybody who's suffering with addiction, fuck you. You're beta. And for all the homeless people out there couch surfing, society would be better off without you. Okay. Yeah, I just disrespected. I just disrespected people struggling with addiction, and I disrespected homeless people. Even though at one point in my childhood, I was couch surfing and had a mom struggling with addiction. See, you can absolutely disrespect demographics of individuals which you were once in or you are in now.
How did I disrespect anybody low income?
Sure. Yeah, of course. Well, when you started to say that, well, we just have all these welfare people now who are relying on the system and super lazy, and Trump's coming in cleaning it up by kicking 10 million people off of health insurance when we already have 51,000 that die every year.
Oh no. Let me reiterate that for you, because what I'm talking about with welfare is all these people that want to have 20 kids and you see them every day. The government's taking care of them. They don't go work.
Yeah.
Yes, welfare is needed for the people who cannot make it, not for the lazy.
Okay. All right. Sounds
So
good.
I'm not being
So-
disrespectful.
So what should we do then? So for the lazy parents with kids, should we just cut them off of the food stamps because the parents are lazy and let the kids starve?
No, let it be generational. Let them teach it to their children and their children. That way they always live off the
Well,
government.
that's why we require kids to go through K through 12 education. So if they aren't learning what is required to succeed in life from their parents, they learn it from the schools.
No, they learn.
But guess
to
who
sit at
supports
home.
the abolishment of the Federal Department of Education and uplifts homeschooling? Trump. So, I mean, maybe this point is self-refuting on your end, not mine. But what should we do? Lazy parents with kids. This is a dilemma. Okay? This is a real dilemma. You don't want the kids to starve. I don't want the kids to starve. What do? Maybe we give them what is required to ensure that the kids don't starve to death, but not in which would be required to live life happily. Right? We're not giving them a mansion or anything. And this leaves room for them to be incentivized to go to work and make money so then they can be happier. Get a mansion one day. That seems like maybe the best option. What's a better one?
Well, evidently you're talking like somebody that supports Bernie Sanders or something like that, that believes everybody should just have everything for free. And, if this person's rich, let's take some of their money and give it to the people over here that won't work.
Yeah, you just perfectly summed out the MAGA identity in a nutshell. Misrepresent what the other person is saying. And then make it sound insane. I'm not saying everybody should have everything for free.
I've
I'm saying
listened to you call me racist.
Well, yeah.
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true, honey.
Well, I mean, then convince me that George Floyd wasn't murdered with reason, fact, and logic, not just because a person who murdered him
Is
was a white
George
cop.
Floyd the only person in the United States that has been killed by a cop?
No.
Black, white, orange, green, yellow, it don't matter. All race get killed by cops at some point.
Okay. So,
There's mistakes that happen.
okay. So, well, this once again wasn't a mistake.
Oh, geez.
And also, by the way, black people get disproportionately killed by cops to a significantly higher degree than white people, even though they only make up 14% of the population. They also account for 83% of the exonerations in our criminal justice system. Why is that? How do you explain that? How do you explain that 14% of the population accounts for 83% of the exonerations in our criminal justice system? Explain it.
Well, what about the crime rate?
Oh, you mean the crime rate that has exploded via the fact that you're looking at the arrest rate, which includes the exonerations?
Listen.
No,
there
seriously,
is-
explain it. Explain to me why you think black people, 14% of the population, account for 84% of the exonerations in our criminal justice system. Might this implicate the criminal justice system to be guilty of targeting black people?
I guess you could look at it that way.
Do you look at it that way?
I'm probably 50-50 on it.
They might be targeting black people. What's the other 50% comprised of? What else could it be?
I mean, are you saying that white people don't get accused of stuff and go to the pen?
No,
when they're...
I'm not saying that at all, because it's only 84% of exonerations that black people account for. There's another 16% for white people, Hispanic people, indigenous people, Asian people, so on and so forth. Yeah, there's another 16% for everybody else. Okay? Right, but how do we explain the fact that black people account for 86% of exonerations?
Well, let me ask you this. Why are you solely trying to put this back on me as if I'm racist?
Well, if you're not racist, I feel like the answer to this question is clear. That's what I'm saying. I feel like non-racist people would say, whoa, 14% of the population accounts for 86% of the exonerations? Clearly, the criminal justice system seems to be targeting that 14% of the population.
So a non-racist person would say that.
Yeah. I feel like a racist person would like say, well, black people too commit more crimes, even though that has nothing to do with the exoneration rate, because exonerations are when people are arrested for crimes they didn't commit. And it's commonly used as a racist dog whistle because it is shielded by that exoneration rate. And that's kind of what you did. Like, I brought up the fact that black people account for 84% of the exonerations. The times when people are arrested for crimes they didn't commit then let go. And the response was, well, have you ever looked at the crime rate? Like, yeah, you know, that's a little bit of a racist response, I'd say.
Well, I mean, you have your opinion. I'm not racist, but
okay.
I mean, you want to go off on the George Floyd thing as if he's the only person that's ever been killed by a cop.
Well, once again, black people are disproportionately killed by cops much more frequently than white people, like very much so. There's been a lot of data and analysis done on this. I mean, they're just significantly more likely to get killed by cops and other things, to get pulled over too. There's this daytime nighttime test study that was conducted where, like, during the daytime, where cops can see in through the windows of cars to see the race of the driver, that black people are significantly more likely to get pulled over by any other race. But then during the nighttime, it all goes away. During the nighttime, black people are not more likely than any other race to get pulled over. It's called the Veil of Darkness study. Why is that the case? That during the day, black people are more likely than anybody else to get pulled over, yet during the night, they're not. Why?
Okay, and this has what to do with Trump?
I mean, this is all consequential if you bring it up George Floyd. It's a larger conversation about the state of our criminal justice system and the fact that we uphold institutions in this nation in which are so evidently racist. It doesn't take nuance or like a book to understand that if black people are like 5 times more likely to get pulled over during the day than during the night in comparison to any other race, that seemingly this institution is racist as shit. Jury on top, exoneration rate, holy moly, we need to fix it. It's that easy.
Hey, how do you fix that? I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true.
Okay, well, I
I've
mean,
never looked into it.
I think my
never felt the
solution,
need.
I think my solution is to make sure that racist people can't become a cop in 6 months to then exert their power, right? I think that becoming a cop should be one of the hardest jobs achievable by anybody. Okay, I think that it should be just as hard to hold the power of the law in your hands that could take a life on a whim, just as hard as it is to become a doctor to hold a scalpel in your hands to take a life on a whim. It should take 12 years of schooling to become a police officer. And, well, then that leads you to the dilemma. Well, if it's going to take 12 years of schooling to become a cop, not a lot of people are going to want to be a cop, so we got to pay them more. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we got to pay cops more. Let's go ahead and give a shit ton of funding to a brand new federal system for local police forces across the nation, where we ensure in order to become a cop, you got to go to school for 12 years and you make fucking bank. Because guess what? You are a vicar of the law, upholding it with reason and good value, and executing upon the position of your 12 years of training. And I think that would be a great first step in the solution of the issue. Because then the second step is, well, it doesn't really matter how well trained or reasonable or intelligent these people are. If the law that they're enforcing is unfair, then they are too. So I think that's when we got to take a step back and look at the law. Okay, why is weed illegal? That's crazy. Why is it the case that you could buy weed in Colorado, drive down to Texas, then all of a sudden you go to jail? That's pretty unfair. All right, let's go ahead and federally legalize the use of weed. All right, let's go ahead and take a good look and examine. Yes.
Oh, gee.
What's the issue with weed? It's better than alcohol, and this is coming from a man that loves a drink and hates weed. Come on, like what's the deal with weed? Why should that be federally illegal? Give me the argument. I've never asked anybody this before, so this will be very interesting.
Listen, pot, I mean, it can be laced with anything and everything.
Which is why we legalize it. So then you're not buying it from some random dealer that could have laced it with anything and everything, but you're rather getting it from an established dispensary that doesn't lace it with anything or everything, because they get it from legitimate legal producers, just the same way you'd get anything else from any other legitimate producer.
No, then you still have your home growers. Since it's legal, they're still going to be growing their pot.
Yeah, and they know it's not laced with anything.
Lacing it with whatever, and people are still going to be buying it because they get the bigger high.
Okay, because they get the bigger high with a laced weed? Okay, I'm not going to lie, they're dumb as shit. I'm sorry, bro. If you are willing to risk buying laced weed in a state or a country where there's legal marijuana that you could buy from a legitimate business because you think that you'll get a bigger high from the lace weed, user error, like just dumb as hell, dumb as fuck.
Well, that's just my opinion.
Okay, but like clearly, right, when it's illegal, the only option that people have to buy it is from the drug dealers that could have laced it.
That is true. I mean, it's just like with your pills and everything else that's going around.
Or alcohol. When alcohol was illegal, we had moonshine. Moonshine killed a lot of people because they couldn't keep track of the particular alcohol content. Sometimes it was way too high. People would drink too much, and the next thing they know, because they're dead because of their blood alcohol content. But do we have people just dropping left and right because of poisonous alcohol or moonshine today? No. Why? Well, it's because now alcohol is legal. You're no longer going to your neighbor who made his moonshine with ethanol because it will be a first good drink than be a last second drink. All right?
Listen,
that's a really good example. That's a great argument for why weed should be legal.
I agree with you 100% that do I think weed is worse than alcohol? Absolutely not. It's not.
So then we should either think that both should be legal or both should be illegal.
It's just my generation growing up. I mean, yeah, you had to go wherever to get your pot if you were going to smoke it. And, I mean, they were lacing it back then.
Right.
But now you can go to your local vape shop and buy this bunk-ass, some kind of something that I've watched people get laid out cold with it. That's supposed to
what?
Pot.
I'm confused.
What?
I don't think that followed.
There's these little vape shops. They sell it's something other Delta.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, they had those in Boulder. It's like not THC, but it's a very close variant. Delta 7 or something.
It's something like that. And
Bro, you
I've
said,
seen
dude.
it wipe people out for days.
Well, I mean, a better reason to legalize THC because if Delta 8 or 9 or whatever the fuck has an issue with it, well, now people could just go straight to the dispensary and get that good old THC.
Well, yeah, if it worked that way in a perfect world, yes.
I mean, that
There's far
I'm
more
speaking.
people die from
that-
alcohol than they do pot.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it works in this world, though. I've lived in areas where weed was illegal. I've lived in areas where weed is legal. I went from being under the age of 21 and watching people in high school OD on laced weed to now being over 21, watching people get weed from the dispensary and smoking it and without a worry in the world.
Well, we don't have anything like that here, of course.
And
All
you
they
should.
have is the little vape shops or whatever. Yeah, I mean, if they could legalize it and make it like take that shit like Delta, whatever, off the market, yeah, and get straight pot, straight weed, yeah.
How many
Just
times
like
how many times have you seen alcohol lay people out?
A lot.
So we should make that illegal alongside the Delta 8.
Look, I've always thought alcohol is, I don't know how to even, it's one of those things that, yes, it's legal. I've never understood why you could go buy a bottle of liquor, drink and drive, and kill somebody when you could just smoke a joint and sit
Yeah,
on
you
the
won't
couch.
advocate for legalizing because a lot of people can't smoke joints, dude. Because if they smoke a joint, they go to jail for like 10 years.
Yeah, or they lose their jobs.
Right. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and end this conversation here. I really hope that you take to heart some of the things that I said. I really tried to do my best, and I hope that one day you realize that Trump is not who you chop him up to be. Okay.
It was a pleasure talking with you. You did get a little jazzy with me. I didn't appreciate it, but that's all right. We have a difference of opinions, and that's just the way it is. I wish you well, and it was fun.
Yeah. Tell your son that he's a beast, the best way possible. That's like a good thing. I don't know. It's
And
like
listen,
a younger generation thing, like a beast. It's like a good thing. Tell your son he's a beast. Okay.
I will. And I was not being total MAGA like I normally am, just because I'm trying to keep it light. But yes, I am a Trump supporter, and I respect whatever party you want to.
Yeah, take care. I'll go ahead and disconnect you. Have a good one. I really tried my hardest with her, folks. You probably saw a level of patience from me with that you've never seen before. That was a lot. I'm going to go and thank a couple people. Michelle, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, "You are an amazing young man. I'm 64 and watch you every day. You should be so proud of who you are." Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Show some love to Michelle down below. I really appreciate you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Dude, thank you so much, Michelle. What a kind gesture. You know, I also did that to kind of prove to myself that I'm not going crazy when I think I'm trying my best to change people's minds and then it just never happens. Because I just really tried as hard as I could with her. And it did not get me anywhere. I thought it would have at the beginning because she started like agreeing with me on the economic side of things. But no, didn't work out. MM, thank you for the $25 on YouTube, who says, "Stop giving this racist a platform. This almost makes me want to stop watching Dean because she does not deserve a platform." MM, want to know something crazy? Here's my thoughts. If I asked every other guest who joined my lives what their thoughts were on George Floyd's murder, they would have said worse. God. And that's just so unfortunate. That's not the needle in the haystack that is extraordinarily violent. It could prick your finger. That was one of the hays. One of the little things of hay. Like, that was That was a fish in the sea. A fish in the sea of the MAGA cult. Which is terrible. FamCam, thank you for the $20. Who says, it literally doesn't matter if Floyd was hopped up on drugs, even if it was a lethal dose. Derek Chauvin had no right to kneel on his neck, period. Anybody defending that this knows it and just is full of hate. Yeah, I don't see how anybody could defend what happened to Floyd, right? And it's like, I totally understand why that led to like havoc across the country, because it was just simply that bad. Heavenly, thank you for the $10. Thomas, thank you for the 10. And then Tommy, thank you for the $50, who says Trump is fixing to be 80. Exactly when do you think he could be redeemed? Yeah, he's definitely not redeemed. Fuck that. Thank you for the $50, Tommy. Show some love to Tommy. And then MM with another $25 says she's too small-minded and selfish. Well, I appreciate you for that love, MM. And then MM, you actually sent me a $100 donation. Holy cow. MM, thank you so very, very much. Show some love to MM down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, MM. MM with 100 says, Walker through the Chips and Science Act. It's unlocked hundreds of billions of private capital. It rebuilds manufacturing capacity, strengthens national security and supply chain control, and it pushes USA to leading edge chips, and it rebuilds an entire chip ecosystem here. MM sent that in when we first started to debate that crazy mom. I see that MM, over the course of that conversation, begun to not like her so much. Thank you for the $100, MM. Aria with the $10 says, Momo, save us. Aria, thank you for another $20, who says, good news, Dean. Dynamic pricing ended today in Maryland. Some good news. That's great news. Thank you. Then Sherry, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. By the way, it's good to see you, Sherry. The same thing to Tria. This came in at 6. Thank you for the $20 as well. I really appreciate you. And with that, we're all caught up on the super chats. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal and Venmo. On PayPal, thank you, Lexington, for the $50. Thank you so much, Lexington. Lexington says, in a space built for reaction, you bring reflection. That shift alone changes everything. You don't know how important you are to the outcome of our future because of the knowledge that you bring to the newer generations. Thank you. Well, thank you, Lexington. I try my best. I honestly think that, there was a lot thrown around in that last conversation that was really productive. Even though we didn't change our mind, I feel like I really explored concepts that I don't explore frequently, right? Like why I think that the criminal justice system in this country is so racist, for instance. We don't talk about that a lot. We should talk about it more. That was meaningful. Thank you for the $50, Lexington. Very, very kind. Same thing to Harold. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. SJ, thank you for the 10 as well. Honestly, I sometimes wonder what it's going to take because they're so far to occult. Me too, SJ. What would it take for her to change her mind? Scott, thank you for the 14, who says, so people are coming into the USA to have babies just to be deported and orphan those very babies? Nah. Yeah, it doesn't happen, Scott. Thank you for the 14. Joey, thank you so much for the $20, who says, been listening to the whole stream. I empathized with feeling desensitized since I was introduced to the early internet, like rotten.com, and a sophomore in high school for 9/11. Keep up the amazing work. Keep up the amazing work, Dean. Well, thank you, Joey. Yeah, I remember when we were talking about desensitization earlier. I bet a lot of people that were teenagers during the early internet saw some crazy shit. And Tegan, thank you for the $14, who says, I've been listening to you and Parker for the last few months, and you give me hope and help educate me. That's awesome, Tegan. I'm happy that you take something positive away from the streams. And Quinn, thank you for the $25, who says, together, my best friend and I have listened to the Dean Withers show almost every day. Together, we stay informed and grew to know one another. My world is better with her in it and will only get better with her by me. Ollie the dog, will you marry me? Ollie dog, will you marry me? I don't know if that's a troll or anything. I don't know if that's a troll. Hey, listen. That could totally be a troll. We're going to go ahead and read that slower. Together, my best friend and I have listened to the Dean Withers show almost every day. Together, we stay informed and grew to know one another. My world is better with her in it and will only get better with her by me. Ollie dog, will you marry me? Whoa. All right, listen, if that's not a troll, good luck, you two. Don't know how it's going on the other side of that phone screen. Could be a troll. I guess we'll never know. Good luck, you two. Maya, thank you for the $3. Hannah, thank you for the $1. And then, with that, we're all caught up on PayPal. Good luck, you too. Sorry, if you can't tell, I'm very clearly trying to moderate my reaction because I don't know if that's a troll or not. But just like imagine I'm over here saying like, "Good luck, you two." I don't know if it's a troll, and there's just like somebody like crying right now because they just got proposed to on live in this show that their partner and them really like, you know. So I guess we will literally never know. We will never know. We will never ever know. Jonah, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jonah. Thank you so much for the $100. It is Jona who says, for putting up with MAGA Mom. You change so many minds every day, but some people are just too far gone. Unfortunately, I think she was too far gone, Jonah. I think she was. Ashley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, never been more proud to have voted yes in Virginia today, and the redistricting that passed. Donald Trump said he would be cooked if it passed, and it did. Shout out to the Dems. And for the first time ever, shout out to Trump for telling people that you're going to be hurt if this thing happens. I think he doesn't know that the vast majority of Americans fucking hate him, right? His approval rating is like 39%, dude. Yeah, it's still really high, but, you know, still a minority. So he thinks that he's doing something by telling people, if this passes, I'm going to be hurt. So he gets the people out there to vote. No, he's getting more people to get out there to vote against him. Thumb, thank you for the $25 as well. He says, love you, Dean. Thumb, I hope you're doing well, man. I feel like it's been years. Shout out to you. Kirsten, thank you for the $15, who says, I think that there were more people out there that you were probably more receptive to what you said because of the way you said it. I don't think it should always be that calm and nice, but it was cool to see you try so hard. Yeah, that was really calm, cool, and nice. Yeah, that was a bit much. Thank you for the $15. M, thank you for the $10, who says, I've been watching your debates for a long time. I've learned so much from you. Well, thank you, M. I'm really happy that you take something positive away. Lauren, thank you for the $20, who says, I watch you every day and I wanted to share a podcast research for you. Okay. And your listeners called Something Was Wrong. I'm a part of their team. Each season explores essay, Title IX, family abuse, etc. in a survivor-centered doc style. We want a webby today. How to share? Oh, congratulations, Laura. That's so cool. Shannon, thank you for the $5. Ben, thank you for the $5. And then Ashley with the 10, who says, slight change to the last one, maybe just a master's in criminal justice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My ideas aren't completely solid when it comes to reforming the criminal justice system. I'll leave that one up to people smarter than me. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Olivia, thank you for the $20, who says, you may already know this, but weed was originally made illegal because it would have put a lot of big industries to rest, because hemp is extremely resourceful. You can make clothes, paper, medicinal products, etc. No, I completely believe that. We need to get lobbyists out of our government. Thank you for the $20. DJ and Sarah, thank you guys for the $5. Ashley, thank you for another $20. I appreciate you. Show some love to Ashley down below. Thank you so much, you guys. Caroline, thank you for the $10, who was just calling MAGA Mom dumb. Brenda with the $10, who says, everybody forget he raped Ivana. Yeah, I don't talk about that enough on this live stream. I need to talk about that more, Brenda, for real. Thank you for the $10. Laura with the $10, who says, thank you for your patience with the MAGA Mom. Haley, thank you for the $5. Lillian, thank you for the $2. Danielle, thank you for the $10. Then Ducky, thank you for the $30, who says, hey, now that I know you like space, I wanted to share I went to an air show this weekend, huge show in Florida, and NASA brought out the Super Guppy and let everybody go inside. Ooh, that's huge, Duck. You'll have to look into that. Yeah, I love space, love NASA. Then Abby, thank you for the $15. Tom, thank you for the $6. And Joseph, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Joseph. And Riley with the 20, who says, I started doing debates like you, and I get hated a lot for my speech impediment. Is there any tips that you could give to help block out the hate? Much love. The best advice that I could give is to ignore it. There's no other option. That's what you'll do. That's just what you'll have to do. If you want to do these streams, you just got to ignore it. And honestly, if like, this is a really good tip. If like somebody's hating on you for your speech impediment on live, you know, just like say some like snarky like shit as a comeback, you know, make them feel small for it. That's my very best, my very best advice, Riley. And then Hannah, thank you for the $10. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Wow, you guys were really kind. While I was debating that MAGA Mom, I didn't read off any of the donors why I was on the call with her, just because I wanted to give her the attention. But oh my God, you guys have been so kind. Thank you so much. One last one here from Christy. Thank you for the $30 donation, who says, MAGA Mom asked if you believe in redemption, but at the same time speaking as if he has done nothing wrong. It's like she knows he has, but can't see through her own contradiction. That was a rough listen. Thank you for trying so hard. Well, thank you, Christy. I really did try hard. And Serena, thank you for the $15 as well. And I'll keep that to myself. That makes me happy, Serena. Thank you so much, you guys. All right, folks. What a crazy day we had. Over 5 hours of debates. And honestly, the first 2 hours were pretty rough. Honestly, a lot of the debates today were pretty rough. I, at this point in time, am going to go ahead and end this stream. And I will see you all tomorrow. Mother, I appreciate you for the galaxy. What a crazy day. Yeah, I'm going to go make a cocktail, folks. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It's totally free. We do this 7 days a week, so I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night, and goodbye.